For several days, Lin Ming had been carefully researching and studying the heretical god force, and had purified the true essence within his body. Although his cultivation hadn't risen by much, his total strength had actually experienced a dramatic climb. Before, Lin Ming had been lacking a true martial skill. Although his true essence was amazingly thick and he also had ghostly speed, his attack power was less than ideal. But now that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a method to fuse together the power of thunder and fire from borrowing the concepts behind the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, he had created his own unique martial skill. Lin Ming named this move of his Thunderfire Annihilation. The power of Thunderfire Annihilation is no less than that of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Now, as long as I don't face a peak pulse condensation period master, I have faith that I will be able to put up a worthwhile struggle. However, it wouldn't be good if this move were known to others. No one would believe that this ability was something I created myself. If I'm not being pressured to the edge of death, then I shouldn't use this move so easily. Although Thunder Annihilation had an overwhelming offensive power, just using it once would consume 40 to 50% of the true essence within his body. The consumption of resources was simply too great. If he used it, he would have to be able to guarantee that the strike would kill the enemy in one move. Otherwise, he would be in an extremely critical situation. As Lin Ming was planning on how to best utilize this new ability of his, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of him. As the purple-red flames flashed and dissipated, Lin Ming was surprised to hear the voice. It was Xianxia, the 7 profound martial house master. The message of the sound-transmitting talisman was very simple. He wanted to see Lin Ming at the Sword Bamboo Grove in the back mountains. Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear and immediately trekked to the Sword Bamboo Grove. It was already nightfall. The dim night sky was like an iridescent curtain that fell over the world. Stars sparkled in the sky, and in the Sword Bamboo Grove, there was a chilling wind that rustled the fallen leaves. As Lin Ming arrived at the edge of the Sword Bamboo Grove, he saw Xianxia standing there, carrying a long zither. He was standing straight, and his long beard and blue robe danced in the bustling wind. He had an extraordinary and timeless demeanor. Martial House Master. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. I called you here today because there are a few matters. Xianxia slowly turned. His voice had the same strangely calming quality that it had before, and was very comfortable to listen to. He flicked his fingers, and a golden light fell into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming received the golden token and glanced over it. 2 words were written on it: 7 profound. Could this be a 7 profound decree? Lin Ming remembered that when Elder Wang had passed down the 7 profound decree to him, he had also held a token similar to this in his hand. Xianxia said, "I'm very satisfied with your current ability. You shall take this 7 profound decree and head to Seraphic Pond Mountain within Hulua Nation. There is a pool of holy water there that is called the Seraphic Pond. The Seraphic Pond contains an extremely pure true essence. It is very beneficial to anyone under the Hotian realm. As long as you can find it, it will help you break through to the pulse condensation period. However, the power of true essence within the Seraphic Pond is limited. Only 3 or 4 people can use it every year. I had a very hard time getting this opportunity for you. You should cherish it and strive towards greater realms of cultivation. After some time, the main sect will send down some people to conduct a tournament between the 7 profound martial house of Sky Fortune Kingdom and the several surrounding countries. When that time comes, I want you to enter into that tournament and fight for a little face for my Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial house." Seraphic Pond Mountain? As Lin Ming heard this, he was instantly attentive. He already had some knowledge about Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond. Seraphic Pond Mountain was a rare holy spiritual ground, and the summit where the Seraphic Pond was located was the center of all the spiritual essence there. Who knew how many people were aiming for this holy water every year? Hulua Nation was much larger than Sky Fortune Kingdom, and they also had many more martial artists. If there was a limit of 3 or 4 people that could go to Seraphic Pond Mountain, then how could he have possibly been selected? Hulua Nation's 7 profound martial house would undoubtedly be very unwilling to surrender such a precious cultivation resource to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. What sort of method had the martial housemaster used to obtain a spot for him? Lin Ming bowed with some thanks, and silently thought in his heart that this Xianxia was neither his relative or close friend. Wasn't this kindness just a little bit too over the top? Was this interfaction grand tournament of the 7 profound martial houses really so important to Xianxia? Xianxia also said, "Before you leave, go to the martial house registration office and register, then you will be leaving for 2 months to adventure. Make sure to keep where you are going and what you are doing confidential. Right now you have many enemies. The 7 profound martial house can be considered a safe zone, but once you leave the 7 profound martial house, you will be in danger. So do not mention to anyone that you are going to the seraphic pond. Also don't tell anyone that you saw me tonight. I will send a master to protect you along the way. So make sure that you maintain a low-key presence and don't stir up any trouble." "This disciple understands," Lin Ming respectfully said. If a disciple of the 7 profound martial house had to leave for a long period of time for things such as completing a mission or going out on an adventure to experience the world, they needed to register at the martial house's registration office. Otherwise, if a disciple disappeared for too long without an explanation, then the 7 profound martial house would investigate. All of this was to ensure the safety of the martial house's disciples. "In 3 days go to Travel Peak. There will be someone waiting for you. Remember, keep your location a secret." Xianxia said this and then drifted away. "Yes, this disciple will remember." Lin Ming bowed. Looking at it, Xianxia had done him a very great favor today. However, Lin Ming felt that there was something off about the situation, but he wasn't able to place his finger on just what was wrong. "After I get to the Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain, will they really give me a spot just with this 7 profound token? Would they really so kindly and obediently give out a position to others? Could there be some troubles later?" Thinking this, Lin Ming returned to his cabin. As Lin Ming sat down in bed and watched the token in his hands, he couldn't seem to forget this strange lingering feeling in his heart, as if something was off about what happened tonight. "Martial House Master Qin promised me the treasure and medicines of the heavy profound soft spear, 500-year-old blood lingji, blue miracle pill, and body spiritual ichor. Just this alone already shows how much concern he has towards me and what he believes my worth is. Now, he also gave me the opportunity to obtain true essence holy water from the Seraphic Pond. However, this Seraphic Pond is a resource that belongs to Holua Nation. If the Martial House Master wanted to obtain this opportunity, he must have paid a correspondingly high price. The Martial House Master is not my relative, so why is he looking after me so well? Is it just because he values my future accomplishments? This explanation also seems a bit far-fetched." Lin Ming frowned. Xianxia's generosity towards him was just too much. He was very flattered, but at the same time he was unable to suppress suspicions that had been aroused. "When I leave the premises of the 7 profound martial house, I will certainly experience danger at some point. No matter what, I must be as careful as possible and keep my whereabouts a secret, so that they don't leak out and I find someone chasing after my shadow to assassinate me. I'll have to take these 3 days to enhance my strength as much as I can. With strength, I will have some confidence that I can protect myself." Thinking this, Lin Ming pulled out the 500-year-old blood lingji from his spatial ring. The impurities in his body's true essence had already been tempered and melted away. The side effects from the 2 top-tier pills that he had eaten before had been completely cleared. Now it was time to take this 500-year-old blood lingji. A 500-year-old lingji was able to supplement the blood vitality of a martial artist and increase their strength and martial arts cultivation. Lin Ming swallowed the blood lingji. An ordinary lingji would taste like cork and would also take a long time to chew. However, the 500-year-old blood lingji in his mouth was like fine meat. It was creamy, moist, and slid smoothly down his throat. As he swallowed it into his stomach, Lin Ming felt a vigorous and exuberant swell of blood energy from his stomach spread out through his meridian lines and throughout his limbs. A massive amount of vigorous and energetic blood flowed up, and Lin Ming felt dizzy. This kind of dizzy feeling was just as if he had stayed in a steam room for too long. Inside, the blood would rush to the surface and it would cause one's mind to be dizzy. This situation was somewhat similar to that. Along with the continuous influx of vigorous blood energy, Lin Ming felt the dizziness expand as if his brain was blowing up. His face reddened and his mouth spat out hot steam. His body began to give off an intense heat, and his skin was becoming more and more red. It looked as if he was oozing blood from 1,000 tiny injuries. This was because the vigorous blood inside of him was simply too strong, and it had begun seeping out from all the tiny blood vessels in his body, which finally led to this phenomenon. Lin Ming began to sweat all over, and even his sweat was tinted red with the overflow of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ming immediately closed all the pores of his body to prevent blood from spilling out. The blood that was flowing out contained the power of the blood Lingji. It would be too pitiful for any to go to waste. Although Lin Ming was bleeding all over, he did not feel any pain. He only felt a slight dizziness. In comparison to the blood Lingji, the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill were extremely dangerous and potent medicines. While these two medicines were extremely hot and extremely cold, this was because they were used to directly wash the muscles and purify marrow. The blood Lingji had much milder side effects, as it was only used to supplement the blood vitality. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and like this, he sat in meditation for 5 hours until the sun was bright in the sky. The red blush that covered his body had already began to slowly recede. Lin Ming had absorbed about 70 or 80% of the blood Lingji's blood vitality. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he discovered that there was a great deficit of true essence within his body. This deficit wasn't because his true essence had been consumed. Rather, it was because Lin Ming's body had become more powerful, so he was able to accommodate more true essence. If true essence was compared to water, then the body would be the reservoir that was able to hold the water. From strength training to flesh training to viscera training to altering muscle to bone forging and finally to pulse condensation, as one cultivated to each stage, the reservoir would expand and deepen, thus the amount of true essence once could hold was more. But now, although Lin Ming's current cultivation hadn't risen, the blood vitality in his body was like a robustly burning stove. Because of this, the reservoir in his body was much more broad and deep than those at the same level of cultivation, and so the amount of true essence that he could hold was also more compared to others. Not only that, but because of the exuberant energy in his blood, his vitality was also stronger. His endurance was greater and his physical strength also increased. Although Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't yet risen, his strength had just grown by a great deal. There are only 2 days before I must set off. With so little time, it's not realistic to want to have a great enhancement in my strength, unless I can complete the inscription symbol for my heavy profound soft spear. The reason that Lin Ming hadn't yet placed an inscription symbol on the heavy profound soft spear from the time he had received it until now was because he had been busy constantly cultivating, and also because the materials were difficult to find. A few days ago, I sent out a bulletin from the Inscription Association. I wonder how many of the materials have been collected so far. Lin Ming had only just put out the announcement that he was trading his personal inscription symbols for materials. Since it had only been a few days, he had no hope in expecting that they would be gathered so quickly. However, he hadn't expected that during the afternoon of that same day, Wang Yuhan would send him a sound-transmitting talisman informing him that the materials he wanted were ready, and Lin Ming could come take them whenever he wanted to. This caused Lin Ming to be very surprised. As he arrived at the Inscription Association, Wang Yuhan had already organized all the materials and placed them in a case. On the side of the case was a note that had a list of names detailing where all the materials had come from. About 20% of the materials were sent by customers. They had delivered the materials in return for an inscription symbol. As for the other materials, about 40% was sent by the Crown Prince's messenger, and the last 40% were prepared by Jingyun. Sky Fortune Cities by Jingyun. Lin Ming was even more surprised than before. The materials needed to create the astral symbol were not as rare or expensive as the ones needed to draw up the body inscription symbol. However, to collect so many materials in such a short time, one would have to spend a great deal of money, and also call in many favors and connections. Lin Ming asked Wang Yuhan, "Did Senior Apprentice Sister Bai leave any message when she stopped by to deliver the materials?" For instance, did she ask me to create an inscription symbol for her or something like that? Wang Yuhan said. Jingyun didn't say anything. She just left the materials here then departed. Oh, do you have by Jingyun's sound transmission information? I would like to use a sound transmitting talisman to ask her. Wang Yuhan said, yes, but Jingyun recently left Sky Fortune City. She's already put in a request for a 5-month leave of absence from the 7 Profound Martial House. I don't think that she'll be back anytime soon. A sound transmitting talisman had a limit to the distance that it could reach. If it was a very long distance, there had to be a pre-planned relay system set up ahead of time, and multiple sound transmitting talismans had to be used in series. Leave of absence? Lin Ming thought this was quite peculiar. The time one had to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House was very valuable. What sort of reason would there be for Bai Jingyun to request a 5-month leave of absence? Lin Ming was not accustomed to owing a debt to others. As for the Crown Prince's help, it was fine since he was helping him in the struggle for the throne. But why would Bai Jingyun collect these materials, and then leave for a long journey without leaving a note? It really was confusing. Then, if Senior Apprentice Sister comes back, I'll trouble you to inform me. All right. So, Miss Wang, if I could ask you to help me prepare an inscription room. I would like to draw up the customer's inscription symbols first. Okay. 2 days later, in the middle of the night, outside of Sky Fortune City in a shaded area of the woods, Lin Ming was wearing all black clothes as he rode on the back of a large gray eagle. This was a top-quality mount that a common person would usually never see in their lives. A heavenly wind eagle. The heavenly wind eagle had a wingspan of 40 feet, and it could fly a huge distance of 8,000 miles every day. It was a 3rd-level vicious beast, and it was only tameable by those martial artists in sects that were proficient in beast mastery. This kind of eagle mount had a value of at least 200,000 taels of gold, and it wasn't something that money could easily buy. Tonight, he would ride this heavenly wind eagle and go towards the Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain. Lin Ming had already finished drawing the astral inscription symbol, and the drawing process had proceeded very smoothly, without any problems. After completion, the range of true essence within the heavy profound soft spear had increased by 50%. The skill of inscription astral spear had also been successfully attached. As soon as he willed it, true essence would condense into a part of the spear, and theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could extend to an infinite distance. With Lin Ming's current strength, in a situation where he was in a battle, he was able to extend the heavy profound soft spear by a little more than 100 or so feet. At this moment, by Lin Ming's side, there was also a martial artist that looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing very flashy clothing, and carried a heavy sword on his back. There was a long scar from a knife wound that curved down his face in the shape of a snake. This person's cultivation was at the peak pulse condensation period. He might even have taken a half-step into the Hotian realm. He was also riding a heavenly wind eagle. This was the martial artist that Xianxia had sent to protect him 3 days ago. After Lin Ming had arrived at Travel Peak at the agreed time, he had already been waiting there for him. When Lin Ming saw this person, he was stunned. Xianxia's disciple was actually a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. And not only that, but this person had very pure true essence, and an extremely powerful aura. His strength was probably higher than a martial artist at the same level of cultivation. With this person here, the Allied Trade Association would definitely not dare to do anything. Hello, Senior Apprentice Brother. Lin Ming greeted. The man replied with a lukewarm tone. Are you prepared? We are leaving tonight. Yes. Lin Ming had wanted to ask for the Senior Apprentice Brother's name and gain some understanding into the reason he was going to Holua Nation, but felt that this man didn't want to speak anymore, so he reluctantly dropped the topic. The man let out a strange whistling sound, and suddenly, 2 heavenly wind eagles heard that whistling and soared down. The heavenly wind eagles flew down faster and faster, and Li Ming could only hear the howl of wind in his ears as the incoming turbulent air current sent his clothes fluttering about. Lin Ming used his true essence to condense a wind shield in front of himself to block the intense winds. His eyes stared at the back of the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him, and he fell back into rumination. This was an absolutely unwise time to leave the Seven Profound martial house. If he was able to keep his whereabouts completely hidden, then it would be fairly safe. However, if there was even the slightest leak as to where he was, then the situation might become a bit dangerous. Martial House Master Qin has credibility. He shouldn't be trying to harm me, but I should still be careful. But even if I say that, if Martial House Master Qin wanted me dead, then I wouldn't be alive today either. The first time that Lin Ming had met Xianxia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him. In general, those gentlemen that were accomplished in the fine arts were usually never hypocritical or malicious. Otherwise it would be profoundly difficulty to have any attainments in the fine arts. The two heavenly winged eagles flew for 1 day and 1 night. After a brief 2-hour period of rest, they then departed again for another 8,000 miles. This surrounding landscape became gradually more desolate the further south they went. This was south of Sky Fortune Kingdom, and it was close to the Great Southern Wilderness. Lin Ming found that the heavenly winged eagles didn't directly fly to Hulua Nation. Instead, they took a detour. Even with the amazing speed of the heavenly winged eagles, this detour would still take half a day. Is this because of safety concerns? Lin Ming began to doubt in his mind. Relatively speaking, it was very safe to ride a heavenly winged eagle. A heavenly winged eagle flew at an altitude of thousands of feet, and it was difficult for someone who wanted to kill him to intercept him at such a height. It would be really easy for a murderer to dump a corpse here. Lin Ming's heart began to have a faint sense of foreboding, and he secretly went on alert. His mind linked to the heretical god seed, feeling the terrifying compressed power of thunder and fire within, and felt slightly more at peace. At this moment, Lin Ming, who had been highly focused the entire time, suddenly felt ice cold. He felt that the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him was emitting a faint murderous intent. And this murderous intent was directed at him. This caused all of Lin Ming's 4 limbs to immediately become cold. This was a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm. He was someone that not even Thunderfire Annihilation would be able to match up against. Oh! At this time in a valley at Zhou Mountain, it was night, and the shaded trees lent an eerily dark feeling to the valley. Is it done? The voice abruptly sounded. The one who spoke was Ouyang Dihua. It was only a trivial matter. Huagong should begin any time now. The feminine voice of Bai Luo said as he slowly emerged from the woods. Huagong was Ouyang Dihua's junior apprentice brother. He was a disciple of the refining faction but had been expelled from the 7 profound valleys. He was the martial artist riding the heavenly winged eagle alongside Lin Ming that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Ouyang Dihua cruelly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother's illusions are truly superb. I'm afraid that not even Xianxia would be able to see through them." Bai Luo was from the Mirage faction of the 7 profound valleys, and what he was best at were illusions, particularly disguises. Not only he could transfigure appearances, but he could also mimic voices and personalities. It was to a level that not even a peak Hotian realm master would be able to see through them. 3 days ago, Bai Luo had transformed into Xianxia, and had ordered Lin Ming to leave the 7 profound martial house. He used to not to be able to see through my illusions, but these years Xianxia had been roaming the world and his zither heart has already reached the point where it is like a mirror, the stage where his heart is spotless and resolute. His cultivation is also a half-step into the Xiantian realm. It shouldn't be difficult for him to see through my illusions. Fortunately, that eyesore Xianxia left the 7 profound martial house after the grand banquet had ended. He will continue to roam around and polish his zither heart, so there won't be any problems since he won't be coming back anytime soon. As long as Xianxia isn't here and we can make Lin Ming leave the 7 profound martial house, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Huagong wasn't needed to begin with. As long as Lin Ming falls down from the heavenly winged eagle, he will meet a violent, crushing death, let alone a mere little boy at the altering muscle stage. Even a Hotian master would be finished. Ouyang Dihua diabolically grinned as he said this. If he tried to move against Lin Ming in the Seven Profound Martial House, then it would alarm many people. Even if he could successfully kill him, after he died there would most likely be several traces of evidence that one could use to trace back to the murderer. However, if Lin Ming was to leave the Seven Profound Martial House and even leave Sky Fortune City, and then if he was to disappear, most others would chalk it up to him dying while on an adventure somewhere. This way, even if the Seven Profound Martial House wanted to investigate the situation, they would have no idea where to even begin. The Great Southern Wilderness is a land of endless vicious beasts and poisonous insects. Once he plunges to his death, there won't even be dust left over from his bones once the vicious beasts are done tearing through him. That is truly the best place to kill a man and destroy his corpse without leaving any evidence. Ouyang Dihua greedily licked his lips and impatiently waited in anticipation of the good news that Huagong would send to him. Southern Wilderness. As he rode on the heavenly winged eagle, Lin Ming heard the snake-scarred martial artist let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, when the heavenly winged eagle under Lin Ming heard this whistle, it rolled over mid-flight, trying to make Lin Ming fall off its back. Beast! Lin Ming held onto the eagle's feathers. Taking advantage of his strength, he took a firm grip with one hand on the eagle's body, and with a flick of his wrist, the 1200 gene heavy, profound soft spear had already jumped into his hands. Although the heavenly winged eagle was very strong in flight, how could it maintain flight with a 1200 gene weight on its back? As Lin Ming tightly gripped onto the eagle's back muscles and pulled out his spear, the heavenly winged eagle immediately let out a whining call of pain and desperately flapped its wings. Even so, the heavenly winged eagle immediately plunged downwards in a straight vertical drop before catching itself. Hee, sorry young boy. I have had no past injustice with you and no present grudge. I'm only doing this because someone offered me some benefits, and they wanted you to completely disappear. I'm sorry, but don't blame me. Huagong stood on the back of the heavenly winged eagle and grinned heartlessly. The snake-like scar wound on his face looked especially ferocious as he laughed. Who asked you to kill me? Xianxia. As Lin Ming asked this, he immediately rejected it. No, something was strange, but he didn't know just what was strange. Haha, you think that it's Xianxia? Think as you like. I have no interest in meaninglessly chit-chatting with you. I will let you be a confused ghost as well. You think that it's Xianxia? These words resounded in Lin Ming's heart and made him go cold. At this point, he didn't have any time to reflect on this. There was another strange whistling sound that was sent from Huagong, and the man sat down on the heavenly winged eagle as he turned around and flew at Lin Ming to kill him. Have a peaceful journey to hell. Huagong took out a strangely shaped long saber from his back, and sent that long saber careening towards Lin Ming's back to behead him. Clang! Lin Ming lifted his spear to resist Huagong's strike with everything he had. However, the strength of a martial artist at the peak pulse condensation period was simply too formidable. As they exchanged a blow, Lin Ming only felt a strong force transmit through his body as he was sent flying backwards. With a cough, Lin Ming tore off a hunk of flesh from the heavenly winged eagle's back as he was sent soaring backwards by the strength of the blow. The heavenly winged eagle issued a pitifully keening cry. From an altitude of thousands of feet in the air, Lin Ming plummeted downwards. Seeing this, Huagong grinned maniacally. If one's cultivation wasn't at the Xiantian realm, then they wouldn't be able to fly. Let alone Lin Ming, even a peak Hotian realm master would die a horrible death if they fell from an altitude of thousands of feet. This murder was just too easy. Although he had already determined that Lin Ming would die, Huagong still rode the heavenly winged eagle to chase him down. Firstly, he had to receive proof of Lin Ming's death, and secondly, he would take his possessions. Lin Ming had a spatial ring and the heavy, profound, soft spear on his body. How could he miss such a great fortune? The speed at which Lin Ming was falling from the sky kept increasing. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already fallen several dozens of feet. As he frenziedly descended downwards, Lin Ming locked onto Huagong with his soul force. At this moment, he was filled with an incomparable calmness. Against a martial arts master who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, even his Thunderfire annihilation would be useless to defeat him. There would only be one chance to turn this defeat into victory. This would be a midair battle with his life on the line. If you want to kill me, then I'll drag you down with me. Lin Ming gripped the base of the heavy, profound, soft spear. The 9-foot-long spear began to emit a cold brightness on its spear point. Its murderous intent was overflowing. The crazily fluttering wind blew against him. Lin Ming began to fiercely revolve his true essence, and he brought forth a maddening amount. Concept of wind, golden rock, shattering the void. Lin Ming spread his arms wide. It was like an invisible and gentle force had been born underneath him, cradling Lin Ming in its grasp. His falling speed began to slow down. When Lin Ming had first comprehended the concept of wind within the violent wind tunnel, it was possible for him to let his body pause in the air for a moment. Now as he sailed amidst the wind and his strength had sharply risen, he was even more like a fish in water. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and his body suddenly rose up, flying directly towards Huagong. Huagong experienced a frightening shock as he rode the heavenly wind eagle. He had never even imagined that Lin Ming could use his own power to stay in the air. How was this possible? Even if it was Ouyang Dihua who had personally tasted the speed of Lin Ming's movements, he wouldn't have thought this was possible. Lin Ming's skill at movement had already reached the point of sailing in the wind. In the minds of most, only a Xiantian realm martial artist with incomparably thick true essence could fly. This was common sense. Has this boy reached the Xiantian realm? As soon as this thought flashed in Huagong's mind, he instantly rejected it. It was impossible. As Huagong remained dumbfounded by what was happening, Lin Ming had already rushed 100 feet towards him. He gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear with both arms, and his body's complete momentum came roaring out. Flood Dragon goes to sea. His spear shot out perpendicular to his arm. The keenly sharp true essence whistled as it tore through the air. The silver-white spear point was just like a blazing silver meteor that was rushing out. Huagong suddenly recovered his composure. He pulled out his long saber and gave a fierce shout. His saber slashed out at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. But at this moment, Lin Ming's hand that was holding the spear lowered, and the spear point thrust past the saber and straight into the heavenly wind eagle. This is bad. Huagong was taken aback. This was truly a rude awakening. Lin Ming's target was not him, but his mount. If he didn't have his mount, he would fall almost 1,000 feet and hit the ground before shattering into pieces. Just die! Huagong angrily shouted, and his saber cut out at Lin Ming. The saber had been kindled with a pyroclastic flame. If Lin Ming kept stabbing out, then his flame essence would absolutely severely injure or even kill Lin Ming. This was a fighting style that placed one's life on the line. Let's just see who is more willing to die. At this moment, Lin Ming's body flew backwards. Huagong's saber only cut air, but he was forced to draw back due to Lin Ming's attack. As long as the heavenly wind eagle was unharmed and they both reached the ground, then he would hold an overwhelming advantage. But at this moment, another unthinkable scene took place. Although Lin Ming had retreated, the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands suddenly stretched out. This was the skill of inscription, astral spear. The several dozen feet long astral spear was like a snow-colored bolt of lightning that shot out. The supplementary skill of inscription of the astral inscription symbol was the astral spear. This ability was able to condense true essence into a part of the spear itself. As long as one's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could infinitely extend it. Puff! The astral spear pierced through the heavenly wind eagle's body with no resistance, and cut through its heart and lungs. Screech! The heavenly wind eagle issued a wailing scream, and its body suddenly lost balance as it tumbled downwards. True essence manifestation. Flow like silk. Lin Ming did not give Huagong even the slightest chance to retaliate. The heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands began to violently shake, and vibrating true essence erupted from his spear as it began to realize into reality. More than 5,000 true essence filaments formed into 5,000 devilish flood dragons that broke into the heavenly winged eagle's body and tore apart all of its organs. Puff! The entire body of the heavenly winged eagle sprayed blood, and its entire body exploded in a sea of crimson as it died. You are courting death. Huagong's eyes turned red with rage. He jumped up using the broken body of the heavenly winged eagle and with the rebounding strength. He let out a scream and called another heavenly winged eagle towards him. How could Lin Ming not see through his intentions? He retracted his arms, raised another mass of true essence, and while pointing his long spear straight out, he thrust it at the second heavenly winged eagle. Stop! Hualong cried out in increasing panic. If this heavenly winged eagle were to die, then he would be finished. Red Lotus Purgatory. Huagong gave a loud shout and his body erupted in a raging inferno. As he wielded his saber, the red lotus began to bloom and the sky darkened. It was as if this red lotus was swallowing all the light of the sun. When Lin Ming had fought Zhu Yan had overdrawn his true essence in that final moment in order to use this move. But compared to Huagong now, whether it was his aura or deadliness of the flames, Zhu Yan's move was far weaker in all aspects. Seeing the burning hot red lotus fly straight at him, Lin Ming unfolded his arms as if here were a golden rock himself. Both feet moved in a straight manner, and his body was like a kite that flew off to the side. This was an airborne step of golden rock shattering the void imperial wind rock art. When Lin Ming had defeated Zhang Guanyu, he had combined the concept of wind with the foundation movement technique. Although he hadn't used any top-tier movement martial skill steps to win, that didn't mean that golden rock shattering the void did not have its own unique steps. Ha! The red lotus purgatory slid past Lin Ming's body. However, the energy contained within Huagong's move was simply too excessive and formidable. Even though Lin Ming had evaded the red lotus purgatory, he still felt the searing wind that was carried from the red lotus purgatory. At that time, blood painfully surged within his body and his body was sent tumbling around. Huagong took this opportunity to swing a whip, and the whip entangled itself around the last heavenly winged eagle's claws. Like this, his speed of descent slowed down. As he tumbled around, Lin Ming saw this and felt anxious. He didn't have much time left. They were now only a few hundred feet from the ground. Lin Ming flicked his hand and the heavy profound soft spear was withdrawn back into the spatial ring. Now that he was 1,200 genes lighter, Lin Ming's body felt light like a swallow. He raised his true essence again. Lin Ming stepped on air and moved straight towards the heavenly winged eagle. Fuck off! Huagong gripped the whip, and with a tug of his strength, he swung up from it. His body flew up at an angle towards Lin Ming, and he chopped out with a sizzling saber to cut Lin Ming in half. Huagong was truly a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Even if he was restricted in the air, he could still attack Lin Ming. Clang! As Huagong struck out with his saber, it still contained an immensely powerful force to it. Lin Ming had already pulled out the heavy profound soft spear to block the attack. With Huagong's body upside down, the billowing hot fire true essence burnt off his beard and all his hair. Lin Ming flew backwards in the air again. He raised his true essence to push down the roiling blood within his chest. His eyes locked onto the heavenly winged eagle. This distance was already past the limit that the astral spear could reach. His attack range was too low. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and drew out another weapon from his spatial ring. This weapon was another long spear. The spear was 8 feet 8 inches long. The shaft was a dark purple and the tip was a deep red. This spear was one he hadn't used in a long time. Penetrating rainbow. Die! Lin Ming bellowed. His strength of 8,000 genes erupted, and vibrating true essence rushed into the penetrating rainbow spear. He aimed at the heavenly winged eagle and shot out his spear. Whiz! The penetrating rainbow spear shattered the ear, sending out a screeching howl as if a sharp knife were scratching against ice. Listening to the horrifying sound, one could imagine the terrifying strength behind that spear. At this point, Huagong had already used his saber, and his momentum had dried up. In the air, he simply had nowhere he could leverage. He could only helplessly watch as the spear was fired out dozens of feet towards the heavenly winged eagle. Although the heavenly winged eagle was a third-level vicious beast, Lin Ming's strength had recently arrived at an exceedingly potent level. Having just swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, his vitality was like a burning stove. The penetrating rainbow spear that he threw out was nearly faster than the speed of sound. How could one possibly dodge it? Puff! The heavenly winged eagle was pierced like tofu by the penetrating rainbow spear. Blood spewed forth a dozen feet into the air. The speed of the penetrating rainbow didn't slow down. It passed through the heavenly winged eagle and kept soaring out into the sky. Ah! Hugong issued a furious scream of anger. He seized the whip and wanted to leverage it to cut towards Lin Ming again with his saber. But the heavenly winged eagle had already died. Hugong had no strength to initiate an attack. How could he catch Lin Ming, who had already comprehended the concept of wind? Hugong's saber uselessly cut air as he rapidly plummeted downwards. He was still 800 feet from the ground. Boy! I'll remember you! Hugong gave off an angry roar as he fell faster and faster. Lin Ming lifted his spear and pursued him. Although they were far from the ground, he didn't know if this height was enough to kill a man who was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Since it's like this, let me add to the fire. Lin Ming shook his heavy, profound, soft spear. Skill of inscription astral spear. The 100-foot astral spear formed. Lin Ming raised his arms and mercilessly thrust towards Hugong. Pong! This level of attack could not injure Hugong. He lifted his saber to fend off the spear. However, the moment he fended off the attack, Hugong's body was like a ball which had been struck. His falling speed exploded. Ah! I will tear you into a million pieces. Hugong called out in anger. Lin Ming simply ignored him. He crazily poured true essence into the heretical god seed's flame essence and thunder soul, brewing up and readying his own unique martial skill, Thunderbolt Annihilation. Take advantage of the moment and take his life. He had already made up his mind. Even if Hugong were to die from this fall, he would not give a single inch of mercy. He would use his strongest move. This Hugong was probably not much weaker than an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Ming didn't dare to hesitate at all. However, just as Hugong was about to hit the ground, Lin Ming's complexion changed. They were above a forest of the southern wilderness. In the moment that they fell into the forest, Hugong had flicked his whip and wrapped it around a branch of a thick tree. Damn it! Lin Ming cursed. He hadn't thought that the forest terrain would ruin everything that he had planned. Gotcha! Although Hugong had wrapped his whip around the branch of a tree, his falling speed was simply too fast. The branch broke under the strain of the pull, and Hugong fell to the ground with a very loud explosion, creating a human-shaped hole in the ground. Hugong had been badly injured. His internal organs were crushed, and he had broken several ribs. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He had been ready to run for his life, but now seeing that Hugong had been so miserably injured in the fall, he changed his mind. Destroy him while he's down, and eliminate the root before any more problems emerged. If he didn't, then Hugong would simply eat several top-quality pills and restore his true essence. Once that happened, he would still chase him down and murder him. Although Lin Ming had the advantage of being able to fly in the air, once his true essence was exhausted, he would inevitably fall down. If Hugong followed him on ground, he would catch up sooner or later. Die! Lin Ming clenched his teeth and put forth 120% of his strength. He dove down like a falcon from a height of several dozen feet in the air. He thrust his spear out in front of him. The thunder soul and flame essence within began to violently tremble. The calamitous forces of fire and thunder were like an unforgiving flow that were about to burst out. Heretical god force, open. The long spear aimed down and the spear point was aimed straight. The horrifying sound of thunder and fire fusing began to echo in the air. The heavy, profound, soft spear was just like a meteor that was intertwining with thunder and fire, blazing down. At this moment, the severely wounded Hugong suddenly flipped up. Seeing Lin Ming's spear coming at him, His expression was incomparably ugly. Although his internal organs were crushed and his ribs were broken, he still had the true essence protection of a half-step Hotion realm master flowing through his innards, skeleton, and muscles. With this durable true essence protection, he was able to barely staunch the severe wounds. He had wanted to play dead, as if he had been severely wounded to lure Lin Ming down, but hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive with his attack. Not only did he not investigate his wounds, but he had immediately used his finishing blow. Of course, to Huagong, who specialized in the art of fire, Lin Ming's so-called finishing blow that seemed to flow with some sort of flame simply looked like some second-rate skill. Humph, you are just some altering muscle stage junior and your cultivation is mediocre. You still dare to fight me with flame. Huagong sneered and his entire body combusted in a tornado of flames. Although he had truly been severely wounded, his cultivation was still a half-step into the Hotion realm. How could he fear a little junior at the altering muscle stage? Red Lotus demonic inflammation. Huagong gave a loud shout as a red lotus flower appeared out of thin air in front of him. Tongues of flame flowed along the flower petals like crimson snakes, pouring a massive amount of fire true essence into his saber until it turned a blazing red, as if it were about to melt. Poof! Just as he had used the red lotus demonic inflammation, Huagong spat out a mouthful of blood. With the severe wounds on his injured body, he was just barely able to support such a strong martial skill. Damn kid! He actually made me suffer such a heavy injury. I will kill him first before I find a place to heal myself. Thinking this, Huagong forcefully revolved his true essence and wielded his saber. Above the saber, a vast swirl of rolling flames spread through the air. The land underneath his feet was instantly burned black, and a crimson heat wave spread out in all directions. In every place this heat wave touched, the vegetation would all wither and finally combust into fiery flames, turning into nothing but ash. Compared to the flames on Lin Ming's spear, whether it was horrifically scorching aura or the intensity of flames that spread out in a terrifying heat wave, the red lotus demonic inflammation was far superior. However, even facing the formidable red lotus demonic inflammation, the flames in Lin Ming's spear seemed to contain their own strange aura, as if it were boiling. Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the fluctuating flames and bursts of rolling heat transmitting from his heart. It was as if the flame essence was dancing in excitement. Ha! When the spear and saber crossed each other, the twin energies of thunder and fire suddenly interwove. Thunder-fire annihilation. As the seemingly weak flame met the seemingly weak lightning, a dominant power suddenly erupted. For a time, it was as if all sound in the surroundings had been swallowed by some mystical force. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a bolt of silver light that roared out, tearing through the atmosphere. The interweaving energies of thunder and fire coalesced into a mysterious ball of light that shot out from the spear and directly clashed head-on against the red lotus demonic inflammation. Bang! There was a deafening explosion as if a raging bolt of thunder had struck. Raging true essence scattered in all directions like a tsunami of water crashing out from the epicenter of the explosion. Lin Ming was sent flying, tumbling backwards like a ragdoll. Even though Huagong was severely wounded, his move still had such power. As he tumbled back in the air, Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavy, profound, soft spear desperately swept out and mercilessly broke apart a large tree. Lin Ming gathered his strength after slowing his momentum and firmly managed to hold his body straight. He looked up to see Huagong standing where he had been. The land around him had become a scorched, sunken pit. Huagong's entire body was slick with blood, and he was kneeling on the ground and supporting himself with his long saber. This caused Lin Ming's heart to contract. A martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotion realm was actually formidable to this degree. Huagong had been severely injured, and not only that, but Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force and also used thunderfire annihilation. Still, he had failed to kill him. Lin Ming had consumed too much true essence, so he did not continue his attack. Instead, he took out a pure true essence stone and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula as he rapidly absorbed the true essence to restore his strength. But at this moment, Huagong suddenly grinned. Under his blackened lips, he revealed a row of glowing white teeth. To Lin Ming, that gruesome smile caused his heart to go cold. This fellow actually still had strength. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Is this really a martial skill that an altering muscle stage martial artist can release? It seems that I was the one who was not familiar with how the world has already changed. Good, very good. Today, even if I have to ruin my cultivation, I will kill you. Otherwise, if I let you live, there will be no end of my future troubles. Huagong let out another shout. His body began to burn once again with the red lotus demonic inflammation. But this time, the red lotus demonic inflammation was much weaker. As the fiery snakes twisted around his body, Huagong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already gone past his limit. I don't believe that you have the true essence to use that move again. Huagong tread both feet on the ground, and the charred land began to rupture. He rushed forwards, his blazing saber cutting forwards to take Lin Ming's head. At this moment of life or death, Lin Ming's mind was calm like ice. His right hand held out the heavy, profound, soft spear, and his left hand's thumb traced the spatial ring. He couldn't use Thunderfire Annihilation again, and it was also impossible for him to fend off Huagong's saber. Die for me! Huagong's saber chopped down. The hot air from the saber circled up into a violent tornado as it stirred up a scalding air current. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also thrust out his spear. Flow like silk. 5,000 strands of fierce true essence gushed out like a tide towards Huagong, and in the midst of this torrent was mixed in a small blue bead. Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. Bang! True essence detonated the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. At the same time, Lin Ming immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement ability, and flew backwards. In that flash, even the sun seemed to have lost all color. The countless dazzlingly bright rays were like golden swords that stabbed out in all directions. Lin Ming was struck by the shock wave of the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, in addition to the heat wave from Huagong's saber. Even though his physical body had been strengthened and he had the medium-grade human step purple gold flexible armor bestowed by the Crown Prince, his internal organs were still impacted by the terrifying backlash and he vomited blood. However, Huagong was even more miserable. He had almost run into the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. The endless torrents of wanton explosive energy had recklessly fallen on Huagong's body. Under the previous severe wounds he had taken, the true essence that protected his body was already weakened to the point that it couldn't take a normal strike, so how could he possibly defend against such a violent explosion? Huagong's chest had been completely blown open into stringy pulp. His blood mixed with meat bits had been sent scattering about. Huagong was sent flying backwards until he struck a large tree, and with a harsh crashing sound, the thick trunk of the large tree was cracked in half by the force of the collision. Huagong was like a dead dog as he tumbled several dozen feet on the ground, before coming to a slow stop. His long saber spun in a few circles before it sunk into the ground. How could I? Like this? Huagong was unwilling to admit this situation, and he tried to crawl up. However, his heart and lungs had already exploded within his chest. His blood stained the land and his life was slowly leaking away. I am actually going to die at an altering muscle martial artist's hands? I refuse. Huagong reached out a hand as if he wanted to grasp the saber that had sunk into the ground. But then he spat one last mouthful of blood and his body went limp. He had died. It was a pity that he didn't know that Lin Ming still possessed the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. In addition to the severe wounds he had, his perception had also been dulled. Otherwise he would have found the trap that had been hidden within Lin Ming's true essence. Alas, this was simply fate. Ouyang Dihua would never have dreamed that Lin Ming was able to comprehend his own unique martial skill that was almost the exact same as the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead. The result was that Ouyang Dihua had thought that Lin Ming had used the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, as if he were enjoying it for fireworks. Oh, Kacha! The sky flashed with blood-red lightning. Soon after, it began to rain. The southern wilderness had a humid climate, and there were often thunderstorms. The torrential downpour of rain washed away the remaining vestiges of blood. Lin Ming dragged the heavy profound soft spear and limped over, wounded, to Huagong's side. After taking some healing pills, Lin Ming sat down in the middle of a mud puddle and let the pattering rain wash over his wounded body. This rain actually helped me, Lin Ming quietly muttered to himself. After he was caught in the shockwaves from the explosions, his injuries were simply too heavy. In the southern wilderness, there were countless roaming vicious beasts. If blood drifted out, then it would certainly attract many vicious beasts here. With Lin Ming's current condition, if he had to face many vicious beasts, the outcome could be imagined. A life and death battle. That was too close. This was the first time that Lin Ming had ever killed another man. However, he didn't have any particular feelings towards this. He had chosen to travel down the path of martial artists. Sooner or later, he would have encountered situations where he would have to kill others. Lin Ming had long since come to terms with this reality. Not only that, but in the 10,000 killing array when he had killed the phantom martial artists inside, that feeling had been completely real. There was no difference between that and actually killing someone. Lin Ming was very thankful that he had obtained the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead from his duel with Zhang Guanyu. In terms of power, the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was slightly weaker than his own Thunderfire Annihilation. However, this time, Huagong's true essence protection had already been reduced to being no more defensive than paper, and thus was unable to block the fatal explosion from the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. After a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, their physical strength would not change too much. If they didn't have true essence protecting them, then a Hotian Realm Master and a pulse condensation period martial artist's defensive capabilities would be the same. Why did this person want to kill me? Who ordered him? Ouyang Dihua? Or was it the Allied Trade Association? Lin Ming recalled his meeting with Xianxia. Bai Luo's illusion had simply been too profound, and his voice, appearance, temperament, and even body odor were all consistent with Xianxia's. Even though Lin Ming's perception was much higher than a martial artist at the same level, he too was unable to see through it. But now that Lin Ming recalled the time he had faced Xianxia, he remembered he had felt there was something off. This was just an intuition of his. As Huagong mentioned this a moment ago, Lin Ming suddenly realized what he had neglected. That was Zither Heart. Xianxia's Zither Heart was similar to a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was an unshakable embodiment of his will. The first time that Lin Ming had seen Xianxia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him, as if there was some vast wave that lay in the depths of his heart. This was Xianxia's Zither Heart. But the second time that he had seen Xianxia, it was different. Although his appearance, voice, temperament, and even scent were the same, he was actually missing that Zither Heart. I see, so it was like that. There was someone masquerading as Xianxia. What kind of camouflage technique could be realistic to this point? And they actually dared to pose as Xianxia. This person must have known that Xianxia had already left the Seven Profound Martial House. Otherwise, he would never have even an ounce of courage to pretend to be him. Xianxia moves around from place to place so much that not even the Allied Trade Association has the ability to find out where he is. It can only be someone high up within the Seven Profound Martial House, like Ouyang Dihua. That fake Xianxia might have even been Ouyang Dihua himself. He could have learned some profound and mysterious transfiguration technique from the Seven Profound Valleys to fool me. It seems that the Seven Profound Decree is also fake, and the whole mess with Holua Nation and the Seraphic Pond and the quota of people were also fabricated by him. Lin Ming took the Seven Profound Decree from his spatial ring and ruefully smiled. He had only just glanced at the Seven Profound Decree one time, so he hadn't been able to figure out if this one was real or fake. As Lin Ming was figuring out everything that happened, he felt a sudden shaking in his chest. His heart began to rapidly beat, and heat flowed through his blood to all his limbs. Flame Essence. Lin Ming searched inside his body and discovered that the heretical god seed's flame essence was very excited, as if it had just encountered something new. It was like a happy puppy that kept jumping up and down without being able to calm down. This little fellow, what's he doing? Lin Ming, though, that was peculiar. Originally the Thunder Soul was the more lively and active one, And the flame essence was usually sitting calmly around, so why was it so jumpy today? Thinking back on this, when he had used Thunderfire Annihilation a moment ago, the flame essence had been exceptionally excited, and the fires that it had produced were much more formidable than in the past. Could it be Red Lotus demonic inflammation? Lin Ming's memories flashed before his eyes. Of course, he was so silly. Since the flame essence was able to absorb lava fire, then it could absorb other types of fires. He hadn't thought that the Red Lotus demonic inflammation technique that Huagong had released a moment ago was a type of energy that he could have absorbed. But now that Huagong had died, how could he absorb it? The flame essence shouldn't be so excited without a good reason. It must have found something interesting. Aware of this, Lin Ming began to probe Huagong's corpse with his soul force. Since Huagong had died, his soul had dissipated. So Lin Ming was able to drive his soul force straight into the body and investigate. Here it is. Lin Ming drew a dagger and picked at a part of Huagong's right hand. A red bead of burning flames immediately jumped out. Although this bead had been buried within Huagong's flesh, there wasn't the slightest bit of blood staining it. As the fire bead appeared, it suddenly flew up, trying to escape. However, Lin Ming had already trapped it with his true essence. Once he obtained the fire bead, the flame essence within Lin Ming's heretical god seed became even more agitated, as if it couldn't wait to devour it. Is this also a flame essence? Lin Ming looked at the fire bead and found that there was an exquisitely beautiful lotus flower carved upon it. Obviously, this was the so-called red lotus. No, this isn't a flame essence. This should be a hollow flame essence. A flame essence was not easy to form. The only reason that the flame essence within Lin Ming's body had formed was because he had the mystical secret skill, heretical god force, which was powerful to the extent of going against heaven's will. It was easier said than done to find a flame essence that had naturally formed in nature. There were many refiners and alchemists who had searched their entire lives for a flame essence and had only ended up empty-handed. Huagong's cultivation had also just barely brushed against the Hotian realm. With his cultivation, the only way that he could obtain a flame essence was by having a fortuitous event. However, since he was a refiner, Huagong must have had a way to control fire. Huagong had managed to obtain a wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. Although the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame was a high-grade flame, in the end a mere flame was still a flame. It was impossible for it to be eternal like a true flame essence. It would slowly wither and fade away with time. However, a true flame essence would never be extinguished. If one didn't want it to fade away, then one could only constantly refine it. Huagong had paid a great price to collect various fire attribute materials in order to refine and stabilize the wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. During this period, he even had to steal a material from his sect, and thus broke sect rules and was expelled, then was forced to flee the 7 profound valleys. After endlessly refining all sorts of precious materials into a high-grade flame, it would eventually become a hollow flame essence, otherwise known as an artificial flame essence. A hollow flame essence could exist for hundreds of years. During this time, in order to maintain its great power, one had to constantly refine materials into it. A hollow flame essence was far inferior to a true flame essence. A true Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence could casually release Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Just by taking one of these wisps of flames and adding many fire attribute materials, one could create a hollow flame essence. But the flames that a Red Lotus demonic inflammation hollow flame essence released were not Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Rather, they were just flames that were slightly superior to ordinary flames. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's cultivation, how could he possibly resist it? Although this is a hollow flame essence, there are countless flame attribute exotic materials and treasures refined within it. It is an absolutely nourishing flame attribute material. Who knew what sort of great price that dead man paid in order to create this hollow flame essence, and yet I obtained it at such a cheap price. Then I shall help myself to it. Lin Ming was blunt. He directly absorbed the Red Lotus hollow flame essence within him. The hollow flame essence was sucked into Lin Ming's heart, where it was immediately overpowered by the brutal force of the heretical god seed. Shortly thereafter, The little flame essence that was in the heretical god seed became like a greedy little kitten as it madly rushed forwards, already eagerly impatient. Puff! The tiny flame essence submerged itself into the red lotus fire bead that was several thousands of times larger than itself. The hollow flame essence began to violently tremble in a dramatic last stand of resistance as it continually flickered like a candle wick in wind. The hollow flame essence fiercely struggled, but no matter how it fought, its efforts were ultimately futile. This process lasted for half an incense stick of time. The hollow flame essence began to gradually shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, until it was eventually all sucked into that little flame essence. The little flame essence had grown up just a bit. It was originally the size of a spark, but now it had become as large as a sesame seed. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. The red lotus fire bead may not have been large, but the fire attribute energy within was much purer than the lava fire inside the lava cave, and also much more powerful. After all, it had come from a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm, and was also the result of decades of grueling accumulation of all sorts of materials and other rare items. Still, even after it was absorbed by the little flame essence, that flame essence had only grown a bit. It seemed that, in order to foster its growth, he would have to spend a great deal of effort. If that little flame essence one day grew up, its power would inevitably be on an extremely terrifying level. For instance, a high-grade flame essence like the Red Lotus Demonic Inflammation Flame Essence was a dream that not even legendary Xianxia masters would dare to hope for. Once this sort of flame essence appeared in the world, it would set off an apocalyptic storm of bloody terror. Lin Ming could not help but think of the future fascinating possibilities. What if he was able to obtain the Red Lotus Demonic Inflammation Flame Essence and let his tiny fire essence absorb it? What would happen then? Or what if he was able to obtain some sort of strange exotic thunder soul, for instance, some kind of divine lightning or evil expelling purple lightning, and then let his tiny thunder soul absorb it? What sort of effect would there be then? If he used thunderfire annihilation after that, what sort of effect would he be able to achieve? Lin Ming couldn't help but be inspired. Perhaps even a mighty Xiantian master would immediately be destroyed in the resulting blasé. As Lin Ming was thinking of all these fantastic scenarios, he caught a glimpse of a long saber sticking out of the ground. This long saber was Huagong's weapon. Lin Ming pulled the saber out of the ground to take a look. The saber was white like snow and had an iridescent shimmer. Good saber! Lin Ming couldn't help but admire such a weapon. This was a high-grade human step treasure. It was something that originated from a large sect. Its power was simply terrifying. That fellow was simply oozing money. Lin Ming helped himself to the saber and placed it within his spatial ring. Then, his gaze shifted to Huagong's spatial ring that had dropped. If he killed someone and didn't take their goods, that would simply be wasting everyone's time. Medium-grade human step spatial ring. Lin Ming was overjoyed. This space within this ring was at least 5 or 6 times larger than his own low-grade human step spatial ring. Not only that, but it was also more stable and would last for 7,000 or 8,000 more years. This sort of treasure was very practical for Lin Ming's use. As he gathered more and more items, Lin Ming found that he was beginning to lack space within his own spatial ring. Because small dimensions were not compatible with each other, he couldn't place a spatial ring within another spatial ring. Therefore, he had a number of spatial rings that he could only keep in his hand. But this wasn't very convenient. Lin Ming sank his soul force into the spatial ring. As he took a sweep around, he suddenly gasped. Heavens! There were actually several dozens of treasures inside. The majority of these were low-grade human step treasures. However, there were also 2 medium-grade human step treasures. These low-grade human step treasures were new and didn't have any inscriptions on them. But the 2 medium-grade treasures had seen some use. Yes, it seems this fellow was a refiner. Only a refiner or alchemist would spend so much time and effort in order to breed their own hollow flame essence. There are about 30 low-grade human step treasures here that are brand new. Obviously, they are something that he refined himself. As for the medium-grade treasures, they shouldn't have been something that he was able to make. Normally, one would need to be a Hotian realm martial artist in order to create medium-grade human step treasures. As for high-grade human step treasures, those were things that could only be created by a Xianxian realm master, and that was why the corresponding price was so exorbitantly high. Lin Ming continued to probe the spatial ring. Besides the treasures, there were also several 10,000 gold tail banknotes, and also a heavy bag of true essence stones. He took the bag out. There were actually over 100 pure true essence stones that were worth 1,000 gold tails each inside. This refiner was really rich, Lin Ming said with happiness. These true essence stones were enough for him to use for a very long while. I should sell the treasures that this fellow made for money and exchange them for true essence stones and other things. Although a refiner would have a lot of money, they also spent money quickly because they had to purchase various materials to refine. This fellow had also bought up various flame attribute materials in order to refine his hollow flame essence. These were not small expenses. Besides these treasures and true essence stones, there was nothing more of value. There was a jade slip with a cultivation method inside, and there were also some fire attribute materials that were apparently to be used to raise the hollow flame essence. Lin Ming absorbed these materials into the heretical god seed and turned them all into the flame essence's nutrients. As for the jade slip, he glanced at it once and wasn't too interested. It was a medium-grade human step cultivation method. Of course, if he were to sell it, he could obtain a great deal of money. After Lin Ming had inventoried everything, the most precious things that he had found were the high-grade human step treasure saber and the spatial ring itself. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh! Lin Ming put away the spatial ring and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment, a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh! He saw that the flame had taken on a deep garnet color, and snakes of flames seemed as if they were the petals of a blooming lotus flower. Obviously, his flames had taken on some of the characteristics of the red lotus demonic inflammation. Even with such a tiny surge of flames, it still created a whistling heat wave that flooded the area like a soaring tide of fire. Lin Ming was stirred. He took a sharp steel dagger from his spatial ring and passed it through the flames. In only a few breaths of time, the edge of the knife had actually turned red as it softened, and finally melted into a lump of liquid steel. Lin Ming was elated. The new flames that he conjured were on a much higher level than those of the lava fire flames. Although the burning lava was hot, it still wasn't enough to melt steel. Lin Ming waved his hand and a wisp of flame fell onto Huagong's corpse. With a shishi sound, Huagong's corpse was quickly enveloped by this dark red flame. Since this flame was easily able to melt steel, its effects on a human body could be imagined. In a mere moment, Huagong had turned into ashes, without even a bone remaining. Lin Ming casually shook his sleeve, and a cool breeze blew away the ashes. The corpse was gone without a single trace. After all this, Lin Ming began to search for the penetrating rainbow spear that he had thrown. This spear had been at Lin Ming's side through thick and thin. Although he didn't have much use for it these days, he still wasn't willing to discard it just like that. However, to search for a spear in the vast forest was easier said than done. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already used the penetrating rainbow spear for some time, and his true essence had been repeatedly poured into it, so there should still have been a residual trace of true essence within the spear. Lin Ming was able to follow this small trace of true essence. Finally, amidst a pile of weeds, he found the penetrating rainbow spear nearly completely submerged in mud. After taking back the penetrating rainbow spear, Lin Ming began to formulate a plan on how to deal with Ouyang Dihua. Regardless of whether it was power or influence, Ouyang Dihua had the advantage in all fields. If he returned to the Seven Profound Martial House like this, he would easily lose, and might even be killed by Ouyang Dihua. Strength. I have to grasp more strength, and then return to the Seven Profound Martial House to get revenge for what happened on this day. Lin Ming simply decided to stay in the southern wilderness. Here was a good land to gain experiences and grow. The southern wilderness was 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide. It was located southwest of Sky Fortune Kingdom. The land here was not in the sphere of influence of the seven profound valleys. There were no countries in the southern wilderness. Rather, there were individual tribes that were scattered around. The mainland referred to these tribes as groups of barbarians, and thought that they lacked ethics and ate birds and animals raw. It was true they had different moral principles. However, it was false that they ate birds and animals raw. The people of the southern wilderness would often marry close relatives. To those that lived in the mainland, this was an outrageous and sacrilegious affront to their sensibilities. The girls of the southern wilderness were extremely bold in their choice of clothing. They often only wore animal skins or thin linens to cover their most vital parts. With such simple dress, there wasn't much that was hidden, and it often caused those watching to fall into daydreams. The girls of the southern wilderness were the healthy color of wheat. They were mostly tall and slim with slender and fit legs. Daggers were tied to their legs by animal skins, and they wore ivory jewelry fashioned from the bones of vicious beasts on their neck and wrists. There was a certain exotic charm to this. Lin Ming had already been in the southern wilderness for 5 days. He had walked south from the forest for the entire time, and had finally seen his first southern tribe. In those past 5 days, Lin Ming had killed almost 100 vicious beasts on his way there. Where he was now was only at the southern edge of a great mountain range. The vicious beasts here were not ranked too highly. The strongest vicious beast he had encountered along the way was only equal to a bone-forging stage martial artist. This sort of vicious beast posed no threat at all to Lin Ming. After walking through the wild forests for such a long time, Lin Ming finally saw the telltale smoke signs of human civilization. Lin Ming let out a breath in relief and didn't say anything else. He was simply tired of the diet that he had been eating these days. Except for the vicious beast meat, there were only wild fruits. The most notable problem was that there was no salt, so everything he tasted was bland. This tribe probably had little more than 1,000 people. As Lin Ming walked into the tribe, he suddenly felt a wave of exotic and adventurous wind. Here there were huts and tents large and small. All the pointy tents were embroidered with fascinating designs, such as vicious beasts, totems, mythical demon lords, and phoenixes. Between the tents on the road, there were traders wearing southern clothing and carrying bamboo poles. They sold a wide variety of products, such as fine bone jewelry, handmade knives, bows and arrows, rare animal skins, bird-feathered hats, and so on. Of the southern people that Lin Ming encountered on the way, most of them had training in martial arts. In the southern wilderness, the forests were thick with vegetation and thorns, and vicious beasts eternally haunted the lands. The people of the southern wilderness often had to fight with vicious beasts, and gradually, over time, this caused the physical strength and martial arts cultivation talent of the southern people to generally be better than those of the mainland. As Lin Ming was looking for a vendor to buy a few jeans of salt, he saw a young, slim girl, about 16 or 17 years old with a smiling face as radiant as a flower beckoned to him. She pointed to herself and then pointed to inside of her tent. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned before he snapped back to reality. The social customs of the southern wilderness were very open and lax. Regarding marriages, besides important people of clans and tribes, it was simply not fixed for ordinary people. They would often implement a sort of walking marriage matriarchal system society. When a man and woman met in a situation that they were attracted to each other, then the man would spend a pleasurable night at the woman's sleeping place, and then he would leave at dawn the next day. If there was a child, then the bride's family would raise the it. This was the first time that Lin Ming had encountered such a thing. He awkwardly waved his hands with some embarrassment. He did not plan to leave a child in the southern wilderness and then wash his hands of any responsibility. The young girl's face was colored with disappointed, and she bitterly pulled down the tent's curtain. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Lin Ming felt something. He noted that not too far away were 2 girls and 2 men. The 2 men looked to be 30 or 40 years old. One was bald, and had very hard and ferocious features. He was big and tall, and carried a 10-foot-long mace on his back. The other man was just the opposite. He was thin and small of build, and he wore leather armor. There was a small axe on his back. His face was lean and sunken, not unlike a monkey. What caused Lin Ming to be surprised was that these two homely men both had an impressive cultivation at the peak bone forging stage. It was quite unusual for two bone forging stage martial artists to suddenly appear in a small tribe with only 1,000 people. Lin Ming's gaze shifted to the two girls. Although these two girls were only around 14 or 15 years old, their cultivation was already at the viscera training stage. To Lin Ming, this was even more startling. For a 14 or 15-year-old to reach the viscera training stage, this degree of success could only be achieved by a junior of an aristocratic family in the Sky Fortune Kingdom with at least a superior 4th-grade talent. For two girls with at least a superior 4th-grade talent and two men at the bone forging stage to appear in a small tribe with 1,000 people was just too irrational. Perhaps these two are also outsiders, Lin Ming guessed. While Lin Ming noticed these two bone forging stage men, they also noticed Lin Ming. The bald guy sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. Big brother, this boy is at the altering muscle stage. He meets our requirements. The monkey-faced man nodded and replied with a true essence sound transmission. How lucky. It seems that this boy is also only 15 or 16 years old. With such a cultivation at his young age, he is probably the son of some large aristocratic family. This little boy is inexperienced and arrogant. It will be easy to make him swallow the bait. Hee. I'll go up and call him. Once the matter is finished, we'll kill him. There are definitely many good things on his body. After we steal all of them, then us brothers will have all the benefit. Wait until he's out of here before we talk to him. If we are seen by others, then it will be bad. This boy surely has some sort of powerful background. If we are discovered by them, then it will be the end for us. All right, I know. The bald man licked his lips, a bit impatient. The monkey-faced man also licked his laps. He turned to the two girls behind them. Speaking to the older girl in front, he smiled and said, Miss Na-e, we will rest for tonight in this tribe. I'll have to trouble you to guide us again tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as we find the sorcerer's holy land, I shall release you and your little sister. Of course, if you plan on playing some dirty trick on us, then, haha, don't blame us for being rude. You may or may not know, but a pair of witch sisters will sell for a very high price in Huolua Nation. The monkey-faced man smiled deviantly, and the young girl named Na-e could only stare at him. Her eyes were cold like the 9th layer of the abyss, and her little sister Na-shue's face whitened. If it were just Na-e, then she would have no fear to fight to the death. However, now she had her little sister with her, so she had no recourse but to submit to these two wicked men. Of these two girls, one was the elder sister, Na-e, who was 15 years old. The younger sister was named Na-shue and was 14 years old. These two girls were originally the tribal witches of the southern wilderness. Most southern tribes were matriarchal societies. The supreme power of these tribes was a woman, known as the Witch Queen. Most of the clans and tribes of the southern wilderness believed in the faith of the sorcerer. The Witch Queen was considered the messenger of the sorcerer, and thus was also the tribe's greatest leader. A witch was a candidate for the next Witch Queen. A Witch Queen was not a hereditary position. For witches to be chosen, there was a very complex set of rules. Two girls were identified as witches at birth. If no accident happened, then they would enter into the sorcerer holy land when they were 16 years old and inherit the sacred inheritance of the sorcerer's mysterious power. Then, according to the sorcerer's decision, one of the two witches would be chosen as the successor and become the next Witch Queen. However, when Na-e was only 14 years old, her tribe had been wiped out by a rare great flood of vicious beasts. In the southern wilderness, there were countless vicious beasts. Occasionally there would be massive riots of these vicious beasts that would form into a vicious beast flood. In a large-scale beast flood, there might possibly be as many as tens of millions of vicious beasts. It was enough to completely annihilate a tribe that was even millions of people strong. After Na tribe had been decimated by the beast flood, there was simply nothing left of the tribe, and not even 10% had survived. At that time, The nearby fire worm tribe had taken advantage of the fact that they were ruined to launch an attack. The fire worm tribe believed in shamanism, so they had different tribal beliefs. Not only that, but they also had many conflicts of interest, and there was always friction between the two. Since the beast flood had already weakened Na tribe, they were unable to resist the advancement of the fire worm tribe. As a result, Na tribe experienced a complete genocide. However, the two sisters Na-I and Na-Shui were the hope of Na tribe. Before the outbreak of war, they had already been sent off. But they had left the wolves just to enter the tiger's den. The two sisters had been kidnapped by the bald man and the monkey-faced man. Their goal was simple. It was Na tribe's sorcerer holy land. The Na tribe's sorcerer holy land was a hallowed ground that only the current witch queen and her successors knew the location of. This land was the tribe's ultimate legacy. Inside was contained the mysterious power of the sorcerer. Foreigners were absolutely not allowed to enter, otherwise that would desecrate the land of the sorcerer and blaspheme his name. Although her tribe had already perished, Na-I would rather die in order to maintain the long-gone glory of her people. But now, her younger sister had fallen into the hands of these two beasts, and thinking of the tragically pitiful fate that would befall her little sister was like a sizzling knife that pierced Na-I's heart. She could do naught but repeatedly delay her compromise in order to protect her. The monkey-faced man had found out that Na-I was intentionally delaying, so he had given her a warning earlier. Hee, big brother, if I don't give these two little girls a taste of what we can do, then they won't know just how fierce us double demons of the southern wilderness are. Tonight, I will bring the younger girl into a room to train well, and show her what it means to be a woman. As the bald man said this, he leered at Na Shui with an obscene smile. Pitiful Na Shui paled, hiding behind Na-I as she shivered. If you dare to touch her, I will immediately cut off my meridians and die, Na-I said as she stepped back, one hand protecting her little sister and the other clenched against her chest. She gritted her teeth and began to revolve the true essence within her body. Her angry eyes were the same as a small leopard as she glared at the bald man. There was no doubt about it. She was someone who could follow up on her words. The bald man's aura was weakened as Na-I stared him down. He bitterly stepped back. Although his strength far surpassed Na-I, if they compared their aura, then he had not been able to suppress her. Number 2, don't mess with the sisters. Only the elder sister knows the way to open the path to the sorcerer holy land. If she commits suicide, then we won't be able to get anything at all. When we succeed in obtaining the power of the sorcerer, then your strength will rise to the pulse condensation period. At that time, you can have any woman you desire. You have to look forward to the goal ahead. The monkey-faced man said with a true essence voice transmission. I was just thinking that, the bald man muttered as he lasciviously licked his lips. I don't really care about the younger one, but that Na-I, which is someone I don't usually see. I like her strong temper. If I could bring her to bed, then she would be surely full of flavor. In the evening, Lin Ming spent the night at an inn within the small tribe. The next day, he bought a tent, rope, a variety of antidotes, and deworming wine before he once again entered into the forest of the wilderness. The wild forest was not dense. Rather, it was often dotted with large tracts of grasslands and marshes. Lin Ming left the tribe and walked for about a quarter of an hour. Gradually, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of hoofbeats behind him. After a little time, 4 people on deep red mountain horses rode up in Lin Ming's sight. They were the 2 men and 2 young girls that he had seen yesterday. These 4 people were probably deliberately following me. Lin Ming had a very strong perception. When he was buying things on the street, he had noticed 2 men hiding in the inn and occasionally peeking out to observe him. As they caught up with Lin Ming, the 2 men reined in their horses and heartily laughed as they dismounted. The waxy monkey-faced man warmly asked, "Little brother, are you out for an adventure?" Lin Ming cupped his hands together in greeting and said, "Yes. I heard that the southern wilderness had a rich wealth of hidden treasures, so I came here to test my own luck. I wanted to see if I can obtain any medicinal grasses that I can use for elixirs, while gaining some experience." The bald man laughed as he heard this and then growled, "Little brother, you've come to the right place. The southern wilderness is incomparably vast. There are countless rare birds and beasts here, and endless amounts of precious materials and treasures. However, there are also many dangers and the terrain is complex. It's very easy to get lost here. Little brother, if this is your first time coming to the southern wilderness, then how about traveling with us? We are very familiar with the surrounding areas, and our strength is also decent. How about it?" As the two men spoke, Lin Ming noticed that the little girl behind the man was anxiously biting her lip. She was looking at him with wide eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of distress, confusion, and fear within them. Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seems as if this little girl has something to say, but she can't say it. Is it because she fears these two men? It looks like the relationship between the two girls and these two men isn't friendly. As Lin Ming thought this, he secretly scanned the two men. These two men had a very fierce air around them. They seemed to be in a hurry to have Lin Ming go along with them. Their motivations were extremely suspicious. Otherwise, why would two peak-bone forging martial artists try to pull in a boy that was only at the altering muscle stage? That was purely looking for trouble. Interesting. What do these people want? To kill me and take my possessions? Lin Ming maintained a composed expression. He neither agreed nor refused. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to simply kill these two peak-bone forging martial artists, so he wasn't afraid that they might have some diabolical plan they wanted to hatch. The monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming hesitate and hurriedly said, "Doesn't little brother wish to go deep within the southern wilderness to explore? There are many centuries-old herbs there, such as ginseng, lingji, and other plants. We brothers are going on a treasure hunt at an ancient site, but that site has an array formation that takes at least 3 martial artists whose cultivation is at the altering muscle stage or above to open. If you go with us, then when we obtain the treasure, we will give 20% to you. How about it?" The monkey-faced man quickly gave a half-explanation as he found that Lin Ming seemed suspicious of them. But as he faced the monkey-faced man, Lin Ming had actually already used true essence sound transmission to speak to the two little girls behind him. He asked, "Are these two men your companions?" Seeing the two girls not respond, Lin Ming guessed that they weren't able to return a message through true essence sound transmission. He asked a different question. If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink both eyes. As Lin Ming said this, the older girl didn't have any expression, but the slightly more childish-looking one blinked both eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ming was suddenly aware of the situation. These two men were not good people. Are they holding you by force? If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink 2 eyes. The little girl blinked one eye. They really were being forcefully held by these two men. Lin Ming thought that things were finally becoming interesting. What reason was there for these two men to kidnap these two young girls? Were they planning on selling them to martial artists to use for some nefarious reason? Was it true that they are going to some ancient site to look for treasures? This time the little girl immediately blinked one eye. It seemed that there was indeed some ancient site. He said that he needed 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage to open the array formation of that ancient site. Is this also true? The little girl blinked her eye again. This time, the older girl glared at the younger one, and the little girl suddenly acted as if there was a child that had done something wrong, and timidly lowered her head. Lin Ming was a bit puzzled. What was the matter between these 4 people? At this moment, a girl's voice sounded in his mind. Although this voice was young, it was very chilling. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and leave. If you go now, then it might not be too late. Lin Ming looked at the older girl with incredulity. Unbelievable. She obviously could use true essence sound transmission, so why didn't she speak to him before? He hadn't thought that this harmless-looking girl would speak a few words in such an icy tone the first time she opened her mouth. At this time, the two men suddenly realized that Lin Ming was speaking to Na-Yi through true essence sound transmission. The monkey-faced man cunningly smiled. With a half-step, he and the bald man had already assumed a pincer-like position around Lin Ming and had sealed his path. He still asked in an agreeable manner, "Little brother, how about it? Would you like to go with us? The bald man also smiled and said, Little brother, you should seriously consider this. Otherwise you might regret it. Although these two men were smiling, their fake expressions contained a faint hint of murderous intent. They had never considered Lin Ming a threat in their minds. To them, he was only a little boy at the altering muscle stage, while they were two peak-bone forging martial artists. To deal with him would a simple task. However, these two men didn't know that Lin Ming also had a similar plan. With his Thunderfire Annihilation, he could kill a pulse condensation martial artist, and these two men were only at the peak-bone forging stage. He probably wouldn't even need to use Thunderfire Annihilation in order to kill them. What he was interested in was the ancient site. If he killed these two fellows now, then he wouldn't have anyone to bring him there. Listening to these two, it seemed that it was true that there needed to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage working together. If he eliminated them both, then he wouldn't have any method to enter. Lin Ming decided to use their own plan against them. He would pretend that he was some useless rich junior of some large family that had never seen the world, and then let these two men relax their guard. If these two men still dared to do anything once they reached the ancient site, then Lin Ming didn't mind lending them a hand and sending them on their way to hell. Of course, he would also take the treasure there while he was at it. Now, the girl's icy-sounding true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind again. I asked you to leave and yet you didn't, and still talked so much nonsense. Now they suspect that you know something. It's already impossible for them to let you go. You can only hope for the best from here on out. After this, the older girl no longer spoke. Her cute and pretty face had gone as cold as ice. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He hadn't denied anything or said he was going to do anything. In fact, he was prepared to take a nice trip with these two men. What treasures would there be at the end of this ancient site? What was the risk factor and just what dangers were there? Lin Ming had many doubts, but it appeared that the older girl wasn't willing to answer him. The little girl seemed more agreeable, but she could only blink. If he asked these questions, then it would be impossible for him to get a clear answer just from her blinking eyes. Thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly acted bashful, and gratefully smiled as he said, "Two big brothers are very gracious. This is truly the first time that I've come to the southern wilderness, and I am unfamiliar with the land and the people. Also, my cultivation isn't high, and the road is surrounded with danger. If two big brothers are willing to take me, then that would really be too good." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the monkey-faced man was a bit taken aback. Was this fellow stupid, or just fake stupid? It doesn't matter if he's truly stupid or just acting stupid. He's still only a little boy at the altering muscle stage. There are no tricks that he can play. I'll have to keep watch over him so he doesn't have any chance to use a sound-transmitting talisman. After another day of going through the wild forest, we'll be far past the range of any common sound-transmitting talisman. When that happens, he'll be nothing more than a slab of meat. I'll cut him however I want to cut him. The monkey-faced man thought this and said, "Little brother, my last name is Zhou. This fellow here is my brother. It's fine if you call him Baldy." "Great. My last name is Mo. I am called Mo Lin." Lin Ming casually quoted a random name. The southern wilderness was incomparably vast and there were countless tribes. Even Ouyang Dihua would have difficulty finding him even if he knew he was down here. Still, Lin Ming didn't want to provoke any unnecessary troubles. "Little brother Mo, let's go. Miss Na-yi, I'll have to trouble you to ride the same horse as your younger sister." Na-yi maintained her calm as she switched horses. For Lin Ming, she could only sigh. Was this young man an idiot? Or was he just clueless and blindly optimistic to this extent? Did he really think that the double devils of the southern wilderness would actually let him off afterwards? However, the fate of Na-yi and her sister was also unclear. How could she worry about others? Oh! In the group of 5, Lin Ming rode a short-legged mountain horse all the way up. Although the horse was slow, it had very good endurance, and it was able to go over hills and crags just like they were flat land. Slowly, the surrounding plant life became increasingly lush and vibrant. When he had first entered the southern wilderness, The trees had been sparse and the terrain was mostly marshes and grasslands. But now, the forest was so thick that even the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. The entire forest was dark as dusk, and the grass was as high as a human. In this high grass, there were often lurking vicious pythons. If a martial artist of insufficient cultivation walked inside, it would be very easy for them to be killed. The bald man was the vanguard. Leading the way with his saber, the monkey face brought up the rear, and Lin Ming and the two sisters were protected in the middle. Before they found the sorcerer Holy Land, the security of the three with lower cultivations was very important. Little brother, lend a hand. We should get out of this high grass before night falls, otherwise it will be very dangerous. With just me leading the way, it is very slow, the bald guy said to Lin Ming as he waved his saber around. This sort of grass was very dense and lush. It intertwined together again, and was also extremely tough. If one didn't cut it open, then it would be impossible for the horses to pass. Oh, all right, Lin Ming responded, and slowly took out a medium-grade human-step treasure saber from his spatial ring. This saber was a weapon that Huagong had left behind in his spatial ring when he died. The design of the saber was very simple, and the scabbard was a finely designed sheath of snakeskin. It had obviously seen some use over the years. About 5 inches from the saber point was a crimson-colored inscription symbol. This inscription symbol was a fire attribute symbol that increased the true essence flow by 40%. Just the cost of the inscription symbol must surpass 10,000 gold taels. Obviously, this was a treasure saber that had gone through a very arduous crafting process. Unsurprisingly, Huagong should have used this weapon. However, he had later replaced it with a different one, but was unwilling to sell it, so he had kept it within his spatial ring. As Lin Ming pulled out this saber, the bald man's eyes went perfectly round. Hot damn. This guy could just casually take out a medium-grade human-step treasure. And it also seems like this is a top-tier medium-grade human-step treasure. This father has lived for so many years and yet has only seen 3 different medium-grade human-step treasures. As the monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming's weapon, his pair of monkey eyes also began to greedily shine. He noticed the common-looking ring that Lin Ming had on his finger. Without a doubt, that was a spatial ring. Spatial ring. Even the most inferior of spatial rings was worth several tens of thousands of gold taels. He had already been envious and wanted one, but with his wealth, how could he possibly afford it? The monkey-faced man immediately blossomed with delight, his whole face smiling. He really couldn't wait to kill Lin Ming and steal his spatial ring, and see what other treasures there were inside. Who knows what other goodies this kid has on him? Damn, we caught the big one this time. This father has such luck. This boy looks so clueless. He doesn't even seem to understand what this wealth means. He just so casually took out such a good saber like a silly boy. If I do not kill him and take that saber, then it will be really unfair. Just hold it a bit more. Once we reach the sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Lin Ming seemed as if he did not notice the greedy eyes of the bald man and monkey-faced man at all. He single-mindedly chopped the grass with his treasure saber. The medium-grade human-step treasure saber with a fire attribute inscription symbol was easily able to chop the grass as if it were a soldier cutting tofu. There were only the slicing sounds as large swathes of wild grass were mowed down. The bald man's throat dried as he saw this. If he had this saber, who knew how much his battle prowess would increase? The weapon that this bald man used was a mace. This kind of weapon was extremely uncommon. There wasn't a high enough demand, so not many refiners would create a treasure mace. Because of this, the bald man only used a normal mace. But the monkey-faced man actually used a low-grade human-step treasure short-axe. However, it was of the worst quality, and the inscription symbol on that short-axe was a common one worth no more than 2,000 gold taels. To most martial artists, a treasure worth several thousands of gold taels was prohibitively expensive. They were often things that only the juniors of aristocratic families could have. For instance, Taifeng, who had first purchased Lin Ming's overwhelming rune, was also a peak-bone forging martial artist. But because of his background he was poor and thus could not afford a treasure. Otherwise, he would have never bought Lin Ming's overwhelming rune. Although a martial artist could make money, they still had to buy medicines in order to cultivate. Normally, this was a money-losing proposition. It was only after reaching the pulse condensation period and receiving a title and a salary that their economic condition would slowly improve. That was why a poor person could usually not afford to practice martial arts. Little brother, the monkey-faced man called out to Lin Ming in front of him who was cutting grass. What's the matter? Lin Ming blankly turned his head around with a vapid expression. Let me take a look at the saber. This brother has never seen a medium-grade human step treasure before. Oh, this... Lin Ming's face had a difficult expression. He was playing the fool, but still there was a limit. He wasn't stupid enough to give this weapon to others. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "This saber is my family's inheritance. My father told me not to show it to people. Still, I have several other sabers that I may lend to you two big brothers to have a look." As Lin Ming said this, he slowly pulled out two treasure sabers from his spatial ring. These were low-grade human step treasures. These two sabers were brand-new sabers that Huagong had made, and they also didn't have an inscription symbol. These two sabers were slender. The sabers were 3 feet long and an inch wide. The back was narrow and the hilt was short. It was a weapon that was built to utilize speed. Good saber! The monkey-faced man and bald man's eyes began to turn red with greed. This naive little boy had so many good things on his body. He had so indifferently taken out 2 low-grade human step treasures. So stupid. I have never seen someone so stupid. This altering muscle child was so silly to actually bring out so many treasures on front of us 2 peak, bone-forging martial artists. The bald man licked his lips as he sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "This boy is only 15 years old. I thought that he was from a large family, but he must have never left home, and so he doesn't know just how cruel and dangerous the human world is. We will endure for now, and once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Good plan, big brother. I can't wait. Once we kill this kid, us brothers will make a fortune. We will be able to buy rare pills, and coupled with the inherited power from the Sorcerer Holy Land, it will be simple to break into the pulse condensation period. When that time comes, us brothers will rise. Ha ha! Ha ha! I'm drooling here. That is equal to an extra 100 years of life. I will buy piles of women and live every day like an emperor." As the monkey-faced man and bald man signaled with their eyes, Nai could not help but inwardly sigh as she took this all in. How could there possibly be an aristocratic young master who was so ignorant of worldly and human matters? How could he have possibly survived long enough to come here? The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming and said, "Little brother Mo, could you possibly lend these 2 sabers to us brothers? You know, there are countless vicious beasts within this lush border forest. The deeper we go, the more we will encounter higher-rank vicious beasts. If our strength isn't enough, then I'm afraid that we might be injured when we battle the vicious beasts, and that will simply put us in a very dangerous position." Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "2 elder brothers are very logical. Then, I will lend these 2 sabers to the 2 elder brothers." Lin Ming said this and handed the 2 sabers to the men without any reservations. When the bald man took the saber in his hand, he had to make an effort not to gulp. This was a low-grade human step treasure, and not only that, but it seemed to be of an extremely high quality. Such a good thing had been so easily obtained by him. How come he had never encountered such an idiot like this in the past? The bald man weighed the saber in his hand and casually took a few swings. The only problem was that the saber was a bit light, so it was awkward for him. The truth was, Lin Ming had taken out these 2 sabers for a reason. These 2 men used a mace and an axe, both of which were heavy weapons. But Lin Ming had taken out 2 slender sabers. These sabers used speed to win. Even if he gave them out, the 2 wouldn't be able to display their full potential. Although Lin Ming didn't think much of these 2 martial artists, he still didn't want to needlessly cause trouble for himself by increasing their strength. After all, if these 2 peak bone forging martial artists wanted to escape from him, Lin Ming could at most block one. Lin Ming intended to lull them into a false sense of security, and then suddenly make a killing move. Once he eliminated one, it would be much easier to deal with the other. By now, Lin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with a true essence sound transmission. It was Na Yi's voice. She said, "I thought you were just playing dumb to wait for a chance to escape, but you were actually so stupid as to give them treasure sabers. You are simply digging your own grave. How an idiot like you could survive up to now is simply a miracle." Really. This icy tone was laced with a touch of irony. Na Yi and her childish face were both completely inconsistent with each other. Lin Ming lightly smiled and said as he cut the tall grass, "Do you think that if I hadn't given them the sabers that I would be able to run away?" Na Yi paused. Indeed, Lin Ming was only a young boy at the altering muscle stage. Even if the bald man and monkey-faced man were unarmed, Lin Ming would still not be a match for those two deviants. However, since Lin Ming was aware enough of the situation to remark in such a way, that proved that at least he wasn't too stupid. Nai was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then what are you planning on doing? Drug them? Do you think that will have any meaning?" Lin Ming responded, "I'm not sure if it will, but I still have to try. In the end, aren't you the same as me? I thought that the bald man and the monkey-faced man knew the way to this so-called ancient site, but it seems that you are the one guiding them. If you help them, do you actually believe that they will let you and your sister go after taking the treasures?" Nai's lips twitched. Of course she had thought of these things that Lin Ming had said. She coldly replied, "You do not have to worry about that. Of course I'm worried. I'm afraid that you will have a sudden change of heart and bring us to some trap in the middle of nowhere, where we will all perish together. If that happens, then I'll really have died unjustly." Nai coldly said, "When my parents died, I swore 2 absolute oaths. The first was that I would thoroughly protect my little sister and keep her safe no matter what happens. So you don't need to worry, I won't let my sister die." Nai finished speaking here, and no longer uttered another word. These 2 oaths she had made were the secret of her heart. She would never have spoken about them to a stranger, but now, at the edge of death, how could she ever carry out these 2 oaths? Lin Ming's heart was stirred. He looked back at Na-I with a bit of surprise, and saw that innocent-looking girl quietly turning her head to gaze into the distance. Her body hadn't fully developed, and even when riding a horse, her line of sight was just above the tip of the grass. Just by looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to imagine that she already carried such heavy burdens on her tender shoulders. Since she had made 2 oaths, then was the other to avenge her parents? Lin Ming was quiet as he silently chopped the grass. At this moment he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that a few dozen feet away was a giant snake. Its darkly patterned, scaled body was as thick as a water basin, and it was over 50 feet long. In the southern wilderness, the venomous serpents were of the most deadly variety. For such a huge fellow to also be so toxic, it was creepy just thinking about it. Lin Ming maintained his composure, but secretly stayed on high alert. After the group walked forward another 100 feet, the bald man suddenly raised the hand which held the saber. Apparently, he too had discovered this large snake. Although the bald man and the monkey-faced man were scum, they did have a very rich knowledge of the jungle and the land. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wander the wide southern wilderness for so many years. A patterned anaconda. Shit, what bad luck. Looking at how thick this fellow is, I think his strength should be equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. The bald man frowned, and then pulled out a strange-looking musical instrument from his knapsack. It looked like a reed pipe, but it also had additional strange holes that weren't found on a normal reed pipe. The bald man jumped down from his horse, raised a bit of true essence, and began to play the strange reed pipe. A hoarse and scratchy sound passed along with the notes, and a faint hint of true essence fluctuated within the melody. As the bald man blew on the reed pipe, he began to march to a bizarre beat, legs swaying from side to side. His entire face had an extremely ugly look as he shivered with the effort of this display. To Lin Ming, seeing the bald man with his dancing movements was a bit funny. But to his surprise, just a moment later, The big snake seemed to fall under a strange hypnosis as it swayed from side to side before eventually writhing away. Interesting. Lin Ming had seen and experienced many different methods that the people of the southern wilderness had used to handle the vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. He had been anticipating that they would have a fierce battle, but in truth, the majority of vicious beasts were repelled by these two fellows using fascinating and unusual methods. Only when they were against a much weaker foe would they attack and kill. So along the way, there was no surprise nor was there danger. With these two people leading the way, Lin Ming had truly saved a great deal of effort. The bald man seemed to have consumed a lot of energy from playing that reed pip. He was very haggard looking. The bald man pulled out some medicinal herbs from his backpack and began to chew and swallow them. This type of medicinal herb was able to restore true essence, though it didn't have much of an effect. However, it was cheap. As for true essence stones, those were dozens of times more expensive, so those were something that these two men would never be able to use. "Let's go," the bald man said proudly as he licked his lips. He was quite satisfied with his success. The group safely passed all the way to the evening. At that time, the group of 5 finally came to the foot of a cliff. Lin Ming looked up and was surprised it was over 1,000 feet high. If one fell down from there, they would really experience a tragic death. At this moment, Nai, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "It's here. We can enter the Sorcerer Holy Land from here." The monkey-faced man smiled in happiness. "Where is the entrance? How do we go in?" However, Nai did not respond. The monkey-faced man frowned and said in an icy voice, "Little girl, don't you dare think about playing tricks on me. Tell me, where do we go?" "Release my little sister and I will tell you," Nai said. "Impossible. I already said that I would only do so once I obtained the power of the sorcerer and I safely leave the sorcerer hold land. Otherwise, I cannot release your little sister. Don't think I'm some idiot for you to play games with. Since only the chosen are allowed to enter the sorcerer holy land, who knows what sorts of traps and mazes could be in there. If I release your little sister and you lead us into a death trap, who knows how we will die? I'll say it again. If you release my sister, I will swear an oath upon the sorcerer to lead you to obtain the power of the sorcerer. Otherwise, you get nothing at all." "Hee, what can I get?" The bald man smiled lewdly. "No, even if us brothers cannot take the power of the sorcerer, we will still be merry." "You little bitch. Do you really want your sister to be? Ha ha ha." As the bald man said this, Na Shui paled and cowered behind Nai. Lin Ming frowned. He couldn't move against these men yet. He still needed them to fulfill their purpose. Nai didn't speak. She merely stood there in a cold standoff. She had no intention of backing down. At this moment, the monkey-faced man said to the baldy, "Old second, stop saying so much. Once you have fame and power, what sort of woman can you not have?" He turned to Nai and said, "Since you led us to the sorcerer holy land, then you have already betrayed the sorcerer, and yet you still wish to swear an oath upon his name. How can I believe you?" Nai was silent for a moment. Finally, she tore up her sleeve and revealed her healthy and smooth arm. On her upper arm, there was a red. This was a purity mark. And beneath the purity mark, there was a pair of golden dots. Nai gently swiped her finger and the 2 golden dots came off. Lin Ming was able to clearly see that these 2 small dots were actually a pair of small gold-colored beetles. Before, they had rolled up so it had looked as though they were a pair of golden beads. Fate-bound heart-crush bug? As the monkey-faced man saw the pair of golden beetles, his complexion changed and he whispered this name. The people of the southern wilderness specialized in the art of witchcraft. There were many different types of poisonous bugs, and there were also those who were capable of raising them. "What is the fate-bound heart-crush bug?" the bald man asked. He had never heard of such a thing. The monkey-faced man said, "The fate-bound heart-crush bugs are monogamous, and only form a pair. They must be attached to a human body and drink live human blood in order to live. If they drink the blood of a dead man, they will wither and die. In the life of a fate-bound heart-crush bug, it will only have one companion. Once this companion dies, the other will quickly accompany it in death. After dying, their bodies will rot and unleash an immense amount of poisons. What's that supposed to mean? The bald man didn't understand the implications of this. The monkey-faced man said, "She is thinking of placing a fate-bound heart-crush bug inside the body of her little sister and in one of us. The fate-bound heart-crush bug must drink live blood too in order to live. If the little sister dies, then the fate-bound heart-crush bug will also die with her. And afterwards, the other fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of us will die and release a deadly poison that will kill us. It's that ruthless?" The bald man turned white. He felt a bit apprehensive as he looked at the two small golden bugs. Nai said, "A human may make promises, but in the end they are unpredictable. However, poison is poison, and is unwavering in loyalty. With this fate-bound heart-crush bug, it will be impossible for me to kill you. If you die, then my little sister also dies. If you agree to the terms, I will place a fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of you and continue leading you. If you don't agree, then I will kill myself here and now." The monkey-faced man looked at the golden beetles with a cloudy expression. He hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, "You can use the bugs, but first you must place it in your little sister." Nai nodded. "Na Shui, give me your arm." Na Shui bit her lips and stretched out her arm. Nai placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on top of Na Shui's arm. Then the fate-bound heart-crush bug chewed through Na Shui's skin and drilled its way in. "Ah!" Na Shui quietly cried out in pain. A small bump appeared on Na Shui's arm. This bump traveled along her arm and upwards until it entered into Na Shui's blood vessels. Then it followed the bloodstream to the heart. Na Shui's lips trembled and her small face was pale. To a little girl, this scene was frightening. The pain and tingling of the fate-bound heart-crush bug drilling through her bloodstream to her heart was unbearable. A moment later, Na Shui tightly clutched her chest. Her face blew. Obviously, the taste of having a beetle bore into her heart was not pleasant. Nai comforted her and said, "Ah Shui, it's all right. After 3 years, the fate-bound heart-crush bug will emerge from your heart through your blood flow. It won't hurt you. Na Shui reluctantly nodded. Lin Ming had been keenly watching from the sidelines. Although he had never heard of the fate-bound heart-crush bug before, he was able to understand from their conversation that it was a contract of some sort. However, from the sound of it, this contract wasn't necessarily binding or strong. Even Lin Ming had means to avoid the contract of the fate-bound heart-crush bug and scrap it. "Your turn," Nai said as she turned to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "Since you will place the fate-bound heart-crush bug in your little sister and me, your little sister should come along with us. Otherwise she will be all alone. With her mere 3rd stage of body transformation cultivation, it won't be easy for her to return from the jungle. I don't want her to be eaten by some vicious beast and then lose my life for no reason." Nai was silent for a moment. The monkey-faced man was right. If her little sister left here, then she would easily encounter some great danger. But if she kept her sister here by her side, then she was afraid that these two men would play some dirty tricks. "How about it? There will already be a poisonous bug in my body. You don't have to worry over it. If you think that we will take advantage of you, then your little sister will commit suicide and I'll have to die with her." "All right," Nai agreed. She placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man didn't seem to be very scared. He appeared quite happy to let the fate-bound heart-crush bug bite through his skin and enter his heart through his blood vessels. "Well, how do we get in?" Nai said, "When the moon comes out, I will open the doors to the Holy Land." It was already dusk when they had arrived at the cliff. The sun quickly set, and the round, bright moon appeared in the night sky. The moonlight scattered along the rock walls, causing the walls to shimmer with a faint, dreamy light. Nai stopped near the cliff, prostrated herself on both knees, crossed her arms against her chest, and seemed to be praying. Following this, an unimaginably incredible sight occurred. The moonlight itself seemed to have turned into real, tangible substance, and a huge silver-white door slowly emerged along the cliff wall. Sparkling lights swirled around the door. It was just like a miracle in the legends. The monkey-faced man and the bald man only stared dumbfounded, while Na Shui also knelt down and reverently prayed in supplication. Lin Ming was watching from the side, but he was able to understand just what this was. The truth was, this gate of light was actually a transmission array. There was a strange transmission array that was located under this cliff. A normal transmission array was driven by true essence stones, but this transmission array was actually driven by moonlight. It was simply incomparably marvelous. But presently, he didn't have any interest in studying the witch's array formation. He was curious about what sort of ancient power was within the Sorcerer Holy Land, and just what it was. Although this approach to doing things could be considered a bit callous, once he rescued the two sisters, that would count as decent compensation. The door of light opened, and a flashing blue hole appeared out of thin air. The monkey-faced man waved his hand in a gesture for Na-Yi to enter first. Na-Yi directly walked into the light door, followed by the bald man, Na Shui, Lin Ming, and finally the monkey-faced man. The scenery around them suddenly changed. Lin Ming found himself in a dim corridor. All around the corridors were walls made from stone bricks. The walls were entirely covered in exquisitely beautiful frescoes and murals that depicted all sorts of things related to gods and demons, witchcraft, hideously demonic faces with long fangs, odd instruments, unknown ceremonies, and mythical beasts of all sort. There was an ancient and mystical atmosphere that blew towards them. Every 10 feet on the wall there was a lit lamp, and the light source of these lamps were impressively huge luminous pearls that emitted a radiant light. Treasure! The bald man's eyes lit up with greed. He moved his hand to pick these glowing pearls. "Do not move!" the monkey-faced man thundered. "Second brother, you are stupid to the point of idiocy. This is the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is no doubt that there are countless mazes and traps within. If you recklessly do anything from now on, then this father is finished with you. From now on, every footstep we take will follow that Na girl. No more and no less." The monkey-faced man turned to Na-Yi and said, "I advise you not to play any tricks on us here, and be honest in avoiding the traps. If us brothers have any accident, then you two sisters will be following us to hell." Na-Yi didn't respond. She only kept moving forwards. The bald man and the monkey-faced man followed every step she took, with Na Shui between them. If there was an accident, then Na Shui would definitely not be able to escape. Lin Ming finally followed, each step following Na-Yi's pace. At the same time, he also sent out his soul force, carefully probing the surroundings to see if there were any possible dangers. The monkey-faced man coated the soles of his shoes with a special tree sap. This tree sap was a natural dye. Every time he took a step, the dye would leave a visible footprint. Once the dye wore off, he would patiently reapply it. So as the group walked, the monkey-faced man left behind a series of footprints. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart stirred. This fellow is leaving a way back, so he knows where he came from. He really is a 40-year-old man that's managed to survive in the southern wilderness for so many years. He is quite careful and meticulous about his actions. If it wasn't for my age and cultivation being so deceptive, then this monkey-faced man would not have so easily brought me along and determined that I was someone he could manage. Lin Ming's cultivation was a stage and half lower than the monkey-faced man, and there were also two of them. In the monkey-faced man's mind, even a formidable genius would have no choice but to die. As they continued walking, they didn't encounter any dangers. This corridor was surprisingly long. The group of 5 people had already traveled for half an hour before a heavy-looking stone gate appeared in front of them. The stone gate was 50 feet high and densely covered in countless Sanskrit writings. In the center of all the text was the image of a giant eye. The shape of the eye was very simple, but, for some unknown reason, looking at this eye caused one to momentarily feel as if they were losing their grip on reality, as if their soul was being swallowed by the eye. When this happened, the dense Sanskrit writings around the edges would appear like countless earthworms that wriggled around. Yet if one carefully looked, these writings hadn't moved. This feeling was absolutely strange. It was also absolutely uncomfortable. The bald man was staring with wide eyes, as if his soul had been stolen. The monkey-faced man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hurriedly turned his vision away. Nai knelt before the stone gate and prayed. She finally stood up and said, "This is the gate. In order to open its array formation, there needs to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage pouring their true essence into it for it to activate. The array formation is there." Nai pointed. The place where she pointed was a triangular altar. In the center of the altar was a black sphere, and the sphere was also shaped like a giant eye. After the door opens, you will be able to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. The Sorcerer Pagoda has 7 levels. The first level is Hell, the second is Hungry Ghosts, the third is Animals, the fourth is the Witch Slave, the fifth is Mortals, the sixth is the Celestial Envoy, and the seventh is the World of the Sorcerer. The higher the level you can reach, the stronger the power of the sorcerer you will be able to obtain. As to what level you can reach, that is at the will of the sorcerer. Listening to Na Yi's words, the monkey-faced man was excited. Sorcerer Pagoda. This was the holy land where the sorcerer bestowed strength upon those chosen. When every witch reached 16 years old, they were allowed to come to the Sorcerer Pagoda to inherit the power of the sorcerer's legacy. As for the strength of these 7 levels, it became more terrifying the higher one went. Just attaining the power of the 3rd or the 4th was enough for a man to enter the Dragon's Gate and become a hero of the southern wilderness. If one was able to obtain the power of the 5th or 6th by luck or strength, then that would be enough to one to look down upon the entire southern wilderness. As for the legendary 7th level, it was still a mystery. Of the countless large and small tribes within the southern wilderness 100,000 mountains, there had never been one who was able to obtain the power of the sorcerer from the 7th level. "Big brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and open the door." The bald man was greedily rubbing his calloused hands together. He was already unable to wait. In his mind, the Sorcerer Pagoda was filled with countless beauties. With every level that he could rise, the more women he would be able to obtain, and the more noble and tasty they would be. "Little brother Mo, we'll have to trouble you to lend us a hand," the monkey-faced man said as he smiled at Lin Ming. "Oh, sounds good," Lin Ming said, and then moved towards the altar. Seeing Lin Ming stand in his spot, the monkey-faced man revealed a grimly rapacious smile. In his eyes, Lin Ming was merely a fat sheep that he was about to slaughter. Once he killed him, a great wealth would fall into his hands. In addition to the strength that he could obtain from the Sorcerer Holy Land, he would be able to quickly rise in the future with limitless fame. His dreams were just around the corner. He could even start a small witch tribe and become one of the legendary witch queens. Beautiful women, authority, wealth, power, all of these would be at his fingertips. Thinking this, the monkey-faced man glowed with joy. However, now that things had come to this point, he had to be careful. With just one wrong step, he would lose everything. He turned his smile towards Na-I and said, "You and your little sister make a few laps around this room." Since he would kill Lin Ming after this, he might need to stretch his hands and feet in order to do it. The monkey-faced man didn't want to step on any unknown traps while he was chasing Lin Ming around. Na-I said, "The sorcerer's room does not have any traps. I will not use my little sister's life to play around." "Good. Then I'll believe you. Second brother, little brother Mo, let's start." As the monkey-faced man said that, he began to infuse his true essence into the giant black eye-shaped sphere within the center of the altar. The bald man followed next, and Lin Ming also slowly revolved the true primal chaos formula, as he poured in his own true essence. Then, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na Yi's true essence sound transmission. She said, "Once the door opens, they will not let you live. 20 feet behind you there is a thin stone wall that you can break through. There is a secret passage there that will lead you outside of the Sorcerer Holy Land. After the door opens, take advantage of the time that they are distracted looking at the Sorcerer Pagoda and immediately break the stone wall. If your speed is fast enough, you'll have just enough time to escape. They don't know if the secret passage has any traps or not, so they most likely won't pursue you." Lin Ming was a bit stunned. He looked with surprise at Na-I. He hadn't thought that she would point out an exit for him. This Na-yi may seem indifferent, but the truth was her heart was very good and kind. If he didn't rescue her after coming into the Sorcerer Holy Land, then he would truly be a contemptible man. Lin Ming said, "Thank you. I also feel that Miss Na-yi is worth worrying about. Even with the fate-bound heart-crush bug, they will still have some way of suppressing it. The fate-bound heart-crush big was a good contract. However, there were still ways to get around it. For instance, as long as one caught the other party and didn't let them commit suicide or stun them or use drugs, or even locked them up and sealed their true essence before looking for other methods. After all, no one was willing to place their life in someone else's hands. Not to mention that the secret of this Sorcerer Holy Land would easily arouse jealousy. How could the bald man and monkey-faced man willingly let the two witch sisters leave?" Na-yi's voice suddenly turned cold. "You don't need to care about these matters." Lin Ming shrugged and didn't respond. He concentrated on pouring his true essence into the black sphere. The black sphere was like a bottomless pit. Even though it had already swallowed a colossal amount of energy, it still didn't give any response. Slowly, the bald man began to pant as if he had trouble breathing, and the monkey-faced man was also flushed and sweating. However, Lin Ming with his extreme restorative ability and resilience appeared the most relaxed. But as he revolved his true essence, on the surface he appeared to be a bit red and a little sluggish. "A little more, we're almost there," the monkey-faced man said. The black sphere began to emit a faint light and the entire chamber began to shake. With a deep rumbling sound, the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda finally swung open. A magnificently iridescent jade pagoda that glowed with a milky light appeared in front of everyone's awed gazes. "Ha ha ha ha!" The monkey-faced man saw the Sorcerer Pagoda and began to wildly laugh. Lin Ming was stirred. This pagoda appeared somewhat similar to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that he had entered during his time at the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance exam. "We've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha!" The bald man impatiently rubbed his hands together. "Big brother, let's go in together." Good. Let's see which one of us two brothers can reach a higher level. But before that, there is a little matter that we have to attend to." The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming, smiling. But in that smile was contained a wild killing intent. "I told you to leave. Why didn't you leave?" Na-yi anxiously asked Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. She was flustered. "Was this boy an idiot?" Lin Ming responded, "The reason I came here is for the power of the sorcerer, but also because I want to help you. I just said a moment ago that even though you have the fate-bound heart-crush bug, you two sisters might not escape here alive." What? Do you really think you are going to?" Na-yi found it incredible. Did Lin Ming really want to deal with these two people? He was an altering muscle stage martial artist while they were at the peak bone forging stage. There was a difference in their cultivations of a stage and a half. Not only that, but there were two. The bald man and the monkey-faced man walked around Lin Ming's right and left sides, encircling him. "Little brother Mo, you've worked too hard." Lin Ming had dropped down to his knees and was taking big gulps of breath as if he had been drained of all strength. He used his elbows to wipe away his sweat and said, "You two big brothers are too kind. Since you've been dealing with so many vicious beasts, it's you two that are working the hardest. I was just taking a trip to accompany you two." In this posture, he looked like a very unsuspecting idiot victim. However, his soul force had already locked onto the two men's every action and movement. While leaning down, his finger was already tracing his spatial ring. Since it was two peak bone forging martial artists against one at the altering muscle stage, he would first have them lower their guard, and then try kill one in a single stroke. The other he could slowly contend with. In contrast, if he failed to instantly strike down the first, then the two would be on full alert and might even separately escape. With so many possible traps in the Sorcerer Holy Land, it would be too troublesome to hunt them down here. Not only that, but since the monkey-faced man had the fate-bound heart-crush bug within him, trying to cope with him would be much more tricky. The monkey-faced man said with a smile, "Little brother Mo, you see where we are. There are simply countless traps layered on top of each other. This place is deep underground. It's quiet and safe. It's simply like a natural tomb. Lin Ming gasped, looking lost. What do you mean by saying that? What do I mean? He. My meaning is that since the scenery here is so beautiful, then us brothers will let you safely rest here forever. As the monkey-faced man said this, his expression suddenly turned wretched. He gripped the short axe on his back, and had already moved to chop off Lin Ming's head. At the same time, the bald man had also taken out the mace on his back and was sweeping towards Lin Ming's waist. These two tandem attacks had instantly sealed off Lin Ming's ability to dodge in any direction. Na Shui cried out in alarm. Die! As the monkey-faced man's axe cleaved down. In that moment, Lin Ming's form had suddenly vanished. Puff! The bald man's mace was just halfway down, when he suddenly felt a piercingly cold feeling in his chest. A shimmering silver object was protruding from his chest. He blankly looked down at this object. It was the spearhead of a long spear. Even though there was some blood on it, the blood did not stick to the spearhead. Instead, it flowed down along the ridge of the spear before collecting into crimson drops and dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. In the deep quiet of the chamber, the sound of blood dripping onto the floor was especially piercing. The monkey-faced man still had his fierce expression. He wasn't able to respond to such a sudden change in events. Second brother, you? I. The bald man reached out his as if he was trying to reach something, but his eyes were becoming gradually more lax. Pong! Then there was the sound of an explosion and the bald man's body erupted into a spray of bloody fog. In that moment, 5,000 true essence filaments had destroyed his organs and completely smashed apart all of his bones and muscles. The bald man's corpse poured onto the ground like mud. Behind him was Lin Ming, exposing nothing but a calm and indifferent expression. The monkey-faced man was completely shocked. Looking at Lin Ming's face, it was as if he had suddenly become a terrifying stranger. Even though it seemed impossible to escape both attacks at once, he had appeared like a ghost behind the bald man and had slain him with a single thrust of his spear. How could this possibly be the cultivation of a boy at the altering muscle stage? The monkey-faced man began to tremble in fear. Was this youth really a human? Or was he some sort of demonic monster? In the legends, there were said to be evil beings that could assume the forms of humans. This dark creature could fly at will and kill at will. They were a terrifying existence. Not too far away, Na-Yi had seen everything. She had seen Lin Ming instantly disappear and then reappear behind the bald man. Yet, she wasn't able to clearly see Lin Ming's footsteps. Just who is he? Na-Yi held her breath. Was this really a 15-year-old boy? The monkey-faced man grasped his short axe, his whole body rapidly revolving true essence. He slowly stepped back. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation or what other secrets he had. Seeing Lin Ming's ghostly movements, the monkey-faced man already realized that there was no point in running away. He would only die sooner. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear. Though that last strike seemed as if it had easily killed the bald man, the truth was that was because the bald man had lowered his guard and didn't utilize much true essence to protect himself. That was why Lin Ming had so easily succeeded. Now, however, the monkey-faced man was on complete guard. In this critical life or death situation, Lin Ming was still able to kill him, but he had to put in some effort. Don't kill him. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na-Yi's true essence sound transmission. It was as if Lin Ming hadn't heard. With the concept of wind at this back, this little distance seemed to have lost all meaning. A spear struck out, lightning flashed. Clang! The monkey-faced man had used his short axe to fend off the spear. However, the electric snake that circled the long spear was like a bug that drilled into the monkey-faced man's body. In that instant, his entire body had been paralyzed. This was the power of the Thunder Soul. Heretical God Force, open. Lin Ming shouted. With a sweep of his spear, his activated flow like silk. The vibrating true essence was like a high tide that gushed out in all directions. In that moment, the monkey-faced man had been paralyzed, but his survival instinct kicked in. He savagely bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his mobility. He already knew it was impossible to fend off this blow. He could only bet his life and fight against Lin Ming. His short axe suddenly viciously struck out at Lin Ming. Puff! The long spear swept past the monkey-faced man's thighs. With flow like silk combined with the explosive power of the heretical god force, the monkey-faced man's legs were broken apart as his meat turned to mush and his bones shattered. However, at this time, that chopping axe was approaching Lin Ming's head. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming punched out. He had actually planned to use his flesh and blood body to fight against a treasure axe with true essence poured into it. Pong! The axe was bounced off by vibrating true essence, and Lin Ming's fist was unharmed. What? The monkey-faced man's eyes had gone wide at this unthinkable sight. Was this invulnerability? As he thought this, he was already sent flying upwards. His lower body had already lost all feeling. Looking down, he could see his feet still on the ground, and his legs had been completely shattered. Ah! The monkey-faced screamed out painfully. His body was like a broken sack as it fell and crashed against the ground, blood gushing everywhere like a fountain. No! Don't kill me. If I die, the little girl also dies. It was as if Lin Ming didn't care. He grinned like a demon and shook his spear. Do you think that I care? You good. Since I'll die anyways, then let's die together. The monkey-faced man clenched his teeth, preparing to forfeit his meridians and commit suicide. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was like a ghost that appeared by his side, his palm already falling down. Pulse-cutting palm. Puff! Lin Ming's palm struck against the monkey-faced man's chest. The true essence that was filled with destructive power rampaged across the monkey-faced man's meridians, and completely twisted and broke apart all the meridians. Ah! The monkey-faced man let out a miserable cry. To his amazement and dismay, he found that he was unable to summon the true essence within his body. It was as if some mysterious force had dispersed all of his will. It simply didn't listen to his signals. You want to forfeit your meridians? Then why don't I lend you a hand? Lin Ming withdrew his palm. Since the pulse-cutting palm was a weak martial skill, it didn't have much value in actual combat. It was used by that mighty elder to torment his enemies. How would such a martial skill give the enemy an opportunity to commit suicide? This martial skill would cause the enemy to lose all of their skills and they would become a eunuch. Not only that, but they would then be imprisoned and endlessly tortured. One could not beg for life, and one could not even beg for death. In that split second from when the electric light had sparked, Nai had been left scared and shocked senseless. She had thought that Lin Ming was really planning on killing the monkey-faced man. But not it seemed that using some unknown method, he had taken complete control of the situation. She let loose a breath she didn't know she was holding. She looked at Lin Ming again, her eyes filled with an incomparably complex emotion. Who was this young boy? His cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. How could he have this sort of terrifying strength? He had leapt past the barrier of a stage and a half difference in cultivation and played with these bone-forging martial artists as if they were nothing but toys in his hands. They didn't have the ability to commit suicide by destroying their own meridians. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Nai had never heard of any genius or talent within the southern wilderness that had this sort of incredible combat ability. This included Na tribe's first-generation tribal chief. If he was really 15 years old, then his future accomplishments would simply be limitless. This man, his potential was too alarming. If she had his help, in addition to the undiscovered legacies of the Sorcerer Holy Land, it wouldn't be impossible to recreate Na tribe. Thinking this, Nai gasped, but she immediately shook her head and sighed. Why would he possibly help her? The monkey-faced man had completely collapsed to the floor. His lips trembling, he tried to push his arms backwards to hide himself. Not only had he lost both his legs, but the true essence within his body was leaking away. The so-called meridian destruction suicide was simply using the true essence within one's own body to destroy it. Now that he could not control the movement of his true essence anymore, the idea of suicide was simply a far-off dream. Lin Ming took out some blood-staunching medicinal herbs worth several hundred gold taels and crushed them together, before sprinkling the juices on the monkey-faced man's legs. The bleeding suddenly stopped. He didn't want the monkey-faced man to die from excessive blood loss. What do you plan on doing to me?" the monkey-faced man said with a shaking voice. He was now nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Anyone could do anything they wanted to him. Lin Ming glanced at Na Yi and said, "Since you administered the poison, do you have the means to cure it?" Na Yi froze for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "I have a way." "Then come up here. I don't think you want to raise a broken-legged monkey for the next few years." Na Yi silently walked over to the monkey-faced man. At the same time, she drew out a dagger from her belt. At this moment, the monkey-faced man's heart was like dying embers that were turning to ashes from despair. He had never experienced such pain before. He had no power to resist, and could only wait for the moment of his death. "Na Shui, turn away," Na Yi suddenly said. Yes," Na Shui said, and obediently turned around. These scenes that had just occurred were simply too shocking for the heart of this little girl. Lin Ming faintly realized her intentions. He spoke to her through a true essence sound transmission. "This place is already rank with the smell of blood. Do you not want to let your little sister see? I think that she will experience this sort of scene sooner or later." Na Yi was silent for a while, before saying, "I hope that she will never have to experience this again." "Good. How do you plan on curing this poison?" Na Yi said, "There is no special way. I can only take it out before he dies." As Na Yi said this, her knife had already stabbed through the monkey-faced man's chest. That little dagger was not a treasure, but it was still extremely sharp. It was able to cut through the man's chest like tofu. There were only the sounds of slicing as the monkey-faced man's chest was ripped apart. The monkey-faced man screamed as he violently struggled. However, he had already lost all of his martial arts and was on the verge of death. How could he defend against the viscera training Na Yi? Na Yi seized the dagger, and with some effort, cut open the monkey-faced man's chest. Her dagger cut through the man's still beating heart, and blood erupted like a fountain as it splashed everywhere, including Na Yi's face. However, she only blinked, and didn't wipe the blood off her face. She reached her hand into the thick muscles of the heart's wall, and took out the fate-bound heart-crush bug. Even Lin Ming, who had experienced many bloody scenes within the 10,000 killing array, was speechless as he looked on with astonishment. This little girl was truly ruthless. As the tiny golden beetle was still soaked in blood, Na Yi quickly placed it on her own arm. At this time, the monkey-faced man was still lying down on the ground, twitching. Although humans had many vital points, the number of lethal points that would result in instant death was one. That was the brain. If the brain was destroyed, then one would instantly die. As for the other vital points, death would take a while. For instance, if the heart was destroyed, then a person could still live for about 10 seconds. Na Yi used these 10 seconds of time to take out the fate-bound heart-crush bug and place it within her own body. Now that the bug had swapped to a new host, it didn't matter whether the old host was dead or alive. After completing this, Na Yi stood up, her face slightly pale. Lin Ming took out a towel from his spatial ring and handed it over to her. "Thank you," Na Yi whispered. She wiped her hair and face, which had been splashed with blood. As Lin Ming saw Na Yi crouched in a dark corner wiping herself, he thought that she was like a small cat that was licking her wounds after an injury. Behind this girl, there was probably an unknown story. Lin Ming said, "I remember that you said you had 2 oaths you had to fulfill. The first was to protect the life of your little sister and let her live in peace. Was the other to take revenge for your parents?" Na Yi did not answer. She kept wiping blood from her body. That original pure white towel had now been dyed a deep scarlet red. "I'm sorry," Lin Ming said. "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't have escaped this calamity. I really do want to extend my truest apologies to you. This Sorcerer Holy Land is your tribe's forbidden area. The way I came here was not glorious or righteous, and I used you. Nai said, you and I have never met, so you have no obligation to help me. As for this Sorcerer Holy Land, my tribe has already perished. So what point is there in keeping this holy land? This Nai side. Speaking of the Sorcerer Holy Land, Lin Ming actually had a question that he always wanted to ask. Does every tribe have a sorcerer pagoda? Nai said, no. There were originally 72 sorcerer pagodas. It is said that the sorcerer left the 72 sorcerer pagodas before he flew off into the stars and entered the sorcerer's world. Now, because of various reasons like war or beast floods or earthquakes and volcanoes and other such things, there are 7 sorcerer pagodas that have been lost. Now there are only 65 remaining. So it's like this. Lin Ming speculated that the so-called sorcerer was actually a formidable mighty elder. The so-called flying off into the stars was simply the mighty elder traveling to somewhere within the realm of the gods. Can you tell me what the power of the sorcerer is? Nai said, the power of the sorcerer is to help martial artists break through their boundaries and increase their cultivation. For every person, they can only enter the sorcerer's pagoda once. But, because of the limited power of the sorcerer, the lower the cultivation that a martial artist is at, the more their cultivation will be enhanced. If one's cultivation is too high, then their increase in power would be relatively minor. But on the other hand, a martial artist whose cultivation is too low will have trouble passing the sorcerer's trials. So, the best age to enter at is 16. Once a witch reaches 16 years of age, they will be able to enter the sorcerer pagoda and obtain the legacy of the sorcerer. Na Yi's clear explanation left Lin Ming somewhat surprised. It was as if she didn't mind that he would enter the sorcerer pagoda, so she had explained in such fine detail. After a period of silence, Lin Ming said, I will tell you the truth. I would like to receive the power of the sorcerer. Nai said, I know. Otherwise you wouldn't have played the fool for such a long time. You are also afraid that there are mysteries inside that I deliberately hid from you, so that you will fall into certain traps. That's right. Lin Ming honestly said. Na Yu pulled down her collar and unwound a pendant that she had been keeping with her. It was unclear what this pendant was made of, but it seemed to be fashioned from some sort of metal. In the dark chamber, it still issued a faint gentle light as if it was made from jade. The pendant was in the pattern of an eye, just like the eye pattern on the sorcerer pagoda's door. Nai said, This is the key of the sorcerer. It is my tribe's most sacred holy relic. With it, you may open up the sorcerer's trials. Otherwise, you can only enter up to the 3rd level of the pagoda. Lin Ming was slightly stunned and looked at Na Yi in surprise. In the dark chamber, Na Yi's eyes seemed to shine like stars in the night sky, and they flowed with a brilliantly pure light. In her tender hands that were still covered with blood, the sorcerer's key hung from her fingertips and emitted a faint jade-like light. At this moment, Lin Ming was filled with an inexplicable sense of trust towards her. He said, If you didn't tell me of this sorcerer's key, then I wouldn't have known. What you said a moment ago wasn't wrong. You and I have never met, so you also have no obligation to help me. Much less, this sorcerer pagoda is your tribe's forbidden land. Why are you telling me about the sorcerer's key? Nai said, I want you to help me kill a man. Your life's enemy that killed your parents? Yes. As soon as this enemy was mentioned, Na Yi's eyes flashed with extreme hatred and murderous intent. Even Lin Ming found himself slightly taken aback by this harrowing look. This person is the great general of the Fire Worm tribe. His name is Chi Guda. The Fire Worm tribe completely exterminated my tribe. My parents were teachers of Na's tribe that taught the teachings of the sorcerer. After the destruction of the sorcerer's temple, my father was killed by Chi Guda and my mother. Speaking here, Nai took a deep breath. Her obsidian eyes shined with a brilliant killing aura, and the corners of her innocent mouth twitched. Seeing this, Lin Ming guessed that it might have been such abuse like rape. But he hadn't expected Na Yi's next words, and was surprised by them. Na Yi clenched her teeth. Hate drenched her voice as she said, My mother was raped by Qi Guda and his men, and then she was eaten. Eaten? Lin Ming gulped, making sure that he hadn't misunderstood. Na-Yi continued, the fire worm tribe is a cannibalistic tribe. In the southern wilderness, there are tribes that treat human beings as food. They will treat prisoners as food, and they especially eat pagans. We believe in the sorcerer, and take those that believe in shamanism as our sworn enemy, so they also regard us as pagans. Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had heard before from the government that they were dissolute and wicked, and the commoners had once eaten even the children of others. However, this was in ancient times. He hadn't expected that he would personally experience such a thing in this time period. Na-Yi said, my mother's bodyguard risked his life and braved death to gather my mother's corpse and place her into a coffin. When I last saw my mother, her body was already incomplete. Because she had been boiled, her hair had completely fallen off, and her body and face were full of teeth marks. One leg and one arm had already been torn apart, and there was nothing left but broken bones. The longer Na-Yi spoke, the more calm she was. It was as if all her hatred and agony had been gathered and restrained within her, locked inside the deepest recesses of her heart. Listening to this, Lin Ming felt his stomach plummeting. He already felt that Na-Yi's description was too much for some, and yet Na-Yi had seen this with her own eyes, and that person was also her mother. No wonder. This was why Na-Yi, at such a tender age, was able to have such a cold and unshakable determination. He was unable to stop himself from turning and glanced towards Na Shui, who was pitifully huddled in a corner. That little girl was probably unaware of the tragic circumstances that had befallen her mother, and Na-Yi would probably never let her find out. Lin Ming took a deep breath and asked, what cultivation stage is Qi Guda at? A half step into the Hotian realm. This is... Lin Ming frowned. So he was a half-step Hotian martial artist. Although he had just killed a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, that was only because there were all sorts of advantageous factors that had gathered together. Even then, he had barely succeeded. Now that he had already spent the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, he didn't have the slightest belief that he could defeat a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but since he was a general, then this person would also be protected by several guards. To kill a person in a crowd, that was even more difficult. Na-Yi was able to see the awkward dilemma that she put Lin Ming in. From the start, it had been hopeless to think that Lin Ming would ever be able to defeat Qi Guda. There was simply too large a disparity between a bone-forging stage martial artist and one that was in the pulse condensation period, not to mention that Qi Guda was already a half-step into the Hotian realm. In her opinion, the limit of Lin Ming's strength should be at the bone-forging stage. There was simply too large a difference when compared to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. She said, I'm not asking for you to kill him now. I can wait 3 or 5 years. To Na-Yi, it would already be a heavenly miracle if Lin Ming was able to defeat Qi Guda within 3 or 5 years. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he was able to achieve power equivalent to a half-step Hotian realm martial artist at 20, that would already create a new record within the last few centuries of the southern wilderness. Lin Min did not explain what his thoughts were. He said to Na-Yi, before anything is decided, wait until I come out from the Sorcerer Pagoda to plan again. Lin Ming did not know how much of the Sorcerer Pagoda's legacy he would receive, or how much his strength would increase. There was no sense in making any rash promises at this moment. Give me the Sorcerer's key, Lin Ming said. He took the pendant in his hand, gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear, and strode towards the Sorcerer Pagoda. The best time for one to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda was at 16 years of age. Lin Ming was only 2 months shy of 16. Now would be the best time for him to participate in the trials here. The Sorcerer Pagoda was several hundred feet high, and emitted a milky jade-colored light from all over. At the top of the pagoda there was a large ocean-blue sphere that sent out a dazzling azure light. This sphere was also in the pattern of an eye, similar to the pendant that Lin Ming was now holding. The door was arched with a 10-foot-tall sculpture on both sides. The sculptures were carvings of ancient mythical god beasts. Inside the gate was a vast, limitless whiteness. It was impossible to clearly see inside. As Lin Ming approached the Sorcerer Pagoda, he was able to feel an incomparably pure and rich heaven and earth origin energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was the basis for all martial arts cultivation. The so-called true essence was simply the conversion of heaven and earth origin energy to one's own energy. True essence stones were also condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. Regardless of whether it was the body transformation stage, the Hotian realm, or even the Xianxia realm, a martial artist's cultivation would always originate from heaven and earth origin energy. What a dense heaven and earth origin energy. If I were to practice here, then I would have twice the results with half the effort. As Lin Ming greedily absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy around him, he stepped into the Sorcerer Pagoda. The scene around him suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived at a completely black empty space. The ground underneath him was a giant platform of hard jade, and when he lifted his head he could actually see the stars brightly shining overhead. The faint starlight fell down from the sky and onto the jade ground as if it were silver gossamer threads. The illusionary world inside of the pagoda was extremely beautiful. However, the heaven and earth origin energy inside of the tower was much thinner. It was about the same as the lands outside the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is actually less heaven and earth origin energy inside the pagoda? Lin Ming felt this was a bit incomprehensible. He assumed that the heaven and earth origin energy would be much richer inside of the pagoda. The inside of the Sorcerer Pagoda is more or less like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Lin Ming recalled that he had also encountered such a scene when he first entered into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He also recalled that from the time he had participated in the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examination until now, only 4 months had passed. In less than 6 months of time, Lin Ming's strength had already undergone an enormous earth-shaking change. He had gone from being a tender youth at the early flesh training stage to now, where his strength was comparable to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming did not dare to say that he was the strongest amongst all of his peers, but in terms of progress, he was the fastest within the entire Sky Spill continent. It seems the so-called sorcerer's will is how far one can reach in the Sorcerer Pagoda. I wonder how far a 15-year-old with strength at the early pulse condensation period would be able to go in the Exquisite Pagoda now. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was different from the 10,000 killing array. In the 10,000 killing array, the strength of the enemy didn't change. However, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the strength of the enemies was decided by one's age. The greater one's age, the stronger the enemy. So in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, only talent was measured. At first, the elder responsible for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda trial had spoken and said that in order to qualify, one only had to pass through the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second level was considered good, the third level was considered excellent, the fourth level was a genius, and the fifth level, it was simply impossible. The elder had only said this because he clearly understood the strength of the candidates. Throughout the past several decades of the Seven Profound Martial House, only Qin Xingxuan was able to pass the fifth level. Lin Ming had barely managed to reach the fifth level, but he hadn't managed to pass it. As he thought of the past, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a burning desire and rising fighting spirit. Now he wanted to see just how high his own talent would be. Weapon spear. 9 feet 9 inches. 1,200 genes. Created from heavy, profound, soft silver. As Lin Ming placed out his hand, a silver long spear fell into his grip. Although the appearance was the exact same as the heavy, profound, soft spear, this spear was a lower quality treasure, and he would just be able to pour his true essence into it. The Sorcerer Pagoda was a test of a martial artist's talent. Things like treasure weapons, treasure armors, or any influence one could have from the outside world was pushed down to the barest minimum. This was not the same as the 10,000 killing array. At this moment, a phantom started to congeal in front of Lin Ming, becoming more and more solid. This one was a martial artist dressed all in black, holding a sword. His cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming remembered that when he had rushed up the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the first enemy he had encountered was at the early second stage of body transformation. Now, the enemy was much more formidable than before. Apparently, this was due to him having grown older. The black-clothed martial artist rushed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even bother to use his spear. He merely fired out a punch, and more than 100 vibrating true essence filaments flew out of his fist and submerged into the martial artist's body like poisonous snakes. The martial artist simply fell to the ground with a single puff and died. To the Lin Ming of now, a martial artist whose cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation was simply too laughable. The truth was, for a 15 or 16-year-old to have cultivation at the peak second stage of body transformation was already quite good. For instance, Na Yi and Na Shui, who had reached the viscera training stage at 15 years old, were already considered rare talents. Qin Xingxuan, who had achieved the bone forging stage at 15 years old, was a monstrous genius. As for Lin Ming, who had reached the altering muscle stage at only 15 years old, but whose real combat prowess was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. That was simply too terrifying for human words. The first pass was simply too easy. Lin Ming lifted his foot and prepared to enter the second level. But at this time, Lin Ming felt that the martial artist he had just killed had broken down into an invisible energy that entered his body. This energy was rejuvenating like a spring rain, nourishing all of Lin Ming's limbs and bones, and spreading through his flesh and blood, deep into his organs. Even his unopened meridians seemed to have loosened a bit. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Is this the power of the sorcerer? I get it. The power of the sorcerer is simply the purified version of extremely condensed heaven and earth origin energy. In the Sorcerer Pagoda, the reason that the heaven and earth origin energy is thin is because it is condensed into these phantom martial artists. The more phantoms that I kill, the more pure heaven and earth origin energy I can absorb. This is simply too magical. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he was pleasantly surprised to find that heaven and earth origin energy had caused his altering muscle stage cultivation to become more stable. He had a faint feeling that he was making great steps towards the large success state of altering muscle. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The 72 sorcerer pagodas that this mighty elder had constructed were simply too marvelous. This mighty elder must have been amazing to be able to invent this sort of method for one to gain heaven and earth origin energy. Presumably, this entire sorcerer pagoda was one giant array that gathered heaven and earth origin energy. However, the true essence that could be condensed here was limited. It was no wonder that only the chosen witches were able to enter into the sorcerer pagoda and inherit the power within. Lin Ming lifted his foot and appeared in the second level of the sorcerer pagoda. The enemy here was a black-clothed martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. In terms of cultivation, this was the standard for a 15-year-old genius. When Wang Yanfeng had participated in the 7 profound martial house entrance examination, he was also at the early third stage of body transformation. Just as the black-clothed martial artist appeared, Lin Ming flicked a finger and 800 vibrating true essence threads broke into the martial artist's body, directly smashing all of his organs. In the first few levels of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any excess energy. This was because starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the Sorcerer Pagoda would experience a steep rise. Lin Ming absorbed this heaven and earth origin energy once more, and his true essence thickened even further. Lin Ming was unstoppable. In the 3rd level of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 2 peak viscera training black-clothed martial artists appeared. Lin Ming shook the silver spear and erupted with golden rock shattering the void. He instantly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed martial artists, and before they could even respond, they had been completely stabbed to death by his spear. As he absorbed the energy of these 2, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body had reached a limiting point. If he grew just a bit more, he would be able to break through to the large success stage of altering muscle. Lin Ming, though, the power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is truly formidable. It's only because my cultivation is too high and my true essence is too thick. If my cultivation was at the viscera training stage, I probably would have already broken through the stage after reaching the 3rd level. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to shimmer. A blood-red ball emerged from thin air. This sphere was a foot in diameter, and was completely covered in layers of intricate patterns. On the area of the sphere facing Lin Ming, he could see that there was a circular indent that matched the sorcerer's key. Nai had said that only with the sorcerer's key would one be able to open up the 4th level. Otherwise, they would be restricted to the first 3 levels. Lin Ming took out the sorcerer's key from his spatial ring and carefully placed within that indent. At that moment, the key seemed to melt into the sphere, and the crimson orb began to emit a flaming red light. Near Lin Ming's ear, he could hear a series of incantations. These incantations were same as the prayers that Nai had been reciting earlier. This incantation, Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake was resonating within. When Nai had first opened the transmission array of the Sorcerer Holy Land and opened the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda, she had also recited a similar incantation. But because Nai's words were somewhat vague and mumbling, Lin Ming hadn't been paying much attention and thought that it was only a prayer of sort that was passed down by the sorcerer's teachings. But now that the incantation directly resounded near Lin Ming's ear, he was able to clearly hear each and every syllable. This incantation was language from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming had absorbed the souls of 2 mighty elders from the realm of the gods. Although they were just small pieces of the originals, with these 2 combined, Lin Ming was able to generally understand the language of the realm of the gods. Inside the sphere, a monotone voice began to sound out. Talent rank evaluation, low-grade heaven step. Requirements for transmission acquired. Lin Ming was shocked. Even talents could be assessed according to different criteria, and he was a low-grade heaven step talent. Although Lin Ming didn't know what it meant to be a low-grade heaven step talent, what he was certain of was that within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Southern Wilderness, or even the 200,000 miles of land that were ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there weren't many at his age that could surpass his strength. And what did it mean for him to meet the requirements for transmission? Just where would the transmission array send him? When each person entered into the pagoda, would they also undergo a similar evaluation? Did they have to meet the so-called admission requirement? A series of questions popped up in Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, the scenery around him began to suddenly twist. Immediately after, Lin Ming felt dizzy. It was as if his body was a piece of cotton that was sent blowing into the wind. His body felt weightless, and his organs seemed as if they had been twisted several times in space. This sort of uncomfortable feeling really made one want to puke. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming felt as if he were dropping, and finally fell upon the hard ground. He reached out his hands to feel the floor. The ground was actually hot to the touch with a sort of scalding heat. Is this the inner tower within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Lin Ming rubbed his aching head as he looked up. He was somewhat surprised to see that in this land within the Sorcerer Pagoda, the surroundings were like a blood-drenched world. In the vast expanse of this world, every rock was red, the ground was barren and desolate, and not too far away there were large bloody lakes. In the lakes there were giant bubbles of hot gas forming, and a smell of blood was thick in the air. Blood lake? Lin Ming gulped. If that was true, then just how much blood was needed to form that lake? Was this an illusionary dreamland? Or was this the real world? Lin Ming recalled that extremely uncomfortable sense of distortion a moment ago, and he vaguely understood that he had just passed through a long-distance transmission array. When Lin Ming had gone through the transmission array to the lava cave, he also had experienced a similar feeling. In the lava cave's transmission array, the distance he traveled was only several hundred miles. But this time, the feeling of distortion was simply sharp and acute. Just how far had he been transmitted? At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, a red light appeared out of nowhere and gradually began to condense into a solid object. It formed into a giant red eye. As Lin Ming saw this eye, his heart tightened and he subconsciously took half a step back. This eye gave him an extremely horrifying feeling. Just what was it? "Hello, human." A cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. It used the language of the realm of the gods. "Who are you?" Lin Ming recalled that when the group had traveled here, they had seen this eye design countless times. From when they had entered the Sorcerer Holy Land, to the gate of the Sorcerer Pagoda, to the Sorcerer Pagoda sculpture, to the Sorcerer's Key. All of these contained this kind of eye design. Initially, Lin Ming had thought that the people of the southern wilderness worshipped the eye, thus they had used the eye as a totem. However, he hadn't thought that within the Sorcerer Pagoda, there would actually be such a giant red eye. There is no need to fear. My name is Yen-Mo. I live within the space between life and feed upon dreams. 29,000 years ago, I was subdued by Master, and become Master's contract beast. Master? Contract beast? Is your master the sorcerer? Yes, that is the name with which the people of the southern wilderness call my master. 50,000 years ago, Master established a vast divine kingdom within the southern wilderness. After 2 millennia, Master soared into the realm of the gods, and the divine kingdom was inherited by Master's descendants. The divine kingdom continued to exist for 10,000 years, but after time the world began to change, and the divine kingdom gradually declined. From massive wars caused by evil men, to the outbreak of beast floods, to natural disasters such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, the once vast divine kingdom disintegrated until it was no more. After 10,000 more years, it became the current southern wilderness. The swamps spread, and the vicious beasts and poisonous insects bred to countless numbers. The original citizens, because of war or disasters, either died or scattered to all reaches of the land, and slowly evolved to the present people of the southern wilderness. 20,000 years ago, the end of Master's destiny was approaching. Before he entered closed-door seclusion, he returned to the southern wilderness. He saw that his once endless divine kingdom had turned into rubble, and these descendants had devolved into the uncivilized people of the southern wilderness. In his heart he felt a deep melancholy. Thus, he established 72 smelting trial pagodas, with me as the eternal guard. The Master hoped that through the 72 trials of these pagodas, he would be able to give his descendants a light of hope. Lin Ming listened with shock. He had thought that this sorcerer, although he may have been fierce in the Sky Spill continent, would only have been considered an ordinary powerhouse within the realm of the gods. However, listening to Yen-Mo's description, he was afraid that the sorcerer was actually an overlord. As the saying went, 100 years dynasty, 1,000 years sect, 10,000 years holy land. Hearing from Yen-Mo, since the divine kingdom had existed for 10,000 years, it must have been a holy land. And the founder of the holy land had lived at least 30,000 years. It was difficult to imagine just how formidable his power truly was. I see. So these 72 sorcerer pagodas were left behind by the mighty elder of the realm of the gods before he entered closed-door seclusion. Lin Ming finally understood why there were so many sorcerer pagodas within the southern wilderness. As a martial artist's cultivation increased, their life would also extend. When they reached the end of their life and still hadn't broken through the bottleneck, they would often choose life or death closed-door seclusion. If they failed to break through, then they would simply perish within. Closed-door seclusion was an imperative matter. Before entering into seclusion, one had to make sufficient preparations. One had their karma left over from their fates, otherwise a demon would be left inside their heart. The sorcerer's divine kingdom and the descendants that he had left behind were one such bond that he had to resolve. Therefore, the reason that he had returned to the southern wilderness was to reap the karma that he had sown. Since the divine kingdom was no longer, the established 72 sorcerer pagodas in order to give his descendants a glimmer of hope. Like this, he had paid all the debts of his fate and no longer worried. Afterwards, these 72 sorcerer pagodas were discovered one after another by the people of the southern wilderness. They were recognized as a miracle, and thus the faith of the sorcerer had been founded. As for the eye totem, that was because there were some witches that had seen Yen-Mo. After all these thoughts were put in order, Lin Ming had never thought that the 72 sorcerer pagodas had hidden such a secret. Yen-Mo said, "You are the first one in the last 800 years to appear in the southern wilderness with a heaven-step talent. You thus have the qualifications to proceed into the life and death smelting trial. Through completing the trial by fire, you will obtain a treasure of formidable power that Master left behind. This smelting trial is not an illusion. It is a true killing array. In the smelting trial, if you lose, you may forfeit. Otherwise, you can also die. Would you like to enter into the life and death smelting trial? A treasure handed down by a mighty elder of the realm of the gods? What sort of miraculous thing would that be? And he could even obtain the power of this life and death smelting trial. This truly stirred Lin Ming's heart. He nodded and said, I do. Good. The life and death smelting trial also has 7 trials, each of which is more difficult than the Sorcerer Pagoda. For these last several hundreds of years, you are the only person to enter into the life and death smelting trial. I wish you good luck. As Yan Mo said this, his body was like a rippling wave that slowly faded away. The surrounding scenery returned to a blood-red world. This blood-red world was a true killing array. It was not an illusion. Lin Ming extracted the heavy, profound, soft spear from his spatial ring. Since this was a killing array, he could use a real weapon and didn't need to summon one. First trial, hell? Lin Ming's mind resounded with a calm and monotonous voice. As it spoke, numerous bubbles began to form in the blood lake, and groups of blood-red humanoid creatures began climbing out from the blood lake. Blood demons. It was said that in places rich with blood, a blood demon would be born. These blood demons could absorb a person's blood and true essence in order to grow. There were even some blood demons that existed in far-off lands that were able to completely assume human form. Their strength could be equivalent to a Xianxia realm master. Originally, when Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, every level he entered had only had some defenseless little cats. Now, there were actually so many blood demons. Lin Ming's warrior spirit began to burn with the urge to battle. Kill! Lin Ming suddenly moved, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The heavy, profound, soft spear was simply like a bolt of white light as it cut across. There were only 2 popping sounds as 2 of the blood demons were nearly sliced in half. However, although the 2 blood demons had been cut, they didn't die. They began to fuse back together. Undying? Their vitality is truly strong. But since they managed to run into me, they can only chalk it up to bad luck. Lin Ming flicked his spear and vibrating true essence began to flood out like an overwhelming tide. Flow like silk. Pong! Pong! There were 2 sounds of explosions, and the pair of blood demons burst into a bloody red fog. With this, they had completely died. After the 2 blood demons perished, they melted into invisible energies that floated into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the blood in his body. This is... Feeling the force of these 2 energies, Lin Ming was surprised. He thought that killing these 2 blood demons would be like before, and they would supplement the true essence within his body. However, he didn't expect that the blood demons would actually supplement the strength of vitality within his blood. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. This life and death smelting trial was beyond extraordinary. Although it was uncommonly difficult, its effects were not something that the Sorcerer Pagoda could hope to match. The Sorcerer Pagoda was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation. However, the life and death smelting trial was able to enhance every aspect of a martial artist's strength. For instance, this blood demon augmented one's blood vitality. With powerful vitality, one would be able to contain more true essence, and one's endurance would also increase. It would even be easier to recover from a serious injury. When one's vitality reached the limit, even dismembered limbs could be reborn from nothing. The body would simply be immutable. A few days ago, Lin Ming had swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, which had boosted his blood vitality. Now, after killing just 2 blood demons, Lin Ming obtained the effects of 1/3 of the blood Lingji. If he continued to kill more, then he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of vitality was that he would be able to accumulate. Seeing the numerous blood demons emerge from the blood lake, Lin Ming buzzed in trepidation. His fighting spirit began to soar into the sky, and the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments of his heavy, profound, soft spear began to shudder in excitement, as if they were irascible tin flood dragons. The silver spear point shivered, and began to let out a keening sound. Let's fight to the end. Lin Ming was like a meteor that crashed forwards in the group of blood demons. The heavy, profound, soft spear in his hand was like an epic silver dragon that dove into a sea of blood. Where the silver dragon visited, blood would flow. In such a bloody battle, Lin Ming attached a strong, vibrating true essence force to each spear strike. A circular wave of visible true essence fluctuated in the air like a tsunami with the spear as the epicenter. The blood demons burst in an endless cloud of bloody fog. Because the blood fog was too dense, it condensed in the air and formed a rain of blood. As Lin Ming fought in such a blood mist, the rain of blood continuously fell down upon him, running down his skin and streaming into his body. Lin Ming was the first person in the last 800 years to enter into this life and death smelting trial. Therefore this cloud of bloody rain was the 800 years of vitality that had been saved from the sorcerer Holy Land. It was incomparably strong and incomparably pure. Fun! Come again! By now, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. The more he fought, the stronger his body was becoming. He felt these vital energies constantly converging with his body. So not only was he not exhausted, but he felt as if he had a limitless well of strength. 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear. Its aura was like a bright rainbow sweeping past 10,000 enemies. As the spearhead passed through the blood demons, they would break apart just like bags of blood that were smashed apart. With a single sweep, 3 or 4 blood demons would be demolished by the vibrating force. In only an incense stick of time, nearly 100 blood demons were completely cleared by Lin Ming. But at this moment, not too far away, a massive cloud of bloody fog began to coalesce into a blood demon that was twice as large as a normal one. This blood demon was different. One could clearly make out its distinct facial features, and it seemed to carry a profound sense of intelligence. Obviously, this blood demon was the most formidable of them all. As Lin Ming saw this final blood demon, the corners of his mouth tipped upwards in a savage grin. His feet tread the ground, and he burst forward like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the several dozens of feet distance between them were closed. The gathered momentum of Lin Ming erupted like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. Pong! Lin Ming's spear pierced through that blood demon's body, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into its body, directly exploding it into a fog of blood. A stream of blood energy flowed into Lin Ming. This blood demon was almost equal to a 500-year-old blood Lingji. In total, Lin Ming had slain 99 normal blood demons and the blood demon leader. This was equivalent to absorbing more than a dozen 500-year-old blood Lingji. The massive amount of blood vitality reverberated within Lin Ming's body. There was about half that he wouldn't be able to absorb for now. If Lin Ming's vitality had been as energetic as a burning stove, then now, his vitality was like a billowing rocket, soaring into the deep blue sky. Awesome! Lin Ming let out a long breath. He felt as if he was filled to the brim with energy. Although he had just undergone a fierce battle, his current state was much better than before. There is still much blood energy within my body that hasn't been absorbed. Still, the strength of my vitality has been augmented. I can fight all day and I still wouldn't be tired. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. He took the heavy, profound, soft spear and drew a bloody cut along his hand. Then, an unimaginable scene took place. This cut healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and before long it had completely regenerated. Seeing this, Lin Ming was stunned. Although he knew that his power of blood vitality was able to enhance the healing capabilities of the body, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. With such an abnormal restorative ability, he would no longer need to fear injuries on the battlefield. If he could obtain some rare material in the future and supplement his blood vitality even further, then he might really be able to reach the legendary realm of regenerating lost limbs, or even being reborn from a single drop of blood. The Hell trial has concluded. Second trial, Hungry Ghost. That calmly indifferent voice rang within Lin Ming's ears again. Suddenly, his surroundings began to change. The bloody lakes and red sky began to turn into a completely dark and gloomy world. Looking up, he could see that the sky was a pale yellow like muddied waters, and there were countless black crows flying everywhere. The unimaginable number of black feathers in the sky obscured any bright sunlight there was. A surging river emerged from the ground. The greenish-yellow waters of the river roiled in churning, never-ending waves. A boundless, deathly gas blew through the air. On the riverside, there was an obsidian stone tablet. 2 large characters written on it. Yellow Springs. Hungry Ghost. I see, it's just like Nai said. The Sorcerer Pagoda was divided into 7 levels. Hell, Hungry Ghost, Animals, Witch Slave, Mortals, Celestial Envoy, and the Word of the Sorcerer. I thought that these names were only because of the religion and superstitions of the southern wilderness people. I didn't actually expect it to be true. But these 7 trials do not exist in the Sorcerer Pagoda, but instead in the life and death smelting trial. It's just that an ordinary which simply has no chance to see them. Then, the waves of the Yellow Springs began to violently churn, and massive whirlpools appeared within it. Hungry ghosts began to rush out from the greenish-yellow river waters, ominously howling as they fired towards Lin Ming. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi and Na Shui were silently waiting. Na Shui said, "Big sister, couldn't you enter the Sorcerer Pagoda with that big brother and go through the Sorcerer's test?" Na Yi said, "The power of the Sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is limited. The effects won't be as good if 2 people enter in at the same time. Not only that, but with my current strength, I'll at most be able to make it to the 4th floor." Na Yi had only just reached 15 years of age. It was still too early for her to undergo the trial of the Sorcerer Pagoda. Na Yi had her own wild ambitions. She wanted to reach the 5th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda, or even the 6th floor, and gain the Sorcerer's recognition to restore her Na tribe. Since the founding of the Na tribe, it was already very good if a witch was able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda. If they passed through the 4th to the 5th, then they were a genius among talents. If they passed through the 5th to the 6th, then they were a legend. In the 1,000 or so years of the Na tribe's existence, there had only ever been one person to enter the 6th level. And that legendary figure was the first witch queen of the Na tribe who had brought her people to travel the land, expanded their territory, and eventually founded the Na tribe. "Big sister, what level do you think that Big Brother Mo is at now?" Na Shui innocently asked. Na Yi's eyebrows knitted together. She looked towards the Sorcerer Pagoda with an anxiously puzzled expression. Before, she had seen Lin Ming rush up the first 3 levels with incredible speed that was enough to make her gasp in surprise. However, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, Lin Ming's strength was at the limit of a bone-forging powerhouse. With his strength, he should have been able to roll over the first 3 levels. But what was strange was that after she had seen Lin Ming pass through the first 3 levels from outside the pagoda, he had seemingly disappeared. She had been staring at the 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda and found that the formation array hadn't even begun to revolve. This proved that Lin Ming hadn't entered the 4th level. Just what could have happened? With Mo Lin's strength, it's impossible that he couldn't reach the 4th floor. He should easily pass through the 5th and into the 6th. His progress should at least be no less than the first witch queen of the Na tribe. Could Mo Lin have experienced some sort of accident within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Thinking this, Na Yi felt her heart tighten in distress. But the Sorcerer Pagoda is only an illusory magic array. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if it is too difficult. Na Yi suddenly gasped as she remembered something. In the ancient texts of the witches, there was once a legend that existed. In that legend, there was once a time long, long ago, when the sorcerer had founded a divine kingdom. The Sorcerer Pagoda was the entrance leading to the divine kingdom. If one was selected by the sorcerer, they would be able to open the door to the divine kingdom. Once they returned from that holy land, they would be the king of the southern wilderness. King of the southern wilderness. Na Yi took a deep breath, her heart surging with emotions as goosebumps began to rise on her arms. Bones as thin as firewood, sunken eyes, pupils the color of blood. So these are the hungry ghosts of the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming watched as the hideous ghosts stumbled towards him. Their bodies were lean to the point of being gnawed by a pile of bones. Their limbs were short and their heads were grotesquely huge. Their mouths were twisted open, and he could see dense rows of sharp teeth with a long, red tongue hanging out as it unendingly dripped saliva. Whether it is hungry ghosts or blood demons, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Ming rushed towards the hungry ghost at the front, striking out with his spear. Cha! At this point, the absurd occurred. Lin Ming's spear hadn't been blocked and struck the hungry ghost without resistance. But the hungry ghost wasn't injured even a bit. Unharmed, it rushed towards Lin Ming. A claw swiped downwards. Lin Ming's eyes widened and he immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement, instantly disappearing from where he stood and avoiding the dangerous blow. Physical damage immunity? Lin Ming suddenly understood. The hungry ghost itself was only a ghost. It wasn't a true corporeal entity. I see, so I'll have to use a martial skill to deal with them, and use the explosive force to scatter their soul. If a martial artist's martial skills weren't potent enough, then this trial would be truly bothersome. The truth was, Lin Ming belonged in the class of martial artists that didn't have mighty martial skills. It was just recently that he had accidentally created the Thunderfire Annihilation skill. However, using the Thunderfire Annihilation would sap 40% of Lin Ming's total true essence reserves. It wasn't something that he could casually use. But this didn't matter. Lin Ming still had his true essence manifestation ability, and he could also use the powers of thunder and flame. Lin Ming shook his spear, and a purple electric snake began to circle down the heavy, profound, soft spear's shaft, making a sizzling sound as it passed. Thunder had always been a power that was able to exorcise spirits and demons. Ghosts feared the sunlight, and were even more fearful of thunder. If a ghost was caught out in a thunderstorm, the thunderclap would scatter their wretched soul until it was beyond redemption. However, in the legends there also existed super ghosts of unimaginable strength that were able to withstand the destructive power of thunder. They would fly into the thunderclouds and use the power of thunder to temper out the impurities of their soul. This was the so-called heavenly tribulation. Once a ghost was able to pass through this trial by thunder, they would be able to produce pure yang from within themselves, and eventually construct a pure yang body that was no different from a living human. Of course, these hungry ghosts in front of Lin Ming were nowhere near that level. Chi! The electric snake spat out a bolt of lightning that struck a hungry ghost. In that instant, that hungry ghost's soul was scattered into the wind. A surge of pure soul energy streamed into Lin Ming's body. In the next moment, he felt that his soul force had grown. Soul strengthening. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he was jubilant. Before reaching the Xianxia realm, it was extremely difficult for one to cultivate soul force. Lin Ming had only done so by depending on the overbearing soul tactic and drawing inscriptions in order to augment his own soul force. However, that progress had been slow. Although Lin Ming's current soul force was much stronger than a martial artist at the same cultivation as him, it was still difficult to use that minimal soul force to draw up the body inscription symbol. That was why Lin Ming had barely managed to do so, and why each time after drawing the body inscription symbol, he had fallen into a deep slumber from overtaxing his soul force. I didn't imagine that the power of the hungry ghosts could strengthen one's soul force. That's really too rare. To an inscription master, soul force was of the utmost importance. Moreover, once one reached the Xianxia realm, they would also have to cultivate the soul. If he was able to build an early solid foundation for when he reached the Xianxia realm, then his future cultivation would inevitably proceed much more smoothly. Thinking this, Lin Ming's fighting spirit began to seethe with fervor. The thunder soul in his body also seemed to be infected by his zealousness as it rapidly spun around the heretical god seed. A thick bolt of twisting light emerged from Lin Ming's body. The crackling bright lightning was really shocking. Kill! The heavy, profound, soft spear turned into a flying purple dragon as it twisted in the air. Countless arcs of lightning spun around him, weaving a huge, expansive lightning grid. In such a storm of lightning, the hungry ghosts were like specks of snow within a raging firestorm. They rapidly melted and then evaporated in air. Their wailing howls lingered in the air. A stream of pure soul energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the soul in his spiritual sea. Lin Ming felt as if his consciousness had never been so clear before. Even the smallest change around him could not escape his perception. At this moment, a shrill and mournful ghostly cry sounded nearby. Lin Ming didn't even need to turn his head. His soul force had already locked onto the enemy. This purple-colored wraith had the shocking appearance of a beautiful woman. However, this wraith only had a head. It had no body. From far away, one could see that this giant head was dozens of feet wide. It floated in air like it was embedded within the dimly pale yellow sky. Endlessly long bone-white hair danced in the wind. The king of 100 hungry ghosts within the hungry ghost world? Lin Ming coldly snorted and suddenly broke forward with the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. One man and one spear. Together they were like a bolt of lightning that flashed towards this giant woman's head. The beautiful woman's head issued a frighteningly sinister howl as it sent forth endless white hairs to kill Lin Ming. Every hair in the air transformed into a white snake that slithered towards Lin Ming. Come! Lin Ming gave a shout and suddenly flicked the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands. An innumerable amount of purple electric charges burst into the night sky, forming a giant lightning weave that was even denser than the previous one. This dazzlingly bright lightning field shined so radiantly that one simply couldn't bear to stare at it. Chi. Under the fierce blow of this electrical purple field, the tens of thousands of white snakes dispersed in the air. The beautiful woman's head uttered an anguished wail as that once beautiful face contorted into a distorted mockery of beauty. She suddenly opened her mouth impossibly wide, her cherry lips parting to reveal rows upon rows of horrifyingly sharp white teeth. From beautiful to hideous, this change was simply too shocking. The giant head sinisterly shrieked, aimed towards Lin Ming, and bit down. Suffer defeat. Lin Ming gave a loud shot and giant arc of lightning several times larger than the last formed around the heavy, profound, soft spear and directly stabbed towards the giant head's open mouth. Cha! With the cacophonic sound of shattering bone, Lin Ming's spear pierced through that giant head. Countless electric lights were left behind on the giant head, twisting around the grim visage. Ah! Discordantly shrill screams filled the skies, and the countless crows that flew in air imploded upon themselves as they burst into a massive rain of grotesque blood, flesh, and feathers that sprinkled onto the ground. What a strong sound wave! Lin Ming had covered his ears with true essence to protect them. He had already experienced the tiger-leopard thunderclap within Thunder Valley. These ear-splitting sound waves could be considered nothing to Lin Ming. The giant head dramatically twisted in the air as if it was being shredded from within, and then with a giant cracking sound, it suddenly burst into tens of thousands of tiny fragments. The fragments turned into little crystal lights that shimmered in the yellow sky. It was quite beautiful and elegant. After a period of time, these crystal sparks of light became a scintillating river of light that flowed towards Lin Ming. This gorgeous light was like a stream of liquid sunlight, infinitely beautiful. What good pure soul force! As Lin Ming absorbed this light, he could clearly feel that the soul in his body was like a small sapling that was being nourished by the spring rains, rapidly growing. There is simply too much soul force energy here. I cannot completely absorb it. The blood vitality is the same too. After this life and death smelting trial, I must go into seclusion for a period of time and properly absorb these energies. As Lin Ming thought this, that icily indifferent voice once again rang in his ears. Hungry ghost passed. Third trial animals. With this sound, the scenery around Lin Ming changed once again. The dim yellow sky and the surging yellow springs completely vanished as endless wild grasslands appeared all around him. The dusky sky was filled with thick, dark clouds. However, no rain fell from these clouds. Under the vast cloudy sky, the grasslands were filled with a dark green moss, sparse land, as well giant clumps of black rock. This truly was a mottled dark world. At this moment, a low and deep beastly roar sounded in the distance. Not too far away, a horde of black shadows appeared. These shadows had a variety of characteristics. Some treaded the ground, some flew in the air, and all had different shapes. Lin Ming flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear and licked his crimson lips. So the enemy of the animal trial is simply vicious beasts? How kind. In all these years that I've been practicing martial arts, it's as if I've been constantly testing my strength against vicious beasts. Roar. The roars of the vicious beasts were like the rumble of thunder. This horde of more than 100 vicious beasts overflowed with murderous intent as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Among them were giant cows 10 feet high, serpents that were 3 feet thick, and even strange-looking giant double-headed birds. Facing this aggressive beastly horde, Lin Ming did not dodge. Instead, he decided to kill his way through this horde. One man and one spear facing off against 100 beasts. This sight was simply completely disproportionate. However, Lin Ming's momentum did not falter. Instead, his aura was like a blazing inferno, soaring into the sky. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's foot thrust against the black rock ground and the heavy profound soft spear howled as it thrust out, covered with a dense flaming aura. An overwhelming energy filled the air as if it would blot out the sky, and Lin Ming's spear pierced through the body of a 100-foot snake. Ho! With this powerful impact, Lin Ming braced both his arms and the heavy profound soft spear curved like a crescent moon. The 1,000 gene snake was sent flying out by Lin Ming. As the serpent flew off, Lin Ming's momentum had reached an extreme. Total annihilation. Lin Ming's entire body flooded with a massive amount of true essence. His cast-iron legs were like the roots of trees that dug into the earth. His body was steady, and his long spear was like a giant blazing flame that roared as it cut apart the atmosphere. The skill of inscription, astral spear, was activated, and the 9 feet 9-inch long spear extended to 20 feet. Puff! Puff! 2 vicious beasts were directly sent flying by Lin Ming. Violently vibrating true essence penetrated into their skulls and pulverized their brains. Like this, Lin Ming broke into that horde of beasts. With the support of his powerful blood vitality, his strength was like an inexhaustible well. Every time he moved his spear, a shower of blood flowed. In such a slaughter, Lin Ming felt a strange energy seep into his body, subtly changing him. His tendons became tougher, and his muscles became more solid and robust. The third trial is to enhance the strength of the body? Lin Ming was suddenly aware that the most formidable aspect of a vicious beast was their body. There were many vicious beasts that were extremely powerful, and their bodies were naturally the best weapon. Since Lin Ming cultivated the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his bodily strength was already extremely formidable. In addition to the first trial's augmentation of his blood vitality, and now the third trial's enhancement of his body strength, Lin Ming felt that the power of his physical form was rapidly ascending to new heights. I think my strength may already surpass 10,000 genes. A strength of 10,000 genes was already a martial artist's limit. There were only some pulse condensation period martial artists that had inborn divine strength who had a possibility of having a strength that was over 10,000 genes. Once one stepped into the Hotian realm, their physical strength wouldn't increase by much. It was only their true essence that would become thicker and purer. Before, people had accidentally mistaken Lin Ming for having inborn divine strength because of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Now, he truly did have true inborn divine strength, and his physical body was now several times superior to Taku. Oh! At this moment, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-Yi was still waiting for Lin Ming. From the time that Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, 1 hour had already passed. Were the legends recorded within the ancient texts true? In the fabled Divine Kingdom, there was an infinite power contained therein. If one were to return from the Divine Kingdom, they would become the king of the southern wilderness. In the future, if he wished so, would he dominate the entire southern wilderness? Na-Yi's thoughts were complex. All the young girls of the southern wilderness admired and revered heroes. Naturally, Na-Yi was no exception. However, once she remembered the hatred she bore on her shoulders for her parents and her master, Na-Yi submerged this childish feeling within herself and silently waited for Lin Ming to return. I remember, there is a chamber of ancient texts within the Sorcerer Holy Land. Maybe I can find some records of the Divine Kingdom in there. Thinking this, Nai took a candlestick off of a nearby wall, lit it, and slowly made her way towards the ancient library. Nai was still young. She wasn't entirely clear on the many legends that were passed down by the sorcerer. Oh. The land was filled with broken bones and the stumps of severed limbs. The earth was dyed crimson with blood. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear lightly gripped in his arms. In front of him, the last vicious beast twitched in the final throes of its life. The strange energy once again converged on Lin Ming's body, and he could already hear the popping sounds as his skeleton, flesh and muscles were being subtly transformed from within. What an amazingly mysterious life and death smelting trial. It can actually change my body and strengthen my soul, blood vitality, and even body strength. This is equivalent to completely reshaping the foundation of my body. Even if someone had a bad cultivation foundation, after going through such a transformation, they would also become a genius. The sorcerer who created the life and death smelting trial is truly a remarkable person. I wonder what realm of power the sorcerer managed to attain. Could he be as fierce as the saintess of the verdant feather sacred lands? At this time, that cold voice sounded again. Animal trial passed. Fourth trial, the witch slave. The scenery transformed once again. That dark barren wasteland disappeared and Lin Ming appeared in a circular area. The floor was made of dirty old bricks, and the ground was covered with some dark red splotches that appeared to be leftover blood drops. Battle arena? This scene is actually a refreshing change of pace. As Lin Ming thought aloud to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of metal being torn apart. He turned around to look, and saw that the iron fence of the arena was being savagely torn apart by a massive black monster. The black humanoid monster was 30 feet tall, and its skin was a viscous purple color that glowed with a metallic luster. Its two humongous arms were thicker than a man's waist, and a thick dark steel hoop was warped around its wrist. The hoop was covered with sharp iron spikes. It looked to weigh no less than 1,000 genes. This black monster had two heads. One ferocious-looking head had a 3-foot-long horn jutting out, and the other had tusks half a foot long sticking out from its warped grin. All of the muscles of its body were solid like granite, and its chest and waist were wrapped by thick heavy chains the size of a grown man's arm. This is the witch slave? Lin Ming could clearly feel a serious pressure weighing down on him as he stood in front of this giant monster. Although this time there was only one enemy, Lin Ming had a hunch that this fourth trial was much more difficult than the first three. Roar! The witch slave let loose an earth-shaking roar. Its several thousand gene body jumped upwards, and the ground beneath it collapsed like an avalanche. Then, like a falling meteor, it pounded down towards Lin Ming. Bang! Rocks flew about. Lin Ming leapt upwards. Although his strength had grown, he knew with absolute certainty that there was no way he would be able to use brute force against this disastrous beast. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming flicked his spear, and true essence congealed into reality as it fell down in torrents upon the witch slave. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected the witch slave to have such a terrifyingly strong defensive power. Under the dense waves of Lin Ming's true essence attack, the monster was unharmed. Flow like silk. The countless tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to resonate on the same frequency as they adjusted their breathing together, and his true essence began to intensely vibrate. This vibrating true essence could ignore defense and directly transmit into an opponent's body and ravage their insides. It was an overwhelmingly domineering ability. However, Lin Ming didn't expect that the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments would submerge into the witch slave's body and vanish without a trace. The witch slave only trembled for several moments, and then felt nothing else. What? Is this for real? Lin Ming was shocked. This was the first time that his flow like silk had been resisted. The witch slave had actually devoured all of the flow like silk filaments. This proved that the defensive power of its organs, skeleton, muscles, and skin were on a completely terrifying level. It really is a monster. Because of that flow like silk attack a moment ago, the witch slave seemed to be mad with anger. It drew out the large, thick chains that wound around its body and slashed down at Lin Ming. The long chain was just like a black flood dragon. With a roaring power, it heavily smashed upon the ground. Bang! Countless rocks were sent flying into the area. That attack had even created a giant pit in the huge arena. This witch slave strength was simply difficult to imagine. Lin Ming had already avoided the attack earlier using the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. As soon as the witch slave missed, it flicked its arm and gathered the chain before firing it at Lin Ming once again. Power of thunder! Lin Ming's silver spear shined with a purple arc of lightning. The spear point met the chain, and that lightning arc was like a fierce purple snake that threaded up the chain and directly plunged into the witch slave. Cha! The witch slave was struck by the lightning. Countless arcs of electricity crackled on its body, and its purple skin charred a bit. However, it had only been burnt a little. Once the power of thunder disappeared, the witch slave bellowed, brandished the chains, and attacked again. This time Lin Ming was left completely speechless. He was simply dumbfounded by the witch slave's amazing defensive power. Not only could it defend against true essence manifestation combined with flow like silk, but it could also resist lightning attacks. With such a prodigious defensive power, perhaps even opening the heretical god force would be useless. Did he really have to use his last resort, Thunderfire Annihilation? As Lin Ming avoided the chain attacks, his mind began racing with thoughts. This is the fourth trial. If I use Thunderfire Annihilation now, then how will I cross the next three? But if I don't use Thunderfire Annihilation, then none of my other attack methods will work against this monster. This fellow's defensive power is simply too abnormal. Fortunately, only its defensive capabilities are unbelievable. Its attack patterns are very simple and predictable, and its speed is also slow. There's no point in dragging this one. Once I open the heretical god force, I'll be able to know if it even has any effect. However, once I use up the compressed true essence of the heretical god force, then it will take a long time to restore. I might as well use Thunderfire Annihilation to kill it now. As for the later trials, if my strength is not enough, then there's nothing left to say. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Flashes of lightning began to flitter on his long spear, and a lotus of flame sparked into life. As the thunder and fire intersected, there was a terrifying explosive sound as if an unstoppable tide was approaching. Lin Ming shouted, and thrust out his spear towards the witch slave. The roar of flame and thunder swallowed every other sound. An incomparably keen true essence flashed out like a bolt of white light as it tore through space. Thunder and fire interwove into a brilliant sphere of red and purple light that flew forwards like a blazing meteor. The witch slave bellowed and waved its chains to attack the glowing ball of thunder and fire. Bang! There was a earth-shattering sound just like a clap of thunder. The brilliant light was like 10,000 golden swords that shot out in all directions. Countless rocks were sent scattering into the air. The arena had turned into a giant pit. The arm that the witch slave had raised was now completely broken, and blood spewed from it like an endless crimson fountain. It cried out with a muffled roar, its enormous body trembling. Its chest was soaked with blood even as more blood sputtered out endlessly from its body. It's still alive? Lin Ming was shocked. This was definitely the most durable being that he had ever encountered so far. Die! Lin Ming's feet tread the ground and his body flew forth like an arrow. Under the effects of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. Puff! The spear pierced into the wound on the witch slave's chest that had been opened by the Thunderfire Annihilation attack. The spear finally managed to break through the torn flesh. Flow like silk erupted within the monster and rushed towards the heart of the witch slave. With a new injury added to the old, the witch slave gave one final roar as it unwillingly went down. Its corpse rapidly dissolved, turning into a green energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. This energy is... Lin Ming felt that the green energy was extremely oppressive and tyrannical. Before, whether it was the energy of blood vitality from the blood demon or the soul force from the hungry ghost, or even the vicious beast's energy that was able to transform the strength of a human's body, it was all very gently and effortlessly absorbed. But this green energy was extremely savage. It brutally rampaged through his body, and sent waves of agonizing pain rolling through its path. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with large beads of sweat. Dense crackling sounds resounding within his body, as if the bones of his skeleton were striking each other. Hearing this, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit fearful. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to distort, and Yan Mo appeared. Yan Mo looked at Lin Ming and said without any emotion, "Congratulations. In this smelting trial, you are the first martial artist in the last 6,000 years to pass the trial of the witch slave. You do not need to fear. This energy has simply been saved up for too long. A full 6 millennia of time. Therefore, it is a bit overbearing. It will only transform your body. It will not bring you harm." Six millennia? Lin Ming found it difficult to speak through the pain. Yes, 6,000 years ago there was a man named Qin Yu that was able to pass the 4th level of the smelting trial. However, he was defeated in the 5th level, the mortal trial. After he went back, he founded a vast empire in the southern wilderness, and was called the Feather Emperor by the people of the south. Right, so it had already been 6,000 years since someone managed to pass through the witch slave trial. This wasn't too surprising. It was only because he had accidentally comprehended the Thunderfire Annihilation skill that he would have such an abnormal striking power. A normal martial artist would never be able to get past the freakish defensive capabilities of the witch slave. Slowly, Lin Ming found that the green energy had fused into his skeleton. His skeleton had become denser, and his muscles had become tougher. The physical defense had experienced a crazy increase in power. Before now, Lin Ming's body strength was formidable. However, that did not mean that his defensive power was similarly formidable. For instance, an iron-armored cow could easily break steel plate, and if a sharp axe were to fall on their body, it wouldn't leave any damage. If Lin Ming wanted to fend off a sword with just his bare hand, he could only rely upon his flow-like silk technique to vibrate the weapon and send it flying away. If his fist really did meet the blade of a sword, then his hand would simply be split in two. But now, Lin Ming had absorbed the green energy which had augmented his body, and he felt his body grow more solid, and his defensive capabilities increased. Now if he faced a martial artist on the level of Xianxia, Lin Ming believed that he wouldn't even need to use true essence. He could simply use his own bare hand to stop the other's attacks. As Lin Ming unceasingly integrated with the green energy, the aching pain he felt gradually weakened. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in sweat, and mixed within the sweat were black, oily drops. These were clearly the impurities that were in Lin Ming's body. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the golden deer pills to temper his body. However, that was only the lowest level of medicine used to temper one's body. It naturally wasn't able to be compared to something so fantastic like this green energy. After his muscles and marrows were purified, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground. Yan Mo said, "After passing the 4th trial, from here on out, you will have 3 hours of rest between each trial. You may use that period of time to restore your body to its best condition. I wish you good luck, smelting trial human." As Yan Mo said this, its body began to twist in space as it gradually faded away. Lin Ming exhaled one long breath and plopped down on the ground. Luckily, he had time to rest. 3 hours should be enough. Oh! At this time, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I was standing within the library of the Sorcerer Holy Land. She held an ancient volume within her hands. Not too far away, slowly burning candles flickered as they emitted a faint yellow light. The Sorcerer Holy Land was a massive underground mausoleum. It also had a special library. Na-I had taken her lit candle and searched the library for a long time, and finally found a record of the legendary Divine Kingdom on a yellowed sheepskin manuscript. Because the manuscript was simply too ancient, the pages were already worn down, and the threads binding them were rotted. The pages could easily be broken apart. Na-I carefully skimmed through the notes in that ancient manuscript, and finally found a detailed record of the Divine Kingdom. This record was from 1,500 years ago, and was written by a peerless powerhouse of the southern wilderness named Na Yanda. 1,500 years ago, not even the Na tribe had been founded. The page in Na Yi's hands was only a handwritten copy. Still, even if it were a handwritten copy, it was 700 or 800 years old. Xianxia was a sorcerer. He left behind countless illustrious achievements in the history of the southern wilderness, along with countless legends and tales. He had founded the giant Negu tribe, and to this day, that tribe was one of the top 10 most powerful tribes within the southern wilderness. At the time, the southern wilderness was under the leadership of Xianxia. They had invaded the north and caused numerous nations to submit. The southern wilderness had experienced one of its most prosperous times in millennia. It was said that Xianxia had reached the limit of the Xiantian realm, or might have even gone higher. For those reasons, Xianxia was considered one of the ancient heroes of the southern wilderness, and was worshipped and respected by many people. Even Nai had heard of Xianxia's glorious tales as a child. Towards the stories of this legendary figure, she had been filled with yearning. Xianxia had recorded the complete process of his entry into the Sorcerer Pagoda. He wrote that he had rushed upwards, but had been chosen by the sorcerer, and then sent to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom had 7 levels. The first level was a blood-red hell, the second was a land of gloomy yellow ghosts, the third was a world savage vicious beasts, and the fourth was an arena of the witch slave. As for the last several, Xianxia hadn't seen them. Xianxia saw the god of the witch eye within that bloody hell. The god of the witch eye had given him 7 tests, and each level of the Divine Kingdom corresponded to a test. However, Xianxia had only been able to complete 3 trials, and was defeated at the 4th. Therefore, Xianxia had only reached the 4th level. In the writings, it also said that the difficulty of these 7 tests was much higher than the Sorcerer Pagoda. In particular, from the 4th, the difficulty would increase each time. Even the child of a god or a demon would be unable to do anything in the face of such a trial. Even the Feather Emperor from 6,000 years ago had only barely completed the 4th trial. As he went to the 5th, he was also defeated. Seeing this, Nai was surprised. The Feather Emperor of the southern wilderness had once dominated the entire land 6,000 years ago, and had founded a vast empire. The Feather Emperor's strength was immeasurably deep, and was said to have surpassed the Xiantian realm. At that time, the Feather Emperor had created the faith of the sorcerer. The faith had been equal to a grade 3 sect. It was not inferior compared to the 7 profound valleys of the north. One could only imagine the prosperity that the southern wilderness had achieved during this time. Even His Majesty the Feather Emperor could not pass through the 5th trial? The Divine Kingdom's trials are simply too difficult. Is there even any significance in the 6th or 7th trial? To those living within the southern wilderness, the Feather Emperor was the equivalent of a second god. He was only second to the belief in the sorcerer. There were many followers of the faith that stubbornly believed the Feather Emperor hadn't yet died. Instead, he had soared into the heavens to join the sorcerer. In Nai's opinion, if even the Feather Emperor could not pass the 5th trial, and the 6th and 7th trials were even more difficult, then they had no value at all. Who could possibly overcome them? Oh! Time passed 1 minute and 1 second at a time. Lin Ming pulled out a true essence stone and revolved the true primal chaos formula to slowly recover his true essence. The power of thunder and flame that he had consumed to use thunderfire annihilation was also slowly being restored. Because Lin Ming had an extremely formidable blood vitality, his current ability to recover was far above a normal martial artist. In just half an hour, he had been completely restored to his top condition. Start the 5th trial. Lin Ming shouted to Yen Mo, who had since disappeared. Good. Then it shall be as you wish. This 5th trial, the mortal world, has not been passed for 10,000 years. 10,000 years! Lin Ming didn't think this was too unusual. Since nobody had passed the last trial in 6,000 years, then it would be normal if no one passed this trial in the last 10,000 years. The surrounding space began to darken. Lin Ming arrived at a vast empty space that did not contain a single thing. Underneath him was the endless earth, and above him, the twinkling bright stars shining in the sky. Around Lin Ming there were 18 shades. These were human martial artists. They wore black clothes and carried a variety of weapons. There were swords, sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It could be said that every weapon was collected in these 18 shades. As Lin Ming noticed the cultivation of these martial artists, his heart suddenly sank. Among these 18 individuals, 12 were at the peak bone forging stage, and 6 were at the pulse condensation period. How could he confront this? Lin Ming was speechless. No wonder no one had passed through this trial in the last 10,000 years. Of the 6 pulse condensation period martial artists, 5 were at the early pulse condensation period, and there was even 1 at the middle pulse condensation period. Of the 12 peak bone forging stage martial artists, every single one of them was a half step into the pulse condensation period. Each one was much more powerful than the monkey-faced man and bald man. Lin Ming could not help but wonder if there could be found a 15-year-old youth in the entire Sky Spill continent that was so abnormal as to be able to defeat 18 of these martial artists at once. Were there really people that were able to pass this sort of trial? Listening to Yen Mo, it seemed that 10,000 years ago there really was someone that had passed through this hurdle. Simply incredible. From the 3rd to the 4th trial, the difficulty had already dramatically risen by a large amount. If it wasn't for Thunderfire Annihilation, then it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to break past the 4th trial. He didn't expect that in the 5th trial, the difficulty would once again dramatically rise. If it was like this, then how could one possible pass the 6th and 7th trials? The difficulty of this life and death smelting trial is just too abnormal. Before I entered the life and death smelting trial, I could barely cope with a pulse condensation period martial artist. Now, there are actually 6 of them, and there is even 1 at the middle pulse condensation period. There are also the 12 bone forging stage martial artists to pin me down. They really do think highly of me. Lin Ming gripped the heavy profound soft spear horizontally, and let true essence revolve within his entire body. Although he had little hope he could overcome this trial, he would still try to break through with everything he had. This life and death smelting array is a true killing array. I must be cautious. If I lose, I must give up. Otherwise, if I lose focus, I might really die here. Facing so many masters on all sides, Lin Ming did not dare to do like before and directly rush into the enemy like a tiger in a flock of sheep. If he did that now, it would simply be suicide. Whoosh! A martial artist holding a long staff had already attacked Lin Ming. The staff was already sweeping towards Lin Ming's knees. At the same time, another martial artist armed with a brilliantly snow-white saber stepped forwards. They had already sealed off all of Lin Ming's possible evasive routes. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming launched into his movement ability and threaded through the 2 martial artists' attacks like a fish. Although he was able to block these 2 attacks, he dared not fight here, otherwise he could be caught up in the battle and become trapped in the encirclement. His body formed a series of illusory images, his speed reaching an incredible degree. He survived 4 attacks in a row, and then, like a ghost, he appeared behind a martial artist that was using a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was a rarely used weapon. It was suitable for long-range attacks, but in close combat it would be constrained and restrict movement. Therefore, Lin Ming had chosen this martial artist as his first target. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear thrust out. The meteor hammer-wielding martial artist was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his response was very quick. The martial artist had flicked his hand, and the meteor hammer tied its chain around the heavy, profound, soft spear. Kacha! The sturdy chains had already wrapped around the spear point of the heavy, profound, soft spear, miring it in place. If Lin Ming's weapon was even caught for just the time it took for a few blinks, then Lin Ming would face simultaneous attacks from 18 martial artists at once. He could only abandon his weapon, otherwise there was no way he would be able to dodge. At this point, Lin Ming grinned. A thick arc of lightning jumped out and sped down the metal chain towards the meteor hammer-wielding martial artist. Zizizi! The meteor hammer martial artist was electrocuted by the attack, and his entire body was paralyzed. Lin Ming seized this opportunity, and with one shout, his strength of 10,000 genes erupted at once. His right hand gripped the base of the heavy, profound, soft spear, swung the chain open, and thrust a fierce attack towards the meteor hammer martial artist, stabbing his throat. Puff! One spear had severed the throat. Having killed the peak bone-forging martial artist in a single stroke, Lin Ming did not dare to pause and pulled out his spear to retreat backwards. Whiz! A halberd with the thickness of a baby's arm slammed into the spot where Lin Ming had just been. A loud explosion occurred, and the rocky ground where he stood had collapsed. This was the attack from the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming broke out into an anxious cold sweat. This was a true killing array. If he had even been half an eye blink late a moment ago, then he would have already been left with only half his life. The subsequent instant attacks from the other martial artists wouldn't have even given him the chance to give up within the smelting trial. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt an extremely pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy surge into his body. With this heaven and earth origin energy, Lin Ming's true essence reached a critical point that allowed him to break through the limit and officially step into the peak-altering muscle stage. This mortal world increases true essence and cultivation. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Before, in the worlds of hell, hungry ghost, animals, or even the witch slave, none of them were able to directly increase his cultivation. They gave such bonuses like augmenting blood vitality and soul force. Although it would be of great advantage to Lin Ming's future cultivation efforts, it was not able to greatly boost his immediate combat prowess. Rather than increase his cultivation from one stage to the next, it had been a qualitative change in his body. I've only killed one and yet I reached the peak-altering muscle stage. If I kill them all, then just how far will my power increase? Lin Ming's heart rallied with a sharply rising fighting spirit. I'll kill the bone-forging stage ones first, and then those at the pulse condensation period. After reaching the peak-altering muscle stage, Lin Ming's strength had drastically risen, and his speed was also higher. Now, with the power of golden rock shattering the void at his back, his body was just like a passing ghost. Not even the attacks of a bone-forging stage martial artist could injure him. Could be said that golden rock shattering the void was the trump card that Lin Ming relied on in this trial. Otherwise, if he fell into an encirclement of martial artists, he would immediately be defeated. Because of his extreme agility, Lin Ming launched into pseudo-guerrilla warfare, and the debilitating power of thunder attached to his heavy profound soft spear was the murder weapon. If a martial artist and Lin Ming were similar in strength, then a touch of this electrical force was enough to paralyze them for just a moment. However, in a battle between masters, that moment of paralysis was enough to spell their doom. Puff! Lin Ming swept his spear and took off a bone-forging stage martial artist's head. The true essence within his body rose by another level. The limit of altering muscle. Lin Ming was jubilant. He had only just broken through to the altering muscle stage a little more than a month ago, and now he had already taken strides towards the bone-forging stage. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if his entire body had fallen into some quagmire. Every movement he took seemed to be affected by some strange invisible traction, slowing him. He turned and saw that the middle pulse condensation period martial artist that wielded a halberd had stuck that halberd into the ground. Thick true essence condensed within his body and unceasingly fluctuated from him. Gravity manipulation? Lin Ming had just thought of this, when the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist flashed behind him, sword striking. The deep blue sword wind sliced at Lin Ming. Damn! Lin Ming lifted his spear to block, but that sword wind was too relentlessly sharp. Even though some was blocked, some of the sword wind had passed the spear shaft and cut into Lin Ming's body. Cha! Lin Ming's upper clothing was torn apart, revealing the purple-gold flexible armor underneath. Potent true essence broke through that flexible armor and mercilessly stabbed at Lin Ming's organs. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and was set flying back. He quickly stabilized himself and probed his body, actually taken aback by what he found. Nothing's wrong. Although there was a slight aching feeling, his internal organs hadn't suffered any injury. The defensive power of his body was so incredible that even Lin Ming found it hard to believe. At the fourth trial, when I killed the witch slave, its energy truly changed my body in an abnormal manner. That was an attack from a pulse condensation period master. Even if it's just the sword wind, it should be enough to kill a normal altering muscle stage martial artist. yet I was able to resist it and also wasn't injured. The sword-wielding martial artist was only a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. He did not understand emotions such as surprise. Once he saw that his strike had no effect, he raised his sword to attack again. Lin Ming would naturally not fight with him. His body flashed as he displayed golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared behind two peak bone forging stage martial artists. Chi! Chi! Two heads flew. Two martial artists were killed. After Lin Ming had reached the limit of altering muscle, killing peak bone forging martial artists was nothing but an easy task. Two pure energies poured into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming began to tremble, feeling his entire skeleton go numb as if something had gotten into his bones. His skeleton had become more dense and resilient. True essence enters the bones. Bone forging stage. At this moment, Lin Ming had officially stepped into the bone forging stage. Incomparably powerful true essence poured into all of his limbs and bones and spread throughout his body. Lin Ming felt his strength soaring into the sky. He felt as if something had lit within his body, and endless amounts of blood began to surge within him. Seeing that sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist send a slash of sword wind at him, Lin Ming let out a shout and thrust out his spear. Flow like silk. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true essence threads erupted outwards, each one several times thicker than in the past. In the face of such compelling true essence, that pulse condensation period's sword wind was torn apart. Die! Lin Ming stepped forwards. His long spear was like a winding venomous serpent. Flowers in the storm. Ding 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 ding. In that moment, Lin Ming exchanged a legion of blows against the phantom martial artist. In a collision of sword and spear, Lin Ming's strikes weren't any slower. Power of thunder. The sound of crackling electricity sizzled in the air. A thick bolt of purple lightning flashed down and stunned the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist until his whole was numb. Lin Ming raised his spear and stabbed out again. But at this time, the halberd-wielding martial artist struck too. Clang! Lin Ming used his spear to meet the halberd, and the two pole weapons intersected. The 9-foot 9-inch heavy profound soft spear roughly defended against the thick halberd. That strike had contained the full strength of the middle pulse condensation period martial artist, and yet it had been fended off by Lin Ming. You're done. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A large quantity of thunder and fire fused into one, and a small electric fireball the size of a head appeared on the heavy profound soft spear. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang! The force of the highly compressed thunder and flame erupted at once in a ruinous explosion. 10,000 gleaming blades of golden light pierced through the jet-black night sky, and an incomparably powerful air wave scattered in all directions. Several nearby phantom martial artists were sent flying out. The halberd-wielding middle pulse condensation period martial artist was completely enveloped in the destructive power of the savage explosion. All his organs shattered to bits and he immediately died on the spot. Under the suppression of so many martial artists surrounding him, Lin Ming had used a single move to kill the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming was a bit stunned himself. Unknowingly, his battle prowess had actually risen to this degree. A pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy several times thicker than before flowed into Lin Ming's body. All of the true essence within Lin Ming's body was nourished by this heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed into his bones and muscles. Lin Ming had just entered the bone forging stage, and yet his cultivation had already been consolidated. Lin Ming was surprised. At this rate, it might even be possible for his cultivation to soar to the peak of bone forging. When that happened, just how far would his combat prowess rise? Now that he had killed the strongest martial artist here, the strange gravitational pull that was hindering his movements was released. Along with Lin Ming's enhanced strength and the dwindling number of enemies, the pressure he faced was greatly reduced. He no longer needed to flit around the edges and engage in diversionary tactics. Now he could directly storm into the group of enemies. The peak bone forging martial artists were no longer a threat to him. With a sweep of the heavy profound soft spear, several bone-forging martial artists were violently killed. As the number of enemies decreased, Lin Ming only grew stronger. In only half an incense stick of time, more than a dozen corpses littered the ground. In front of Lin Ming, there were only 4 pulse condensation period martial artists left, but his cultivation had already reached the large success of bone forging. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even the early pulse condensation period martial artists had stopped being Lin Ming's opponent. In a single breath, he mowed down the 4 remaining martial artists, and Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak of bone forging. Peak bone forging. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a formidable energy. He was stronger than he had ever been. During this 5th trial, Lin Ming's strength had risen by an unbelievable amount. Even he felt that it was a surreal experience. If it wasn't for his strength having experienced such a sudden increase, there was no way he could have passed this trial. If the 6th trial also enhanced his cultivation, he could achieve the pulse condensation period, or even large success of pulse condensation. However, the possibility of this wasn't high. This method of absorbing massive amounts of extremely pure heaven and earth origin energy to rapidly raise one's strength was similar to eating rare and valuable materials. One couldn't infinitely increase their cultivation. Otherwise, it would become extremely unstable. At this moment, Yan Mo appeared. It gazed at Lin Ming for a moment before saying, "Congratulations! For the last 19,000 years of the life and death smelting trial, you are the most talented youth that I have seen. I look forward to seeing if you will pass the 6th trial. Since ancient times, no one has ever managed to do this. You have 3 hours to restore your strength." No one's ever passed since ancient times? Lin Ming frowned. If no one's ever passed the 6th level, then wouldn't the 7th simply be ridiculously outrageous? Didn't Senior Sorcerer set the difficulty for this too high? Yan Mo replied, "This arrangement was decided upon by the Master. I have no right to comment on the process and rules that Master has chosen. It is possible that Master overestimated the talent of those within the southern wilderness. Master may also have deliberately done so. The Sorcerer Pagoda will continue to exist for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Just because no one has managed to pass through the 6th level in these last 19,000 years does not imply that there will not be the most outstanding geniuses in the future that will seize the opportunity. I am afraid that this is the wish of Master. Master has left behind 3 gifts as rewards for those who complete the life and death smelting trial. When a treasure is gone, there will be 1 less. If the difficulty was too low, then they would have already been taken by now." Lin Ming asked, "In these last 19,000 years, how many people have participated in the life and death smelting trial, and where did they end up?" Yan Mo said, "There have been 32 individuals that have entered the life and death smelting trial so far. 3 people were stopped at the animal trial, 26 were halted by the witch slave. Of these 29 people, 7 have died. Only 3 have managed to pass through the witch slave trial, and only 1 person has managed to defeat the mortal trial. Now you are the 2nd. I hope that you will complete the full smelting trial and receive one of the 3 treasures that were left behind by Master." Complete all the trials? Lin Ming took a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't have any assurances that he would pass once he experienced the 4th trial. Starting from there, the difficulty had simply risen too fast and dramatically. If it wasn't for his cultivation abruptly rising in the 5th trial, then he would never have arrived here. "What are those 3 treasures? May I take a look?" Lin Ming politely asked. "You may." Yan Mo did not hide anything from Lin Ming. In fact, he would have had to show these 3 treasures to Lin Ming and let him choose one of them. With a thought from Yan Mo, the space in front of him began to distort, and 3 treasures appeared before Lin Ming. Of these 3 treasures, the first was a dark golden-colored scroll. It was a foot wide, with 2 axles that were made from some sort of ancient animal bones. The surfaces of the axles were smooth like silk, and the scroll was thickly rolled. Just from looking at it, one could sense a vast and endlessly ancient air rushing forth. The second was a deep, crimson-colored quartz crystal. In the center of this quartz was sealed a small, scarlet filament, as if it was being held within. The quartz was a type of mineral crystal that contained a needle-like material inside. It was different in shape and form, and because it formed a hair inside, it was quartz and was more common than regular crystals. However, what was strange was that in normal quartz, the strip inside the crystal would be still. However, the filament inside of this quartz seemed to be slowly moving as it hovered inside the quartz, not unlike a small snake. It was like the interior of that red quartz was liquid. It was simply a very magical and mysterious phenomenon. The third was a milky white jade bottle covered with beautiful patterns. Although Lin Ming didn't know what was inside of the jade bottle, just watching it made Lin Ming feel somewhat scared. It seemed as if that jade bottle contained some profound mysterious or the highest order. If one looked for too long, they would be lost within it. Of these three treasures, Lin Ming couldn't help but find himself short of breath. He had thought that the sorcerer might have left behind some sort of godly weapon, but he didn't think that the sorcerer would have left behind three items which he couldn't discern the use of. Although he didn't know what these three treasures were, just by feeling the faint aura that they emitted, Lin Ming could tell that they were incomparably extraordinary items. Lin Ming's heart quickened. He wished that he could take all three treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, and the premise behind that was to pass the 7th level. What sort of uses do these treasures have? Lin Ming asked. If he could only choose one, then he had to ascertain their function and carefully consider them. But he hadn't expected Yen Mo to say, "I'm sorry, but I cannot specially explain or show you the use or effect of these treasures. This is because the values of these treasures are not the same. To ensure the fairness of the Sorcerer Pagoda's smelting trial, you will have to choose yourself." The values aren't the same? Lin Ming frowned. It seemed he could only rely on his luck. Which one was the most valuable? Of the three treasures, each one seemed to be a peerless ancient treasure. However, Lin Ming had already eliminated the possibility of choosing the dark gold ancient scroll. This scroll was most likely a record of some cultivation method or martial skill, or even a manuscript of alchemy or refining techniques. It might even be the cultivation method that the sorcerer practiced himself, which he sorted out to hand down to the future generations. Of course, a top cultivation was certainly precious. To a martial artist, it could even be considered the vital aspect of their martial arts foundation. However, Lin Ming already had many of these sorts of things, and in the future he would also receive many new ones. Because of this, Lin Ming did not wish for the sorcerer's cultivation method. What was left over was the patterned jade bottle and that quartz with the red filament sealed inside. Of these two treasures, which was more precious? Lin Ming guessed that there was some sort of miraculous elixir inside of the jade bottle. Most elixirs were used to increase one's cultivation, and there were even a few that could improve one's physical strength or temper the body and so on. As for the red quartz, he had absolutely no idea what that was or what its use was. He experimentally probed with his soul force, but found that his soul force simply could not penetrate into the red quartz. It was as if there was another world inside of that red quartz. Lin Ming could not tell if that red filament was a living being or something dead. What could that red filament be? If it's a live creature, could it be a contract beast or smart beast? And what would that even be used for? If it's just an inanimate object, could it be a precious material that is used to refine artifacts or treasures? Or could it be eaten and used to increase one's cultivation? As Lin Ming looked at that red quartz, he had a suddenly intense impulse to choose it, to see just what use it had. Yen Mo did not urge Lin Ming to do anything. He merely stood aside, quietly suspended in the air, despite Lin Ming constantly probing the three treasures with his soul force. After a quarter hour had passed, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. I choose the red quartz. In the end, he had not been able to resist that intense urge that had grown within his heart. Although miracle medicines were good, Lin Ming's current body condition was already very good, and in the future he would most likely have more opportunities to obtain treasures that could improve his physique. As for cultivation enhancements, as long as he diligently practiced, then it would be the same as accumulating his cultivation through the years. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. Therefore Lin Ming gave up the relatively safe route of choosing pills, and instead chose the red quartz. As you wish. With a thought by Yen Mo, the other two treasures were taken away, and only the red quartz with that crimson filament inside remained. Smelting trial human, the treasure you have chosen of the three is the most precious, and was also the most difficult to obtain. Since you chose this treasure, then you will receive no additional rewards from the 6th level, the Divine Envoy trial. In other words, if you cannot break through the 7th level, then you will receive nothing more than what you have already obtained at the 5th level and below. As Yen Mo spoke, Lin Ming had started to become unbearably excited until it reached cloud 9. But as he continued, Lin Ming's mood plunged to rock bottom. This gamble was simply too high. If he was unable to pass through the 7th level, then it would simply be the same as trying to fetch water with a bamboo net. Lin Ming had been counting on receiving some sort of power from the 6th level. Even if it wasn't something that increased his cultivation, it might be some other form of strength. He had felt that he had a slight chance to pass the 7th level, but now that hope had evaporated. He had to pass the 7th floor in a single go. Yen Mo had already vanished after speaking. Lin Ming didn't waste any time. He immediately sat down with legs crossed, pulled out a true essence stone, and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. This time, his recovery time was much longer. Before he attempted the 6th floor, he had to restore his strength to its peak condition and adjust his mental state to its maximum. In the last 19,000 years, there hadn't been a single person that came to the Sorcerer Pagoda who was able to pass the 6th level. Oh! Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi had already been waiting a very long time. Na Shui was off in a corner, asleep. She was just like a cat that was curled up in a corner of the chamber, covered from head to toe by Na Yi's coat. Na Yi estimated that it should be early morning, nearing dawn. Yet nothing happened within the Sorcerer Pagoda. This caused Na Yi to feel somewhat distressed. Had he really entered into the Divine Kingdom? Why was he in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time? Was there some accident that had occurred? In the records of Nyanda, he hadn't specified how long he had been inside of the Divine Kingdom. But, according to the entries before and after he entered, and the descriptions of the surrounding environment and when he had lunch and dinner, Na Yi was able to roughly estimate that he had stayed within the Divine Kingdom for 1 or 2 hours. But Lin Ming had been inside for at least 4 or 5 hours. What caused Na Yi to feel the most anxious was that Nyanda had recorded that of those who entered the Divine Kingdom, if their strength was insufficient or they were incompetent, then they could die. Na Yi instantly clutched her chest as she felt her heart tighten. There were several times that she had wanted to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda to investigate, but she had refrained from doing so. After all, everyone only had one chance to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, and now was not the best time for her. And most importantly, it was simply useless even if she did enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. Her strength was just too far from Lin Ming's. Na Yi fretfully rubbed her forehead. She groped the rough sheepskin pages in her hands. Restless. Big sister. Na Shui's sleepy voice called out from behind. Ah Shui, you're awake. Big sister, what time is it? Na Shui said as she yawned and stretched. After an evening of sleeping on the rough stone floor, her back was sore. Luckily for her, she was a martial artist. If she was just a normal little girl that had slept on such a floor for the evening, her back would already be bruised black and blue. I'm not sure. It should be just before dawn. Oh, Big Brother Mo still hasn't come out. No, Nai sighed. Big sister, do you think that Big Brother really entered the Divine Kingdom? If he comes out, then wouldn't he be a hero just as great as Nyanda? Na-i reluctantly nodded and said, he should be. That was only if he came back safely. Oh. Lin Ming finally stepped into the 6th level of the life and death smelting trial, the Divine Envoy. When he came to this world, Lin Ming saw that he stood within a massive open white temple, floating in air. Surrounding the temple were 9 columns shaped like coiling dragons, each one over 1,000 feet high, reaching the sky. Lin Ming stood in a vast square in front of this building. Around him, celestial mountains were suspending in the air, and towering waterfalls tens of thousands of feet high poured down the celestial mountainsides in raging torrents, turning into countless silver beads before they fell into the bottomless void. In front of Lin Ming, there was a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and carrying a long sword strapped to his back, facing away from Lin Ming. His hair was tied in a tight knot, half black, half white, and more than 2 feet long. Lin Ming looked at this man's cultivation, and his heart chilled. He was actually a Hotian master. He was only an early Hotian master. However, there was an essential qualitative change between a pulse condensation period martial artist and a Hotian master. Lin Ming felt bitterness swelling in his heart. His bone age was less than 16 years old, and yet he had to face a Hotian master on the 6th floor. If one searched the entire Sky Spill continent, would one be able to find a 15-year-old boy that had the strength of a Hotian realm master? The middle-aged man silently turned around. His face seemed hazy, as if there was light and shadow within. Without a doubt, this was the enemy that Lin Ming had to defeat. This was also the first time that Lin Ming would be facing a Hotian realm master. The difference between the peak bone forging stage and the early Hotian realm was a stage and a half. That may not have sounded like much, but in the martial arts path, the disparity between each realm of cultivation only increased. From bone forging to pulse condensation, the meridians of one's body would be opened and connected, and true essence would be able to flow through freely and unimpeded. This was already a major leap. From pulse condensation to Hotian, true essence would gather within the dantian and augment the entire body's meridians endlessly. This was also a major leap. Lin Ming was not sure that he could bridge these 2 massive qualitative leaps in cultivation and deal with a Hotian realm master. Take out your spear. Lin Ming was surprised. Not only did the middle-aged man speak, but he also used the language of the realm of the gods. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his right hand. His elbow was pressed against the shaft, and the base rested against body. He pointed this nearly 10-foot-long spear at the middle-aged man and challenged him. The middle-aged man drew his long sword and slowly said, "You are doomed to lose to me." Cha! As the sword point left the scabbard, there was only a clarion ring that sounded out as the air was split apart by the sword. The middle-aged man wielded his sword and pierced towards Lin Ming. The middle-aged man's speed was simply absurdly extreme as it neared the limit. And his sword came from an inconceivable angle. No matter how one wanted to dodge, they could not escape from that sword. "Flow like silk," Lin Ming shouted and thrust forth with his spear. Since he could not see through the middle-aged man's sword path, Lin Ming would use his strength to break his move, and use a massive amount of vibrating true essence to block the sword. Pong! The sword wind dispersed. However, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were mostly destroyed in return. He tapped his toes and quickly drew backwards. He had consumed a large amount of true essence, but it was manageable. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and the heaven and earth origin energy around him continuously poured into his body, rapidly restoring the true essence that he had used. Lin Ming's cultivation was now only at the peak of bone forging, but his stamina and endurance far surpassed that of a normal pulse condensation period martial artist. That light shadow martial artist showed a hint of curiosity and sent an astonished look towards Lin Ming, who was able to fend off his sword. The light shadow martial artist flicked his wrist and the sword pierced forwards exactly like before. However, this time there was a layer of red light that covered the blade. It was clear that the light shadow martial artist had used a martial skill. A Hotian realm master's martial skill attack. Lin Ming tightly clenched his jaw, and his entire body erupted with a flood of true essence. Flames like flickering red lotuses blossomed on the coldly shining tip of the heavy, profound, soft spear. The flames moved and twisted together with the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments, charging towards the light shadow martial artist's sword as if they were a legion of fiery dragons. Bang! There was no flashy or fancy move as the spear and sword simply struck against each other. A blast of true essence exploded like a shockwave as it scattered in all directions. Although Lin Ming was able to fend against the light shadow martial artist's sword, he wasn't able to stop the shockwaves. The raging true essence was similar to hidden weapons that broke into Lin Ming's body. It was like several dozen knives had been stabbed into Lin Ming's organs. The pain was terrible, although Lin Ming felt as if the blood within his organs was roiling. After examining himself, he found that there wasn't a serious injury. I withstood it. Lin Ming was ecstatic. The defensive capabilities of his body had surpassed even his own high expectations. He had been able to defend against the sword wind of a pulse condensation period master, and now he was also able to ward off the true essence aftermath waves of a Hotian realm master's attack. Since you could arrive at the 6th level, you truly are extraordinary. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of appreciation. He no longer looked down on Lin Ming because of his cultivation. As Lin Ming watched the middle-aged man's expression change, a thought swelled in his mind. This middle-aged man was not a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy, but was actually a living person. Was he the same as Yen Mo? Also once a servant of the sorcerer? Come again! The middle-aged man flicked his long sword and came rushing towards Lin Ming. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the attack. The two exchanged a number of moves. Although each move wasn't particularly fast, every strike and attack was filled with a raging and fierce force of true essence. Since the light shadow man's cultivation far exceeded Lin Ming's, it had almost only been him attacking, while Lin Ming could only dodge and defend. Although he had the power of thunder and fire along with the flow like silk ability, Lin Ming was still in perilous danger. If it wasn't for the elusive golden rock shattering the void movement technique, then he would have had no way to repeatedly dodge the middle-aged man's sword wind, and would already have lost by now. Pung 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 pung. Several dozens of attacks had already been exchanged between the two. Turbulent true essence broke apart the jade terrace of the celestial palace. The broken jade chips were like countless water drops that sprinkled from the sky like shimmering waterfalls. In such fierce collisions, the light shadow man was not injured. However, Lin Ming actually suffered the repeated aftermaths of the seething true essence shockwaves. If it wasn't for the green energy from the witch slave that had altered his body and increased his defensive power, then his organs would have already ruptured and he would have lost long ago. Bang! With an explosion, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards several hundred feet. He barely raised himself up with the support of the heavy, profound, soft spear, and wiped away the dripping blood stains from the corners of his mouth. He was injured, but there wasn't anything too serious. With his powerful blood vitality supporting him, Lin Ming could even feel that his internal injuries were slowly recovering. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the question still remained. How could he win? To defeat him, I can only use Thunderfire Annihilation. But I can only use Thunderfire Annihilation once. Since this light shadow martial artist is a Hotian realm master, will he be able to defend against Thunderfire Annihilation? Once Thunderfire Annihilation is blocked, I will have spent a massive amount of true essence, and I'll be defeated soon after. Lin Ming's mind began racing through different scenarios. There was no way that he could defeat the enemy with a surprise attack of some sort. The light shadow martial artist didn't attack for a while. His brows furrowed. He was obviously not satisfied with his own performance so far. You can't keep hiding and you can't keep defending. Do you really plan on going through a war of attrition to waste my strength? An innovative idea. However, do not forget that you are only at the bone forging stage and I am at the Hotian realm. If you want to compare true essence reserves and drag out this fight, then the first person to falter will surely be you. The light shadow martial artist raised his sword once more, and the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Although he danced on the edge of disaster, he still wasn't defeated. Such tenacity shocked even the light shadow martial artist. The light shadow martial artist had thought that Lin Ming's stamina was deficient, and he would be unable to persist and lose soon after. However, He hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be as stubborn as a weed. Unwittingly, the blood vitality energy within Lin Ming's body that hadn't yet been fully absorbed by him began to gradually melt and spread through his limbs, circulating through all of his blood vessels. By the virtue of this thick and powerful vitality, Lin Ming's battle tenacity rose. The true essence that he consumed was constantly replenished by the true primal chaos formula and his blood vitality, barely maintaining a balance point. Even if he was occasionally injured, Lin Ming's deceptively strong recovery abilities were able to slowly regenerate his wounds in the midst of battle. After hundreds of moves were exchanged, the light shadow martial artist had no choice but to admit to the most ridiculous and absurd reality of the situation. That was, Lin Ming's endurance was far greater than his. A peak bone-forging martial artist's true essence was actually so thick and pure to the degree that his resiliency could compare to that of an early Hotian realm master. Was this even possible? Lin Ming was able to rely on his true essence manifestations and ghostly agility to dodge the majority of attacks. Coupled with turtle shell-like defensive power and extreme regenerative capabilities, he was able to compete. Even though his battle prowess was far inferior to his enemies, he was still able to persist in this dogfight. This feeling of not being able to defeat Lin Ming made no sense to the light shadow martial artist. Even if he absorbed the blood vitality energy in the first level of the life and death smelting trial, he still shouldn't be so relentless. Is there something special about this boy's body? The light shadow martial artist scowled. I have to settle this soon. Otherwise, if this drags on, it's not certain who will be the first to fall. His speed is simply too fast. If I want to attack him, I have to limit his movements first. I only have one ability that can lower his speed. But if I use this move, then I'll place major restrictions on myself. But now, there is no other way. Thinking this, the light shadow martial artist placed his sword in front of him, turned towards the ground. Gravity cage. Cha! A vast flood of true essence poured into the ground. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strange pull of gravity all around him, restricting his movements. It's this move. During the fifth trial, the Mortal World, the halberd-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist had also used this move, forcing Lin Ming to be unable to dodge attacks. Now, this was the same move that was used, but because it came from the hand of a Hotian realm martial artist, it was far more powerful. Lin Ming felt as if a giant magnet was pulling him to the floor. Even walking was a hard-fought struggle. This is bad. The reason that Lin Ming was able to last this far, besides his strong defensive power and formidable regenerative capabilities, had been because he was able to fall back upon the golden rock shattering the void movement skill. Using that, he had managed to avoid the majority of attacks. However, now that his movements were restricted, Lin Ming was in a very dangerous situation. No, if he wants to use this move, then he also has to use a similarly large amount of true essence. Lin Ming discovered that the true essence within the light shadow martial artist's body was significantly weakened. He was spending a large portion of his power to create this gravity cage. Lin Ming instantly understood that this gravity cage martial skill was only suitable for use in group battles and in coordination with others. One person used gravity cage while another attacked. If there was only one person using this skill though, if he also wanted to attack, then the power he would be able to call down was also extremely limited. Seeing that light shadow martial artist begin to gather his own killing move, Lin Ming was delighted. This is my chance. This fellow simply didn't know that I also have Thunderfire Annihilation as my own final killing blow. Originally, I had worried that you would be able to defend against Thunderfire Annihilation with your full strength. But now that you can only use a part of it, you've simply dug your own grave. Lin Ming's lips curved in a smile, and a lotus flame kindled on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Just by looking at this dark red flame, it didn't seem as if it was dangerous. The light shadow martial artist presumed that this little flame was unable to pose any threat to him. In fact, the few attacks that Lin Ming had used hadn't yet managed to break through the true essence protection of his body. The light shadow martial artist only thought of how long it would be until he defeated Lin Ming. He never once imagined that there was a possibility he would be defeated himself. Power of the sorcerer. The light shadow man shouted, and a layer of blood-red light covered his sword. Behind the man, a gray ghost appeared. This ghost resembled the ancient demon spirit that was depicted on the murals within the Sorcerer Holy Land. The ghost had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were grim and smirking, and the 6 arms were like the claws of the devil, each holding a different weapon. As this gray shade appeared, the momentum of the light shadow martial artist rose to a crescendo. Die! Lin Ming's movement technique was restricted. This strike had no chance of being dodged. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the gray ghost that had appeared. This weird 3-headed, 6-armed being was seen in the art of the Sorcerer Holy Land. Was it possible it was also a servant of the sorcerer? The light shadow martial artist's sword cut down. Lin Ming had no time to think anymore. He could only react. He completely released all of the compressed energy that was contained within the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open. Lin Ming's true essence instantly soared. The flame is seen and Thunder Soul began to whine in excitement. Unbridled fires and violent surges of lightning swelled outwards from Lin Ming's body. In that moment, the light shadow man realized that something was wrong. This boy had actually been hiding his true strength. However, the light shadow man had already passed the point of no return. He had no choice but to send out this move of his. The man clenched his teeth and forcefully withdrew a small portion of the true essence that was maintaining the gravity field. The gray shadow image behind him became more solid and realistic, and the blood-red sword in his hand glowed with an even more beautiful light. Under the constraints of time, he was unable to fully gather his energy. Even so, he didn't think that Lin Ming's little thunder and flame could resist the power of the sorcerer. But at this moment, the flame and thunder on Lin Ming's spear suddenly interwove in the same spot. Thunderfire annihilation. This is. The light shadow martial artist's pupils suddenly widened. His vision was completely filled with nothing but a blazingly bright white light. The blood-colored sword that he had struck towards that incandescent light was instantly shattered. Bang! There was a deafening explosion just like a thunderclap within a raging storm. The light shadow martial artist was struck by the thunderfire annihilation. The terrifying flurry of thunder was like a silver snake dancing within an inferno of dazzling red flames. A vicious shockwave reverberated in the air like the rough waves of the ocean during a storm. An incomparably vast tsunami of true essence billowed outwards in all directions. It shattered the jade floor as it swept through the entire temple. Lin Ming and the light shadow man were simultaneously sent flying backwards. As soon as Lin Ming had released Thunderfire Annihilation, he had already been revolving all of his true essence to resist the incoming shockwaves. He vomited blood as the shock pierced through his body, and the bones of both of his spear-holding hands were broken. However, the light shadow man was in an even worse situation. He hadn't prepared for that move, and his sword had also cut into the ball of thunder and flame. At such close distance, even though he was a Hotian realm master, his chest had blown up and he was covered in blood, simply a mangled mess. Damn! The light shadow man supported himself with his long sword. He had been too careless. He didn't think that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a mere bone-forging martial artist and be humiliated. He spat a mouthful of blood. At least half of the ribs in his chest had been shattered. He's not dead. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he staggered backwards. A Hotian realm master was simply too strong. Even though he had used most of his strength to power the gravity cage, he had actually managed to fend off Thunderfire Annihilation. Lin Ming's heart sank. Although the light shadow man was heavily injured, Lin Ming had already used up the heretical god force and Thunderfire Annihilation. If they continued to fight, then he would be put into an even more dire situation. However, at this moment, Yen Mo's voice suddenly resounded above the shattered temple. The 6th level cleared. Hearing this, the light shadow man seemed very unwilling. He glared at Lin Ming with indignant anger, grabbed his sword, and walked back to the temple. I passed. Lin Ming found this unbelievable. At this time, space twisted in front of Lin Ming, and Yen Mo appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first one in the last 19,000 years to pass the 6th smelting trial. Lin Ming was puzzled. He asked, I didn't kill the enemy of the 6th floor. How could that be regarded as passing? Yan Mo said, as long as you defeat the guardian of the 6th level, then you have passed. If your move truly would have killed him, then I would have blocked the attack. The guardian of the 6th level is different from the first 5. He is a true soul, and has a soul brand as well as his own independent consciousness. Sure enough, this was also something that Lin Ming had guessed, so it wasn't too surprising. Yan Mo said, there are several guardians of the 6th level. Their cultivations range from the early Hotian realm to the limit of the Xiantian realm. In the past, they were once the sorcerer envoys of large tribes within the southern wilderness. However, even in the southern wilderness there were constant wars, and occasionally even these sorcerer envoys would be killed. These individuals were also once wounded and on the verge of death. They were rescued by me in exchange for guarding the 6th level of the smelting trial with their souls. So it's like this? Lin Ming suddenly realized. The so-called sorcerer envoys were truly worthy of their reputation. Out of all the sorcerer envoys, the one he had dealt with was the weakest of them all. This was only because he was 15 years old. If he was any older, then he would have had to face a middle Hotian, or even late Hotian realm master. You may rest for 3 hours, and then carry on to the 7th smelting trial. Yan Mo said this and then immediately vanished. Lin Ming could only force a grim smile as he listened to this. How could he pass through the 7th floor? The 6th floor was already a measure of his luck. With his current strength, he was simply not a match for a Hotian realm master. If it wasn't for the guardian losing his patience and trying to forcefully limit his movements, thus leaving an opening in his defense, there was simply no way for Lin Ming to have one. Now, his strength hadn't increased, and he had to pass the 7th trial. How could he do this? Starting from the 4th trial, the difficulty of every following one had increased by a ridiculous degree. If it went as expected, then the difficulty of the 7th level would greatly surpass that of the 6th. How should he proceed from here? If he couldn't, then the strange red quartz would turn into a dream, and he wouldn't even receive the reward for passing the 6th trial. In any event, he had to put forth his total effort. Even though there was only the slightest glimmer of hope, he still had to stride forwards. Lin Ming restored his mood to tranquility, took out 2 pure true essence stones, and sat down in meditation as he began to recover his strength while slathering bone recovering medicines on his arms. A moment ago, he had fractured the bones within his arms that were holding the spear, and they had turned into a bloody mess. This kind of injury would normally be impossible for a martial artist to recuperate from even within half a month. However, Lin Ming's resilience, recovery rate, and blood vitality had all been greatly enhanced. In addition to the effects of 2 priceless bone recovery pastes, his arms were completely recovered within 2 hours. In the last remaining hour, Lin Ming restored his true essence and physical strength to its optimum condition, and adjusted his mood to be tranquil and serene. Finally, he began the 7th and last trial. A light flashed, and the temple disappeared around him. Lin Ming entered into a dazzlingly bright white world filled with luminous light, and countless scenes formed and twisted around him. The 7th trial. In 19,000 years, no one has ever set foot here. Lin Ming clenched his fists and completely calmed down. Prior to this, Lin Ming had repeatedly imagined what sort of scenario would play out in the 7th level. However, now that he had truly set foot in the 7th level, what he saw here left him utterly stunned. Of the first 6 levels, each world and corresponded to its name. For instance, the first level of Hell had been a blood lake. The second level was Hungry Ghost, which corresponded to the Yellow Springs. The third level was Animals, which corresponded to the vast wilderness. The fourth, which slave level, had corresponded to an arena. Lin Ming believed that since the 7th level was the world of the sorcerer, the scene he expected to see should have been similar to some land within the realm of the gods. But he didn't expect to come to a normal human city. Around Lin Ming, there were lively crowds and peddlers hawking their wares. There were little children playing around, and the faint hint of dust and fragrant flowery perfume mixed in the air. Everything seemed to be an absolute reality. But none of these had surprised Lin Ming. What had shocked him beyond speech was the place where he now stood. He stood before a fancy yet somewhat old restaurant. The clay tiles were no longer bright, and the red lacquered pillars were faded with time. The old windows sagged, and the roof was tilted. Everything exuded a vague flavor of endless years. Lin Ming was far too familiar with this restaurant. Since as long as he could remember, he had been running within the lobby, listening to storytellers weave their fantastic tales and roaming bards singing their glorious songs. He had watched as people played chess, and had eaten candy with old and frequent customers. The covered teacups, the sugar-coated candied haws, the towel draped over the shoulder of a waiter, the delicious food that his mother had made. All of these were exactly the same as those within his memories. This was his home. This is the Lin family restaurant of Green Mulberry City. I've lived here for more than a decade of my life. How did I end up here? Lin Ming couldn't help but slowly lift his foot to enter into the restaurant. But just as he passed the threshold, in that moment he froze. Lin Ming stood where he was, his heart like a billowing, unsure wave. He saw a young man dressed in elegant silk clothing, about 18 or 19 and holding a fan, smile and walk out from the kitchen. But this person wasn't some stranger. This person was none other than Lin Ming. To be exact, this was Lin Ming a few years later. However, looking at this man, Lin Ming could see that he had no hint of cultivation within his body. He had a bookish and scholarly appearance. He had apparently never cultivated martial arts in his life. Not only that, but the two were completely incompatible in demeanor and temperament. Even when Lin Ming held his breath, there was still a sharp air that was present between his brows. This air seemed as if it was ready to erupt at any moment and pass through the sky, unstoppable. But this young man in front of him only held a cynical smile, and in that smile was even a touch of evil. He had the elegance of a scholar's son. Is this really me? Lin Ming could not believe this. Little Lizzie, prepare a sedan for me. Miss Sue of the Teal Flower Hall is holding a performance tonight. Go reserve a card for me. I shall go down in support. The young man snapped as he quickly swung his fan. This is not good. The small servant named Little Lizzie looked embarrassed as he said, Young master, the second lady of the Tian family is holding a feast tonight and personally requested that you attend by name. Attend your face. If she's holding a feast, then she'll want a chef. What use is there in me going? Little Lizzie seemed pained. The second lad of the Tian family would like to request that young master leave behind a painting at the birthday banquet tonight, with a poem. You are currently the new chosen scholar. Your poetry is definitely #1 within Mulberry City. Moreover, young master, this second lady of the Tian family is very beautiful and virtuous. The last time Madame saw her, she liked her very much. Perhaps in the future. Young master. Hey, young master. Don't go. Before little Lizzie had finished, the youth had already stepped out the door without even a backwards glance. He said, If my father asks where I went, tell him I went to drink. Before the words had finished, he was already gone. Little Lizzie's face was like a bitter eggplant that was squashed. He was simply finished. If the master or the madam found out about this, then he would certainly be scolded. The second lady of the Tian family had a good impression of the young master. Not only that, but the second lady of the Tian family was kind, beautiful, had a good background, and was a natural fit to the young master, who was the chosen scholar. But young Master Lin had actually taken a liking towards Miss Sue of Teal Flower Hall. It really was impossible to understand his mood. The truth was, Teal Flower Hall was actually a brothel, but it was a higher class, more elegant brothel. The majority of the prostitutes inside were well-groomed and mannered, and sold their skills, not their bodies. They had elegant and refined appearances, and were proficient in poetry and painting. These talented ladies could be considered stunning and rare beauties within the world. And Miss Sue was the main attraction of Teal Flower Hall. Although she still maintained her pure body, she was still a prostitute of a brothel. With her cheap origins, How could the master and madam possibly allow her to marry into the family? I'm dead, I'm dead. If the master becomes aware that the young master has gone to Teal Flower Hall, then not only will the young master be finished, but I will also suffer bad luck. Little Lizzie had a face of suffering. He didn't know whether he should honestly report this matter to the master and madam, or if he should try to conceal it. Lin Ming had been silently standing outside of the restaurant, quietly watching the scene unfold. Just now, the young man had brushed past Lin Ming, but hadn't even glanced at Lin Ming once. Lin Ming understood. He did not belong to this world. He was simply a passerby. There wasn't a single person in this world that could see him. What's going on here? Why is there another me? When I was 8 years old, my parents let me go to school to study. I went to the capital, and in order to study for the preliminary examination, I studied and read books for 4 years until I was 12 years old. At that time, I threw away all my books and wholeheartedly abandoned everything to pursue the martial path. Because of this, I fought a bitter dispute with my parents, before I finally wore them down. The Lin Ming that I became in this world did not abandon his books for martial arts. Instead, he entered into the preliminary exam and turned from a scholar into a candidate of the imperial court. Why is there such a world? Is this a true parallel world? Or is this an imaginary world that stems from my mind? If this is the 7th trial, the sorcerer world, then what does it test? Does it test my heart of martial arts? If it tests my heart of martial arts, then what is considered as passing this trial? Since this is the sorcerer world, then why did I come to the human world? Lin Ming's mood was complex. He just stood within the lobby of the restaurant. Like this, he stood for several days. People came and went, and no one saw him. There were even those that passed through his body. On the streets there were peddlers hawking their wares, street entertainers singing bright and cheerful songs, the rich aroma of food and wine, and there were also even the weathered faces of his parents. Everything around him seemed so real and yet unreal. All of the people around him were familiar, and yet they also seemed like strangers. In this noisy and hectic world, Lin Ming seemed like a gray existence. His shadow was alone, and he was incomparably desolate. This world is an illusion, and I am real? Or maybe, this world is real, and I am an illusion? No, this is wrong. This isn't my world. This is only a demon within my heart. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open and flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear. Pong! Lin Ming could only hear the sounds of countless panes of glass shattering at once. In front of him, the restaurant along with the customers had all completely vanished. However, Lin Ming did not return to the life and death smelting trial. Instead, he had arrived within a bloody battlefield. Loud war drums sounded in the distance, and glorious flags fluttered in the air. This is. Lin Ming saw armored cavalry soldiers in front of him. He felt a chill and his heart went cold. He suddenly realized something. Lin Ming's soul force was like a tide as it spread out in all directions. In a moment, it had locked onto the form of a youth. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This was really true. Lin Ming moved. In a mere moment, he had appeared inside a barracks. Inside, there was a 15 or 16-year-old youth wearing a simple suit of armor. He held a plain iron spear in his hands, and his expression was filled with intense fear and fretfulness. Seeing this youth, Lin Ming gave a complex look before closing his eyes. It was himself. It was really himself. Why was this? At 12 years of age, he had gotten into a dispute with his parents. Finally, he had been allowed to practice martial arts. At this time, Lin Ming said that if he couldn't achieve the first stage of body transformation before he was 15 years old, then he would join the army, establish himself there and perform countless services, and return home a hero with riches and honor. In light of this, it seemed that this was when he would have joined the army. This was another Lin Ming within another world. In the barracks, the youth was sitting on a bench. He took out a thin piece of oilcloth and began to silently wipe down his spear. Compared to his size, the spear was much longer than it should be. Hey, newbie! Is this your first time on the battlefield? A veteran over 30 years old with a simple face said, as he walked over carrying a bowl of rice. The youth sheepishly nodded and said, "Ah, yes, I am a new recruit. Haha. New recruits on the battlefield are always so tense and anxious. It's all right. Since we're in the same barracks, we will be sent to the same place. Just follow behind me. I will protect you." Good, great. The youth had a somewhat juvenile and innocent expression. He nervously squeezed out a grateful smile. When war broke out, tens of thousands of soldiers rushed forwards, their vast and dominating auras even washing away the clouds. Smoke rose from all directions, fierce combat resounded in every corner, and a spear broke off a halberd. The youth returned in the triumphant army. However, that simple-faced veteran hadn't come back. When soldiers died together, they were also buried together. Without a grave, that youth didn't even know the veteran's name. With each passing day, that youth's expression became less and less tender, and increasingly filled with a fierce and firm determination. Slowly, from a recruit he became a corporal. From a corporal he became a captain. And from a captain he became a battalion leader. His spear skills became more and more refined, his strength increasingly grew, and his military knowledge and appearance became more and more mature. Gradually, this youth also became a veteran. He would look at every new recruit and say to them, "It's all right. When we charge forward, follow behind me. I will protect you." That once naive and innocent boy had harbored a dream to join the army. With each excursion into foreign lands, he saw more and more people become nothing but bleached bones. After having survived through life and death, he had been hardened. He was just like the veteran. Like this, the days endlessly continued. Each soldier had a dream of being a general. But they were more likely to follow the steps of their predecessors, dreaming of those that had passed away. Lin Ming silently watched the world change before his eyes. He finally began to understand. This life was not an illusion, nor was it real. To the people of this world, he was an illusion. And to him, the world was an illusion. Life was like a dream. Dream was like life. True or false, real or fake. Originally there was never anyone who could tell which was which. Perhaps the 7th level was not a test. Rather, it was an opportunity, a chance, a feeling, and a profoundly deep understanding into the heart of martial arts. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer decided to destroy the world. Instead, he would only follow in its footsteps and look on. He was merely a passerby. He would observe the changes of time, take a step back, and see the endlessly vast dream that was painted. Outside the life and death's melting trial, in a place of darkness, Yenemo was calmly looking into the endless void, a giant eye that was without an expression. He became aware. Extraordinary. It is only the 2nd world, and yet he has already understood the truth. Now it has been 1 day and 1 night. This young man's grasp of the heart of martial arts is simply startling. The 7th trial was exactly one that tested one's heart of martial arts. Although this was a trial, it was also a great fortuitous opportunity. If one was able to comprehend the original intent behind the trial, then they could experience the endless worlds and temper their mind. The benefit from this was limitless. Although there had never been anyone who had entered into the final level of the life and death smelting trial for the last 19,000 years, Yenemo knew the truth. The truth was that the array formation that the sorcerer left behind could also be found within the realm of the gods. Its name was samsara. Even those favored by the heavens within the realm of the gods would often lose themselves after entering into the samsara. Most would assume that the worlds were a product of the demon with their hearts, and they would constantly undermine and destroy these worlds. However, when new worlds would emerge endlessly, and they would see countless reflections of themselves, then they would lose their heart and become dazed. In the end, they would not be able to distinguish between what was reality and illusion, and ultimately wouldn't even know if they were themselves real. Once they were lost, their heart of martial arts would be damaged, and this might even affect their future cultivation. Even if a heavenly genius was to realize the meaning of the samsara, they would often have to go through several, or even dozens of worlds as they slowly grasped the truth. But Lin Ming had been able to see through what was true and what was false in only the second world, and comprehend the meaning behind the samsara. How could Yen Mo not be surprised by this? Unfortunately, Master has probably already passed away. Otherwise, he would certainly be willing to accept this youth as his apprentice. I had thought that his young man's natural talent was ordinary, and the only reason he was able to have such achievements was because he had a fortuitous encounter. I didn't think that his perception in the heart of martial arts would be at such a state. He truly is a talent in this aspect. I will take a good look at just what he can realize from these 100 samsaras. Samsara definition and information. In the never-ending samsara, the concept of time no longer existed. Lin Ming passed, looking through, and ingrained deep within his heart every fleeting moment. Every time in Lin Ming's life when he had come to a fork in the road, he would see a completely different existence. Lin Ming saw his meteoric rise to the heavens, and also saw his abject fall to perdition. He saw his future with different wives and different children. He stayed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and became the 7 profound martial housemaster. He had married the 7 profound envoy, Qin Xingxuan, and had a flourishing family with many children and grandchildren. The legacy he left would become the number 1 family within the nation. He stayed in the vast southern wilderness. There, he married the sisters Na Yi and Na Shui. Together they would rebuild the Na tribe, and he would rule the south as king. Of course, there were endless gray lives where he would experience the most miserable of fates. Once, Lin Ming did not find the magic cube. He was hunted and persecuted by Zhu Yan. The muscles and tendon of his body were severed and his parents died from illness. He would live the remainder of his life as a pitiful beggar. Looking through each life, Lin Ming maintained his mentality as a traveling passerby, without holding any pathos towards these sights. So what is called the present is actually fragile like a butterfly's wings. Even if there was a slight change in the past, the present becomes an entirely different result. The past is the cause, and the future is the effect. Causality becomes karma, and the circle of samsara continues again and again. As Lin Ming began to realize more and more things, his heart of martial arts became nothing like it was before. It used to be a simple and firm will, but now it became increasingly complex, containing thousands of profound truths within. Outside of the sorcerer pagoda, Na Yi and Na Shui and already waited for 5 days and 5 nights. Starting from the second day, Na Yi had no longer held on to any hope. She presumed that Lin Ming had died within the divine kingdom. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be in there for such a long time. Prior to that, Na Yi had never imagined that Lin Ming could possibly die. Such a stunning and glorious genius of the southern wilderness had fallen from the sky. After the last of her waning hope dissipated, Na Yi could not say what she felt. There was regret, lament, and even sadness. These 2 sisters could only count upon themselves to go on, and could only count upon themselves to avenge their parents. Although she recognized that Lin Ming had died, Na Yi still hadn't left the Sorcerer Holy Land. This was because, in order to leave the Sorcerer Holy Land and travel to the nearest tribe, she had to pass through the wild jungle. With the strength of those 2, there was less than a 70% chance that they would survive. With a 70% chance, Na Yi still might take this risk. However, what had let her feel despair and stay within the secret chamber of the Sorcerer Holy Land was that when Na Yi had ventured out, she had found the corpses of the horses. The reins of the 4 dwarf horses that had been tied to the ground had been abruptly ripped apart. There were large tracks of blood that covered the floor. 1 horse was half-eaten, while the other 3 were already savagely bitten to death. Na Yi knew that if she had no horses, then the chances of them making it out with their lives intact was less than 20%. It was impossible for Na Yi to place her little sister within such a dangerous gamble. Na Yi was pilfering through the packs of the horses for some useful items, when at this moment, she suddenly saw 2 pairs of glittering green eyes from within the jungle. These were 2 corrupt wolves. A corrupt wolf was a second-level vicious beast that was equal to a peak-altering muscle martial artist in strength. They were usually scavengers. Of course, they also did not mind eating living creatures. Luckily, the transmission array was still open. Before the corrupt wolves could pounce on her, she had already fled back into the Sorcerer Holy Land and had closed the transmission array from inside. Like this, Na-Yi and Na-Shui were stranded within the Sorcerer Holy Land. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, they had been quickly eating their food. This food had been brought by the monkey-faced man and the bald man. However, they didn't take much because there was food and water that could be found in the jungles of the southern wilderness. With their strength and experience, they were also able to distinguish what was poisonous. Foraging for food was not difficult, but Na-Yi could not face off with the two corrupt wolves guarding the exit. A horse was 700 or 800 genes. The 3 horses together were more than 2,000 genes. If the 2 corrupt wolves ate 50 genes each every day, it was still enough to last them 40 days. For these 40 days, Na-Yi simply didn't know what to do. If they were trapped in the Sorcerer Holy Land, then they would eventually die of thirst or starvation. "Big sister, what are we going to do?" Na-Shui whispered as she rubbed her belly. She was hungry. A martial artist cultivator could survive for much longer than a mortal without food or water. They did not need as much food or water, but that didn't mean that they didn't feel hunger. Now, the 2 sisters only had enough food for 3 days. In order to ration, they would have to eat very little every day. Seeing the pale face of her little sister, Na-Yi's heart ached. She turned to look at the Sorcerer Pagoda, her eyes filled with determination. Her last hope was to rush up the Sorcerer Pagoda. Of course, this was not the best age for her to climb the Sorcerer Pagoda. And the direst question was, even if she were to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, the most her strength would be enhanced by was a stage to altering muscle. In order to deal with the 2 corrupt wolves outside which had peak altering muscle strength, could she do this with only her altering muscle ability? Even if she managed to defeat the 2 corrupt wolves, without horses, was there still any hope in leading her little sister past the several hundred miles of jungle wilderness? Na-Yi found herself in an unprecedented life or death crisis. The moonlit night was filled with the scent of blood. A young man holding onto a crimson dagger was sitting in a large tree, wiping off the blood from his dagger. The dim and cold moonlight shone down from above, illuminating the world. The young man's dagger was like liquid mercury, suffused with a deep murderous aura. At this point, the young man suddenly looked up, his dark eyes staring into the empty void. His eyes were filled with a dignified vigilance. "Who?" the young man coldly asked. This young man was also Lin Ming. Lin Ming had become a killer. He was the top assassin within Sky Fortune Kingdom, feared by all. Even hearing his name uttered made others quake in their boots. Lin Ming, who had been standing in the void, was taken aback. This was the first time that someone had become cognizant of him. "He's aware of me. Is this stemming from the intuition of an assassin? Whether or not he's aware of me, at least this proves that I am not completely separate from this illusory world, but have partly integrated into the fabric of its existence. This was why he was able to discover me. Fantasy and reality are polar existences of each other, and yet dependent on the other. Without fantasy, there is no point in reality. Without reality, fantasy has no meaning. Reality is fantasy. Fantasy is reality. This is already the 99th world that I've come to." Lin Ming didn't speak nor did he move. He only stood still as he always had. That young assassin frowned, ultimately realizing that this was just an illusion. Lin Ming turned around and stepped into the void. It was time to leave the 99th world. Was there still anything after 99 worlds? Lin Ming took out the heavy, profound, soft spear from his spatial ring. 9 feet 9 inches was the limit of the spear. Why was it only 9 feet 9 inches? Why not just a bit longer? In reverie, Lin Ming arrived at a brilliantly bright white world. There was nothing in this world, only countless shining lights all around. Gradually, these lights converged into the image of a young man, standing opposite to Lin Ming. This young man's clothing, appearance, age, manners were all the same as Lin Ming. It was a complete replica of him. "This is the 100th world?" In this empty world, there is only my conscience here. In the last 99 worlds I've been in, each me was not the same as me. But in this 100th world, this young man is exactly the same as I am now. Who are you? The youth asked in surprise. You are who you are. You are who I am. The youth furrowed his brows. I am Lin Ming. There is only one Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, there is only one. Then you are an illusion? I am not an illusion. Then I am an illusion? You are not an illusion. Then in the end, who is the true Lin Ming? The youth asked, puzzled. Lin Ming was silent for a long time. He finally murmured, what is left behind is not necessarily true. I understand. After 99, all returns to 1. The 9-foot 9-inch heavy profound soft spear 1 more inch and it is 10 feet again. After 99 worlds, this is the 100th world, and it is also my world. Once 9 revolves, it naturally returns to 1. This is the cycle of life. This is samsara. This is fate. However, this 1 is different from the 1 at the beginning. Samsara is not a simple return to the origin. It is nirvana and it is rebirth. Realizing this point, Lin Ming finally said, you and I are different. This is because I have experienced a cycle of 99 samsaras. As his voice faded, the youth in front of Lin Ming turned into a myriad of light and shadows. The light and shadows floating in the air for a moment as if they were dancing together. Finally, they flew into Lin Ming's body, submerging inside of him and disappearing. Pong! The white world completely shattered. Lin Ming was like a giant whirlpool. All the fragments of the worlds and the lives of his samsaras were inverted into Lin Ming and fused within the world of his consciousness. A mosaic of sights, an entanglement of thoughts. All were like a tide that emerged within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. All these myriad of experiences and split personalities coalesced within him. If one's mind wasn't firm, then they would be lost within the influx of these countless memories. In a decent scenario, they would only be turned mad, but in the worst-case scenario, they would turn into a blubbering idiot with no rational thought. However, Lin Ming had already experienced the space within the magic cube and had swallowed 2 soul fragments. With this, he had gained the experience to resist such a flood of memories. What he didn't understand was why the 100 worlds of the samsara would shatter and merge into his consciousness. He had already understood the 100 cycles of samsara. The trial should have come to an end. So why was this happening? The memories kept accelerating towards him, becoming more and more complex. Even Lin Ming was reaching his limit. A vast storm swirled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. If not for Lin Ming's tremendous soul force, then this mammoth tempest would have already twisted his spiritual sea and shattered it into pieces. The fierce storm grew increasingly wild. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and let the entirety of his soul force dash into that storm in order to suppress it. Within the roaring sound, Lin Ming's soul force was like a flood dragon that surfaced from his spiritual sea. It plunged into the black storm that churned within him. Bang! Lin Ming felt as if his head was about to explode. He was incapacitated, unable to even kneel on the floor. The raging storm within his spiritual sea finally began to die down. However, it did not vanish. That black storm only curled up within the sky above the spiritual sea. It was as if it was tearing a black hole in space that led to a profoundly mysterious world. Could this be? Li Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and probed the black swirl with his soul force, a surge of wild emotions mixing within him. With both eyes closed, countless chaotic scenes flashed within Lin Ming's mind, the infinite fragments and experiences of life. The 100 samsara have integrated into the world of my consciousness? As he opened his eyes, Lin Ming's pupils reflected a pair of deep black swirls, as if the infinite universe existed within them. Martial intent. This is a new kind of martial intent. After I experienced the samsara of 100 lives, I actually comprehended a new martial intent. Lin Ming was ecstatic to the point of finding it difficult to maintain his calm. It was extremely rare in the entire world for someone to be able to comprehend 2 different martial intents. The difficulty of this was beyond hopeless. He had never imagined that he would obtain such a lucky chance. Since I comprehended this martial intent after living through 100 worlds of samsara, then I will call this the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming had completely calmed down. The world around him began to slowly disappear like the receding waves of a tide. In a moment, he was returned to the life and death smelting trial. In front of him, space began to ripple, and Yen Mo appeared. Congratulations. You have perfectly passed through the 7th level. Ever since the Sorcerer Pagoda was created, you are the first one to pass through the complete smelting trial, Yen Mo said. Although he spoke words of applause, he still spoke in the same icy monotone voice. The trial of the 7th floor has always been an opportunity. I think you have realized his by now. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. The world of the sorcerer had never existed to begin with. This was because the sorcerer was not a god. There was no god in this world. The faith of the sorcerer, and the god known the sorcerer among mortals merely existed in the hearts of the people. Because God only existed in the hearts of the people, this world of the sorcerer was in actuality the world of the heart. After experiencing the 100 samsaras, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had undergone a change in its essential nature. At the beginning, his martial heart had been of perseverance and persistence. Now, his heart of martial arts seemed to have touched a great truth, and he had come closer to understanding the profound secrets behind martial and Tao. This change in his heart of martial arts wouldn't be immediately reflected in his strength, but it had an invaluable role in the future achievements of Lin Ming, and even more precious was the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming could feel that the samsara martial intent far outstripped his first ethereal martial intent. It was an absolutely terrifying martial intent. According to the agreement, this treasure is yours, Yen Mo said. The space before him began to ripple, and the red quartz with the crimson filament inside appeared in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. As he touched this red quartz, it felt like water to the touch. Lin Ming asked, "Can you tell me what this is now?" "Certainly," Yen Mo said. "This is blood from a reverse scale that Master accidentally obtained during a battle within the realm of the gods." "Blood of the reverse scale?" Lin Ming said, slightly stunned. He patiently continued listening. Yen Mo said, "All dragons have a reverse scale. Once this scale is breached, they will die. The filament that is sealed within this red quartz is the blood from a true dragon's reverse scale. This blood has a soul, and therefore it was sealed within 10,000-year red quartz to prevent its soul from dissipating or running away." True dragon. Lin Ming was taken aback. In the legends, a true dragon was simply an illusory, unobtainable existence. No one knew just how powerful a true dragon really was. In the Sky Spill continent, there were only flood dragons, and even if it were a flood dragon, that was also an ultimate existence that was never seen. What most people could see were worms. These were the lineages of vicious beasts that had the bloodline of the flood dragons mixed within their own, and could only be considered as false dragons. A flood dragon was said to love mating and was promiscuous to the point that it didn't discriminate in finding sexual partners. That was why there were so many different vicious beasts that had the blood of dragons within them. Just casually choosing one of these beasts, one could easily find one that was as strong as a Xianxia master, or even stronger. Before, Lin Ming had eaten a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The crimson gold dragon was a vicious beast that had part of the bloodline from a worm within it. It was far inferior to a creature with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Even so, a crimson gold dragon marrow pill was also priceless. "What does this reverse scale blood do?" Lin Ming asked, his voice filled with anticipation and expectation. "Once you absorb this into your body, your true essence will carry a hint of dragon yang qi. In lower levels of cultivation, its use will not be apparent. However, the higher your cultivation is, the more benefits there are that you will discover. As you are now, your cultivation is too low to absorb this or use this reverse scale blood." "Dragon yang qi?" Lin Ming faintly echoed, although he didn't know what its specific function was, but just with it coming from an existence like a true dragon, Lin Ming knew that this was a great fortuitous opportunity. Lin Ming asked, "Why didn't the Sorcerer Senior use this dragon Xianxia? Did he already have it?" Yanmo said, "Master did not. This reverse scale blood is something that could only be obtained through serendipity. One cannot seek it. Even within the realm of the gods, this is a treasure that would fill everyone with absolute jealousy and set off a terrifyingly bloody conflict. Master may not have dragon Xianxia, but early in Master's past, he had found an ancient ice frog pill. He was able to refine this pill with a secret technique and let his body flow with the icy blood of an ancient ice frog. From then on, Master became impervious to ice and poisons, and was also able to use their power. However, because of this, Master's body became partial to the coldine energy, and the cultivation method Master practiced was also like this, so he was never able to absorb the dragon Xianxia within him. Otherwise, if he did, then the yang and yin energies would reject each other, and the dragon Xianxia might shatter the ice frog blood that he had cultivated. There could only be disadvantages and no benefits to this. So that's how it was. Didn't the Sorcerer Senior ever think of trading this reverse scale blood for something else? Yanmo said, Master's cultivation had already reached the limit of an extremely high realm. At that time, his lifespan was coming to an end. All worldly possessions became worthless to him. Any valuable material or treasure could not help Master break through to the next realm. Master looked at all the treasures that he had collected in his life and had laid down everything in order to let his mind return to its most fundamental and simplistic nature. He gave up all vices and affectations in order to return to innocence. Only like this would Master have a chance to break through his lifetime's bottleneck. I see. So did Sorcerer Senior succeed? After Lin Ming asked, Yanmo remained silent. But silence was also a kind of answer. Lin Ming felt a profound stirring in his heart. What sort of character was the sorcerer? For his final closed-door seclusion, he had made so many preparations. He hadn't even hesitated to return to the mortal world and construct 72 sorcerer pagodas for his descendants to complete his karma. Finally, he had even laid down all his worldly possessions and threw away all of his sins and vices in order to return to a pure mentality to attack his bottleneck. Even so, after all this, he had still failed. The path of cultivating the martial arts was to clash against the will of the heavens, remove oneself from the cycle of samsara and eternally remain within the world. There had been so many extremely gifted geniuses and top talents in the world, but ultimately none of them were able to struggle against the vast heavens. Thinking this, Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists. One could not resist the heavens, but he would still continue to fight and struggle until he reached the peak of the martial Tao. At this time, Yanmo said, "You cannot swallow the reverse scale blood. It must be directly introduced into your own blood vessels. However, your cultivation is too low, and the reverse scale blood cannot fuse into your body. If you forcefully do so, your body will be unable to withstand the power and you will explode. I will place a ban upon your body to seal the reverse scale blood. When your cultivation is sufficient, you may undo this ban and completely absorb the reverse scale blood. I warn you, absorbing the reverse scale blood is an extremely painful process. In order to neutralize its oppressive power, it is similar to washing the muscles and marrow." Lin Ming said, "I understand. Thank you, Senior Yanmo. Cut your wrist and introduce the blood inside." Listening to Yanmo's directions, Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. With an effort, he was able to open up an artery on his wrist. It bled profusely. However, Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were too astonishing. Even after cutting open his wrist, this wound still healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the reverse scale blood was suspended above Lin Ming's hand. With a simply thought from Yanmo, a splitting sound resounded in the air. Cracks spread like spider webs down the red quartz, and the thin blood filament within tumbled around like a bird that had been unjustly caged within. After being freed, it instantly flew out. But, as it tried to escape, it was instantly suppressed by an invisible force and pressed into Lin Ming's blood vessels. With the support of his formidable blood vitality, the wrist wound quickly healed. Like this, the reverse scale blood was sealed within Lin Ming's body. With the reverse scale blood submerged within Lin Ming's body, Yen Mo closed its giant eye. An invisibly psychic wave radiated from Yen Mo and flowed into Lin Ming. The space around Lin Ming began to twist and bend. A spatial cage had formed around him, completely locking him inside. Lin Ming knew that this was a band that was created by Yen Mo in order to prevent the reverse scale blood from escaping. The reverse scale blood was rebellious and violent. It had just left its prison and had been forced into another prison. How could it be willing to resign itself to this fate? It recklessly crashing within Lin Ming's body, wanting to break it open and flee outside. But an invisible force confined it to a small space. This spatial power became increasingly tighter, pushing it towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly manic, slamming against its bindings time and time again. Lin Ming felt a fierce pain in his chest. This aching feeling was just as if a sharp point was repeatedly stabbing him from the inside. As Lin Ming probed the reverse scale blood's movements in his body with his soul force, he could only squeeze out a grim smile. If it was like this, then who knew what year or what month he would finally be able to absorb it? The sorcerer had set such a big cake in front of him, and yet he could only look at it. He wasn't able to eat it. Yen Mo stood at the side, simultaneously sealing away the reverse scale blood as he said, "I will seal this into your heart, and then teach you the method to undo the ban. Once you reach the limit of the Xiantian realm, you may undo the ban. Remember, do not hastily absorb it, otherwise your life will be threatened." Limit of the Xiantian realm? Lin Ming was speechless. He still hadn't even reached the pulse condensation period, so how long would it take for him to reach the Xiantian realm limit? But this wasn't too surprising. After all, this reverse scale blood was from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it was only the smallest amount, he was still not at the point where he could tame it. If there was anyone to blame, he could only blame himself for his cultivation being too low. Yen Mo could see the crestfallen disappointment on Lin Ming's face. After obtaining such a powerful strength, he had been told he could not use it. Disappointment was simply the natural path of human nature. Yen Mo said, "Cultivation of the martial path must proceed in an orderly fashion, step by step. You already have the power and the body. There are many geniuses that would not even dare to." As Yen Mo was speaking words of encouragement, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There had been a sudden change with the reverse scale blood within Lin Ming's body. As the reverse scale blood approached Lin Ming's heart, it reacted as if it had just encountered the most horrible thing in the world. It suddenly quieted down, and even showed a deep, foreboding fear. It no longer crashed around. It only thought to flee the confines of Lin Ming's heart as soon as possible. However, the spatial force that Yen Mo applied was slowly edging the reverse scale blood towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood was anxious, and it tried to resist this inexorably force with all of its might. But it was only a trace of blood. Even if it was the bloodline of a true dragon, it still couldn't resist Yen Mo's strength. As it closed in on Lin Ming's heart, the soul of the reverse scale blood began to shiver in abject fear. Lin Ming had been following the path of the reverse scale blood with his soul force. He felt the dread of the reverse scale blood and was slightly surprised. After all, this reverse scale blood originated from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it had limited strength, it was still mightily proud, just like a true dragon. So why was it suddenly so afraid? This was... Lin Ming's mind flashed. The magic cube. It could absorb the blood of powerhouses. He had actually forgotten about it. When Lin Ming first obtained the purple-gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had bestowed upon him, it had been marked with the blood symbol from a peak Hotian realm master. This blood symbol had later been absorbed by the magic cube, and Lin Ming had therefore managed to obtain his second opportunity to enter into the space of the magic cube. Sure enough, it was as Lin Ming had imagined. An invisible force ran out from Lin Ming's heart as if it was a snake striking out at its prey. This force had suddenly locked onto the reverse scale blood and slowly begun dragging it closer and closer to Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly desperate. It tried to rush back, but it could not break away from the oppressive pressure. At this time, Lin Ming's mind began to race. What could he do? The magic cube obviously wanted to absorb the reverse scale blood, and looking at the situation, absorbing the reverse scale blood would be a simple matter. If the reverse scale blood were absorbed by the magic cube, it might empower the magic cube. However, this was just a bit too wasteful for such a precious treasure. The magic cube was able to absorb the blood of the Hotian realm master. Although the quality was much worse than the reverse scale blood, it could be made up for in quantity. Lin Ming was also a bit anxious. At this time, the reverse scale blood had been drawn into Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood desperately wanted to break free from this invisible chain. It began to crash against Lin Ming's heart muscles, as if it would rather fuse with him than be absorbed by the magic cube. At this time, the strange invisible tug of the magic cube on the reverse scale blood suddenly weakened. The reverse scale blood caught this opportunity and finally broke into Lin Ming's heart. Without a hint of hesitation, it began to integrate with Lin Ming's heart. This was a completely voluntary fusion. It was not forced by either the power of the magic cube or Yen Mo. This is, as the magic cube gradually relaxed its binding force on the reverse scale blood, the reverse scale blood desperately integrated with Lin Ming's heart. This process was completely of the reverse blood scale's own volition, and Lin Ming felt no pain at all. An accident like this actually happened. Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva, somewhat stunned at the turn of events. How proud was the true dragon bloodline. If not for such a sudden, horrifying change in the situation, there was no way that it would ever have willingly fused with a mortal. If he wanted to absorb it by himself, he could only count on his own power to suppress it, then forcefully assimilate it. This process was like washing one's muscles and marrow. It was incomparably painful. Even Yen Mo had said that he would at least need to be at the limit of the Xianxia realm to have a chance to absorb the reverse scale blood. Lin Ming was only at the peak of bone forging, and the distance between him and the Xianxia realm was like heaven and earth. Yet the reverse scale blood had voluntarily fused with Lin Ming, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. At this time, Yen Mo also found that the reverse scale blood had started to fuse with Lin Ming's heart. It looked deeply at Lin Ming, and then stopped pouring its strength into the spatial seal in Lin Ming's body. It was simply no longer necessary. The magic cube also completely abandoned its invisible shackles on the reverse scale blood. However, when the reverse scale blood discovered that the invisible forces on it had disappeared, it had already mostly fused with Lin Ming. It slowed down for a moment, hesitating, as if deciding whether or not it should still try to immediately escape. But just as it thought this idea, the reverse scale blood suddenly felt a huge coercive force transmit upon it. The soul of the reverse scale blood shivered, and abandoned that thought and honestly continued to integrate into Lin Ming. With this chain of events, Lin Ming actually felt something. The magic cube had a consciousness. It was not an inanimate object. Without a doubt, if the magic cube had insisted on absorbing the reverse scale blood, then it could absolutely have done this. It had originally intended to absorb the reverse scale blood, but when the reverse scale blood had begun to fuse with Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube had actually changed its mind. It had gradually relaxed its hold on the reverse scale blood in order to let it freely integrate with Lin Ming's heart. Afterwards, it even supervised and facilitated this integration. This made Lin Ming feel extremely perplexed. Just what was the magic cube? Did it have a soul? The reverse scale blood would rather integrate into him than be sucked into the magic cube. Was the magic cube really such a horrifying existence? Just what was going on? Just after a little more than a quarter of an hour, the reverse scale blood had been thoroughly absorbed by Lin Ming. Yen Mo was giving Lin Ming a very weird and peculiar look. It had said that Lin Ming would need to be at the limit of the Xiantian realm in order to absorb the reverse scale blood, and he would also have to undergo a baptism of suffering to do so. However, now he had actually quickly absorbed the reverse scale blood as if he was eating a light meal. Not only was there no discomfort, but it appeared to have been quite an enjoyable encounter. What is the reason for this? Yen Mo had some doubts. Although it could track the location of the reverse scale blood, it was completely unable to feel the presence of the magic cube. Yen Mo was extremely formidable. However, this was only relative to those within the Sky Spill continent. The magic cube represented a power that it could not hope to see into. You absorbed the reverse scale blood? Yan Mo asked in disbelief. Lin Ming nodded, unsure of what expression he should be wearing at this time. But, how did you absorb it? Lin Ming gave an apologetic smile. There was simply no way he could explain this. He could only play the fool and pretend he knew nothing. I'm not sure myself. The reserve scale blood suddenly decided to voluntarily fuse with my body. Voluntary fusion. Yan Mo was at a complete loss. If the reverse scale blood was willing to integrate into a human body, then back in the day his master could have done so. As long as the yin and yang elements did not conflict within his body, then there was no problem for there to be two diametrically opposed powers within his blood. What secrets did this boy hold? It was impossible for the reverse scale blood to yield to an ordinary mortal. Could this young boy be the reincarnation of a true dragon? How was this possible? Yan Mo's gaze at Lin Ming became increasingly bizarre and perplexed. As Yan Mo looked straight at Lin Ming, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit uncomfortable. This fellow had lived for such a long time. Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could actually fool him. Yan Mo couldn't figure out the reason for what had just occurred. He finally said, "Anyway, regardless of why it happened, it is a good thing that the reverse scale blood voluntarily fused with you. It will take a while for your true essence to fuse with the dragon Yang Qi. The sooner you absorbed the reverse scale blood, the greater benefits you will experience. If you had used your own strength to forcefully absorb the reverse scale blood, then it would have destroyed part of the reverse scale bloodline, and you would not have integrated with it so perfectly like now. You have been a good smelting trial participant. Now that the life and death smelting trial has ended, you may leave. From here on out, you will undoubtedly live an incomparably wonderful life. But I must continue to guard my 72 smelting trial pagodas. If fate wills it, then we shall meet again." As Yan Mo said this, his body twisted, and he begun to slowly fade away. Lin Ming hesitated, then suddenly said, "Senior, please wait a moment. I actually have a question I've wanted to ask you. Since the Sorcerer Senior is already gone, then these 72 cultivation pagodas have already lost their meaning. For what reason does Senior still stay here to protect them?" Listening to this question, Yan Mo seemed thoughtful and quietly said, "This is my fate, and I am willing to bear the burden of it. Just like you, who vows to struggle against the heavens." As Yan Mo spoke these words, he had already vanished. The faint sound of his voice became distant echoes that reverberated in the emptiness, lingering on for a long time until they finally died down. Lin Ming smiled for a moment. In that brief second, there was an inexplicable taste that came to mind. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 7 days and 7 nights had already passed. Awoo! In the dark and silent halls of the Sorcerer Holy Land, a wolf suddenly howled. A corrupt wolf the size of a small cow rushed forwards, bits of carrion flesh hanging from its cruel jaws. Its body reeked of death, and its bright white fangs were exposed and dripping saliva. In the darkness, its luminescent green eyes were especially bright. In front of the corrupt wolf, a little girl was quickly running. This little girl was Nai. At this point, her innocent face held no fear or panic. Instead, her teeth were clenched as she desperately pushed her true essence to the max and displayed her fastest speed. However, Nai was only at the viscera training stage. Not only that, but a human was already inferior in running to a vicious beast. How could she compare to the peak-altering muscle corrupt wolf? The corrupt wolf closed in, almost overtaking her. Nai could already hear the sounds of whistling wind from behind her back and even feel the rancid breath of the corrupt wolf. Roar! The corrupt wolf pounced forwards, its sharp wolf claws piercing straight towards Nai and scratching her delicate back. Ah! Nai forced the last vestiges of her faltering strength to the forefront and suddenly leapt forwards. However, the wolf's claws had ripped open her back. Her clothes had been broken and she was covered in blood. Crash! Nai fell onto the ground, her body rolling around. The corrupt wolf once again pounced forwards, this time aiming its razor-sharp claws towards Nai's throat. At this juncture of life and death, a cold light flashed in Na Yi's eyes. Whiz! The sound of a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang in the air. A dark steel javelin as thick as thumb flew out from a hole in the wall and stabbed the corrupt wolf, sending blood flying everywhere. Aowa! The corrupt wolf pitifully yelped. The javelin had a tremendous force contained behind it as it shot out, and it had nailed the corrupt wolf to the ground. But this was not the end. Just as the corrupt wolf fell on the ground, rows of sharp knives immediately stabbed out from underneath, their piercing cold blades stabbing into the corrupt wolf's body. Puff! The corrupt wolf was like a dead dog that had been stabbed through the heart with 1,000 knives. It was deader than dead. Seeing this, Na Yi let loose a breath of relief and collapsed to the ground. Her back was slick with blood. The wolf had left 3 bone-deep claw wounds on her back. Bursts of pain came roaring at her like the tide of an ocean. Na Yi's forehead began to seep with sweat. Big sister! Na Shui rushed over to tend to her injured big sister. Her tears were freely falling, an unstoppable waterfall. To Na Shui, her big sister was her only hope, but also the sustenance that kept her spirit running and alive. If something was to happen to Na Yi, then she would lose all courage to continue living. I'm fine. I just need a rest. Na Yi forced out a smile, feeling extremely bitter within. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf, and finally received such a heavy wound. There was also another corrupt wolf outside. With her current condition, how could she possibly kill it? There was only enough food left over for a day. Na Yi still hadn't gone to the sorcerer pagoda. She estimated that with her own strength, she could at most pass the 3rd floor and enter into the 4th. After that, any further progress was simply far too difficult. She could only enter the Sorcerer Holy Land one time. It was also the most important opportunity in her life. If she could only reach the 4th floor, then how would she ever find the power to avenge her parents in the future? She had made 2 oaths to the heavens. One was to protect her little sister, and the other was for revenge. She had never thought to give up either of these goals. If she could cultivate for 1 year in the Sorcerer Holy Land and reach the altering muscle stage, then when she entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi had faith that she could enter at least the 5th floor and break through to the bone forging stage inside the Sorcerer Pagoda. Then, even if they didn't have horses, she had some assurance that she would be able to lead her little sister through the wild jungle. But the major problem she was confronted with now was her lack of food. Her only solution was to kill the 2 corrupt wolves. Na Yi was not a match for the corrupt wolves, so she made a crazy decision that seemed rational to her. She would use herself as bait and lure a corrupt wolf into the Sorcerer Holy Land. Once there, she would utilize the traps within to kill it. She knew that if she was to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda and enhance her strength, that it would be much easier to lure the 2 corrupt wolves into the traps. However, Na Yi was not willing to do so. She could not reconcile with the fact that because of these 2 corrupt wolves, she would have to waste her one chance at the smelting trial, the most important opportunity of her life. She would make this one gamble. Corrupt wolves were scavengers that usually ate carrion. However, they would also eat living creatures. Na Yi took advantage of the time when one of the wolves went to look for live prey and lured the remaining one it. She would guide it to the traps and kill it, but her gamble had already half failed from the start. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf, and had been seriously injured due to her own overconfident negligence. The claw of a corrupt wolf was toxic. Corrupt wolf ate carrion year-round. Their bodies contained corpse gases and corpse poison. Once scratched by them, one would be infected by the plague and die afterwards. Now they were running out of food, and there was also another corrupt wolf outside. Having been scratched by a corrupt wolf, how could she escape death in this situation? Na Yi bit her lips and pulled out a dagger strapped to her thigh. She threw it at her little sister and said, "Ah Shui, there are many books in the Holy Land's library. Look for some that don't have much value and gather them here. Create a fire and heat up the dagger. Then, cut out the carrion toxin from my back wound." Hearing Na Yi say this, Na Shui was frightened out of her wits. She looked at the bloody wound on her big sister's back. How could she do this? Big sister, Big sister. Quickly. The wolf claws are toxic. Go before it's too late. I understand. Na Shui clenched her teeth. She turned around and ran towards the Holy Land Library and gathered some worthless books there. Then, as Nai had said, she set that pile of books on fire and used it to heat the dagger. With the dagger in her hand, Na Shui began to violently tremble. She was a gentle soul. She had never even killed a chicken. Now she must use this knife on her big sister's back. And this knife was even blazing hot. Ah Shui, you can do it. I believe in you. If the corpse toxin spreads, then it will be too late. Nai tightly bit down on a piece of cloth, waiting for the harsh pain to come. If it wasn't for the wound being on her back, then she would never have asked Na Shui to do this. As Na Shui's eyes flowed with tears, she tore away the clothes on her big sister's back. There, she could see the wound oozing black blood. Indeed, it was just as Nai had said. The wolf's claws were toxic. Na Shui found her breath coming out in gasps. She didn't want to do this, but she had to, otherwise her big sister would die. Just as she began to swing her dagger down, Na Shui suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she jerked around, her dagger leading the way. Who is it? Na Shui was already jittery. Even the slightest sound frightened her. But as she turned around and saw who it was, Na Shui suddenly froze in shock. Behind her stood a ragged young boy. Although he had a pitiable expression, there was a surge of confidence and a calm temperament between his brows. Mo Lin. Na Shui went slack, and then the tears down started falling down. If it wasn't for the current situation, she would have rushed towards him and cried in joy. Mo, big brother Mo. Please can you save my big sister? She was poisoned by a scratch from a corrupt wolf. Na Yi also saw Lin Ming, and her heart was filled with an incredible amazement and relief. Mo Lin was still alive? How could this be? In Na Yanda's records, Na Yanda had only stayed within the Divine Kingdom for a few hours, but Lin Ming had been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights? And he had actually returned safely? Lin Ming looked at the wound on Na Yi's back. The blood there was already starting to become a rancid black. Lin Ming pressed his hand against Na Yi's back, and a flux of true essence merged into Na Yi's body. Lin Ming's manipulation of true essence had already reached a degree of near perfection. Several thousand filaments of true essence wove into a net that covered the wound. Puff! A stream of black ichor began to pour out from Na Yi's back. In just a few minutes, Lin Ming had already completely forced out all of the toxins within Na Yi's body. Then Lin Ming took out a small jade bottle from his spatial ring and sprinkled a handful of powder on Na Yi's back. This was top-tier quality healing medicine. 1 tael cost several hundred gold taels. Lin Ming gave the small jade jar to Na Shui and said, "Apply this medicine on your big sister." Na Yi was missing half of her clothes. Lin Ming felt it a little inconvenient to apply the medicine himself. "Oh, okay," Na Shui whispered before rushing over to help her big sister apply the medicine. As she applied the medicine, she couldn't help but sneak peeks towards Lin Ming. The way that Lin Ming had forced out the poison from Na Yi's body a moment ago had left a profoundly deep impression within her young heart. This scene was even more memorable then when Lin Ming had eliminated the monkey-faced man and the bald man, saving them. She thought that Lin Ming was only proficient in his combat prowess. She hadn't expected that he would also have such a mysterious way of curing wounds. Unknowingly, Lin Ming had already become an omnipotent figure within Na Shui's impressionable mind. Once the medicine had been applied to the wounds, the pain in Na Yi's body was instantly lessened. A moment later, she felt the wound itch a little. This itching feeling was only when a wound began to regenerate. What happened? Why is there a vicious beast here? Lin Ming noticed the corpse of the corrupt wolf that was off in a corner. How did this strange vicious beast enter the Sorcerer Holy Land? Na Shui dried her tears and explained the long and sordid matter to Lin Ming. As Lin Ming listened, he felt some guilt and regret. He hadn't thought that he would have been in the life and death smelting trial for 7 days, and caused such a crisis for the 2 sisters. Lin Ming took out barbecued meat, fresh fruit, and steamed buns from his spatial ring, giving these to Na Shui and Na Yi. Everything's fine now. Eat a little first and then we'll leave here. One of the benefits of a spatial ring was that everything inside could maintain its freshness. No matter how long food was placed within, it would remain fresh and never rot. Na Shui stared at these delicious foods like a zombie and unconsciously swallowed saliva. These past days, the two sisters had been eating hard dry food. It was simply like chewing on wax. Not only that, but they could only eat a little every day, and they were always haunted by pangs of hunger. Now, with so many fresh and delicious delicacies placed in front of them, Na Shui's mouth had already started watering. She rushed to hand a steamed barbecue bun to her sister, and also grabbed one for herself. She wanted to wolf the whole thing down, but remembering that Lin Ming was looking on from the side, she suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Instead of taking a big bite from the barbecue bun, she only tore off a small piece. In front of Lin Ming, Na Shui unconsciously maintained her girly image. Lin Ming thought that was quite funny. He deliberately said, "You eat first. I'll go to the exit and have a look." With that, he rose up. He wanted to go out and solve the problem of the corrupt wolf, but remembering the layers of traps within the sorcerer hold land, he dismissed this idea. It was better to wait for Na Yi's wounds to heal and leave together. Na Shui blushed, but this time she didn't care so much, and she ate in massive gulps. Na Yi also ate a lot. The two sisters were indeed extremely hungry. After the two sisters ate their satisfying meal together, Lin Ming pulled out another type of healing medicine and sprinkled it onto Na Yi's back. Under the combined effects of these two medicines, Na Yi's wound quickly mended without even leaving a scar. Finding that Na Yi's upper clothes were completely torn apart, and that there was some improper scenery revealed, Lin Ming took out some old clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them towards Na Yi. Afterwards, Lin Ming asked Na Yi, "Do you know if there are any peculiar thunders or fires within the southern wilderness? For instance?" Lin Ming stretched out his hand and a garnet-colored flame suddenly bloomed within his palm. The tongues of flame from this fire formed petals just like an exquisitely dangerous lotus. Na Yi was shocked. This was the first time that she had ever seen a flower-shaped flame like this. Although the flame was only the size of an egg, the heat waves that emanated from it were enough to cause her to step backwards several steps. The temperature of this flame was simply inconceivable. Not only that, but when Lin Ming had been fighting the monkey-faced man, he hadn't even used this flame. That meant that he had been going easy on them. For an altering muscle youth to fight against two peak bone forging martial artists and not even need to use their full strength was already an unimaginable level. To Na Yi, this youth was simply terrifying. Wait. How did Lin Ming's cultivation? Na Yi's eyes widened. She suddenly wasn't able to sense Lin Ming's cultivation. For a martial artist in body transformation, and even most Hotian realm martial artists, they weren't able to restrict their true essence from emitting within their bodies. Because of this, it was often very easy to spot what level of cultivation someone was at. When true essence entered the organs, that was viscera training. When true essence entered the bones, that was bone forging. There were even some martial artists whose aura was like a billowing bonfire, where commoners who had no martial arts cultivation were able to sense their awesome strength. Only a martial artist who had cultivated to the realm of completing a true state, in which true essence was gathered in their entire body, would be able to mask their cultivation. For instance, if they were an extremely formidable peak Hotian realm master like Xianxia, or a genuine Xiantian realm martial artist. If they converged all of their true essence and aura into their bodies, then they would appear no different than a common person. Only someone whose cultivation was higher than them would be able to see the complete depths of their strength. However, at this moment, Na Yi could only see the faintest true essence fluctuations within Lin Ming's body. If she didn't know him, then she should have assumed that he was a martial artist who had just started down the path of cultivation, an outright newly minted youth who wasn't even at the first stage of body transformation. "Mo Lin, your cultivation. How did you?" Lin Ming paused for a moment. He immediately understood Na Yi's questioning doubts. He himself had only just discovered that after absorbing the reverse scale blood, there had been some bizarre changes to his true essence. In the past, when Lin Ming cultivated, whether it had been practicing the true primal chaos formula, or swallowing the blood Lingji to increase his blood vitality, or even using the heretical god seed to compress his true essence, all of it had been similar. All of these were quantitative changes to his true essence. For instance, they would remove impurities and let his true essence become purer, or thicker, or even increase the density of his true essence through compression. The nature of his true essence had never changed. But now, after Lin Ming had stumbled into an accidental fusion with the reverse scale blood, his true essence was showing a qualitative change. This sort of change didn't happen overnight. Rather, it was a slow process that happened over time. Lin Ming couldn't confidently say to what end these changes would bring him to, but he was able to approximate that whatever changes that would occur would be to his greatest benefit. After all, the reverse scale blood was something that even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would be jealous of. The bloodline of a true dragon was certainly far superior to that of a human mortal. Because his true essence had undergone a qualitative change, Lin Ming found that his ability to control and manipulate his true essence was growing. When he attempted to control his true essence, he found that he would unconsciously converge all of the true essence and aura within his body, and achieve a state similar to returning to one's origin. It could be said that he had achieved similar results through a different route. Someone like Na Yi, who was only a martial artist at the Viscera training stage, would never be able to comprehend Lin Ming's current cultivation. Lin Ming grinned, no longer restraining his aura. His true essence emanated from him, and his cultivation of a peak bone-forging martial artist presented itself to the world. Na Yi suddenly gasped. She remembered that when Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had only been at the early altering muscle stage. After stepping into the Divine Kingdom, his cultivation had actually been boosted to the peak bone-forging stage. This was over a stage and a half of cultivation. What had Lin Ming been doing for these past 7 days and 7 nights? Why had Na Yanda been inside for only a few hours, while Lin Ming had actually stayed within for a full 7 days? You reached the peak bone forging stage so quickly. I had a fortuitous encounter within the Divine Kingdom. My luck was good and I made a breakthrough. About that question I asked before. Is there some sort of strange flame anywhere within the southern wilderness? Lin Ming continued to press the question he had asked a moment ago. Na Yi found it strange that Lin Ming was able to hide his cultivation. It couldn't be that he had actually reached the realm of returning to his original state, could it? Regardless, after hearing that Lin Ming had returned from the Divine Kingdom, she stopped indulging in her ridiculous ideas and said, "There should be. The Fire Worm tribe uses a fire as their totem. Their tribe has a legacy flame. This flame is said to be eternal and is kept by the current ruling shaman. I don't know if this flame is the strange flame that you are looking for." Eternal? Lin Ming was surprised. If there was an eternal flame, then that flame would be a flame essence. The legacy of the Fire Worm tribe is actually a flame essence. However, it's in the control of the current shaman. To obtain it is truly difficult. How strong is the Fire Worm tribe's shaman? Lin Ming asked. I'm not sure. Hearing the Fire Worm tribe's shaman, Na Yi clenched her teeth. When the Fire Worm tribe had invaded the Na tribe, the Na tribes which Queen had battled against the master powerhouse of the Fire Worm tribe. Eventually, the Witch Queen had died under the Fire Worm shaman's hand. Do you have a grudge with the Fire Worm shaman? Lin Ming found that Na Yi was looking extremely ill, so he asked her. Hate dripped from Na Yi's voice as she said, "The Fire Worm shaman killed my master, who was also my Na tribe's Witch Queen." Oh, you haven't thought of getting revenge? I have, but that possibility is too far away. My master's cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. Still, she was no match for the Fire Worm shaman. Really? Lin Ming murmured. This shaman's strength should be a bit more than the Middle Hotian realm. The Middle Hotian realm was about the same cultivation as Muyi. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had a population of tens of millions of people. Not counting the 7 profound martial house, there were only a few truly native Hotian realm martial artists. However, just the Southern Wilderness Fire Worm tribe with a mere population of 1 million citizens they actually had a Middle Hotian realm martial artist. The people of Sky Fortune Kingdom have always called those in the southern wilderness barbarians. But this place is actually a crouching tiger, hidden dragon of masters. This is probably because of the legendary sorcerer, who broke through the martial void and left behind a large number of relics and legacies. Not only that, but the southern wilderness also has countless vicious beasts. Martial artists here are always in danger, so it tends to increase their strength. It's impossible for me to defeat someone above the Middle Hotian realm at the level I'm at, especially in a place like the Fire Worm tribe with so many masters. Although Lin Ming had defeated an early Hotian realm master within the 6th level of Sorcerer Pagoda's life and death smelting trial, that was only because the luckiest moment had presented itself. The fight had dragged on and the Hotian realm master had lost his patience, which caused him to eat a loss. Although he had suffered a small loss, it wasn't a true defeat. If Yen Mo hadn't appeared and the two had continued fighting, Lin Ming would most likely have lost. With Lin Ming's current strength, at best he could jump past a stage to fight a peak pulse condensation period master. However, if he was to leap a realm and a half and go against a Hotian realm master, then he would be in trouble. Facing a true early Hotian realm master, Lin Ming could only try to defend himself and preserve his life. Since a Middle Hotian realm modder is in charge of this eternal flame, it will have to wait for later. It's fine if I don't improve the flame essence for now. The Thunder Soul is much more important. After Lin Ming had absorbed Huagong's hollow flame essence, the heretical god seed's flame essence had experienced a great period of growth. In comparison, the Thunder Soul was much weaker. Lin Ming's most urgent need was to enhance the Thunder Soul with some form of special lightning. With a fusion of the two, the power of Thunderfire Annihilation would improve. Lin Ming asked, "Miss Na-yi, do you know where in the southern boundary I can find some special kind of thunder or lightning? For instance, like this?" Lin Ming stretched out his finger, and a thin arc of electricity sizzled from his fingertip and swirled around Lin Ming's finger, just like it was a cute spiritual snake. Na-yi's eyelids jumped. Just how many secrets did Lin Ming have? "I don't know anything about special lightning or thunder." "I see," Lin Ming mumbled with some regret. Of course, the existence of rare, naturally occurring thunder was much rarer than strange flames. At this moment, Na-yi suddenly said, "I don't know any areas that have special thunder, but I know that deep within the southern wilderness there is an area called Thunder Crash Mountain. On Thunder Crash Mountain there are many different types of thunder lizards that spit out blue and white lightning. They are very ferocious creatures. On Thunder Crash Mountain there is also a special kind of thundergrass. Thundergrass over 100 years old is pretty valuable. Not even a Hotian master would rashly climb the mountain. At most they would pick some from around Thunder Crash Mountain. I'm not too sure if this is the special thunder that you're looking for." "Oh? Thundergrass." Lin Ming's mind stirred. He was somewhat interested in this thundergrass. He just didn't know what was on Thunder Crash Mountain. Since even Hotian realm masters did not dare to recklessly scale the mountain, then there must be some unknown perils there. Lin Ming said, "I've got it. Let's leave now." "Oh." Na-yi hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Mo Lin, you entered into the Divine Kingdom from the Sorcerer Pagoda, right? What did you experience there? How far high in the Divine Kingdom did you go?" She had been curious, but also thought that just asking was a bit rude, so she hadn't until now. Lin Ming smiled. "Oh, you know that the Divine Kingdom is separated into levels? It's recorded in the ancient texts. There are 7 levels altogether, and they are guarded by the eye of the witch god. You've been gone for such a long time. Did you at least reach the 5th level?" Na-yi felt more and more that the truth of Lin Ming was unfathomable. Since he had passed 7 days and 7 nights in the Divine Kingdom, he should have gone farther than Nyanda. Perhaps, he might even have been like the Feather Emperor from 600 years ago, and gone to the 5th floor. Na-yi didn't dare to imagine any more than this. The Feather Emperor was already a legendary figure only spoken of in children's tales. It was said his cultivation had surpassed the Xianxia realm, and the empire he had established in the southern wilderness was not inferior to any third-grade sect. At that time, Whenever the great masters and powerhouses of the mainland would hear the name of the Feather Emperor, they would run around in panic. Afterwards, the Feather Emperor was revered as a second god within the southern wilderness, and became one of the core figures within their spiritual belief. Even Na Yi's master, the Witch Queen of the Na tribe, would be respectful when mentioning the Feather Emperor, and their tribe had rituals where they would pay homage to the ancestral tablet of the Feather Emperor. If Lin Ming was like this legendary man, didn't that mean that later he would become a god or a saint? Would his power break past the Xiantian realm? Was she personally witnessing the rise of a peerless master? Listening to Na Yi's question, Lin Ming cracked a smile. He guessed the so-called Eye of the Witch God was Yen Mo. He said, "Everything I experienced in the Divine Kingdom was an absolute mess. I did see the Eye of the Witch God there. There is a fortuitous chance within the Divine Kingdom. If you work hard, then there is a chance that you will be selected. If you do, then your power will grow by leaps and bounds." Lin Ming didn't mention that he had passed the 7th floor. That would simply be too shocking for everyone. I can also go." As Na Yi heard Lin Ming's words, her heart started to crazily beat within her chest. Day and night, she longed for strength. Not only did she want to get revenge for her parents, but she also wanted to rebuild her Na tribe. If possible, she even wanted to avenge her master. However, her master's enemy was a Middle Hotian realm master. The distance between them was simply vast, to the point that she might never achieve this goal in her entire life. But what if she was given the chance to go to the Divine Kingdom? That meant that she would become a master at least as powerful as Na Yanda. She might even step into the Xiantian realm. When that time came, regardless of the reconstruction of the Na tribe or the death of all her enemies, it would all be simple. Thinking this, Na Yu unconsciously clenched her fist. She wanted to become strong enough to control her own destiny. There was a jumble of emotions as she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming hadn't said how many levels he had passed, however. Na Yi had a hunch that he must have at least reached the 5th level, or even surpassed His Majesty the Feather Emperor to enter into the 6th. Those of the southern wilderness worshipped the brave heroes. Now there was a future hero standing right in front of her. Na Yi found it hard to keep her mood calm. She also understood that there was too large a gap between them. It was only wishful thinking to expect him to stay by her side and help her. Only she could build her own destiny. By now, the 3 of them had already arrived at the entrance to the Sorcerer Holy Land. Na Yi opened the transmission array and Lin Ming stepped out. It was just like Na Yi had said. There were 4 horse corpses lying not too far from the entrance, and 2 had been mostly eaten. Because the weather of the southern wilderness was scalding hot and also extremely humid, the horse corpses had already started to rot away. There were masses of flies gathered around the 4 corpses. It was quite a disgusting sight. After Lin Ming appeared, there was shaking in the bushes nearby. A corrupt wolf emerged, its green eyes shining as it stared at Lin Ming with hate and hunger. Its mate had gone missing and couldn't be found no matter how much it called for it. Now its mood was extremely irritable, and it intended to shred any game that appeared in front of it. Seeing this corrupt wolf, Na Shui paled. She unknowingly ducked behind Lin Ming. But Na Yi's expression didn't change. She knew that to Lin Ming, this corrupt wolf was nothing but an ant on the floor. "A woo!" The corrupt wolf madly howled, and then leapt forwards. It stretched out its sharp claws and slashed towards Lin Ming's throat. Lin Ming sneered. He waved his hand and 100 vibrating true essence filaments issued forth and sunk into the corrupt wolf as if they were a hail of arrows. Puff! The corrupt wolf spat out a gob of black blood. Its organs already having been completely turned to mush by the vibrating true essence, it finally fell onto the ground like a dead dog. All of its bones were crushed to bits and it turned into a pile of rotten meat. Immediately and violently killed. Dead. It's dead. Na Shui was incredulous. She had guessed that Lin Ming would be able to easily kill the corrupt wolf, but she didn't think it would be easy to such a degree. He had only looked at the corrupt wolf and it had died. What kind of strength was this? Na Shui breathlessly looked up as Lin Ming filled the entirety of her vision. An admiration mixed with worship towards a hero filled her. "Let's go." Lin Ming said. Where are we going? Nai asked. We'll find a place where you can settle down, and then I will fulfill my end of the bargain. I will go to the Fire Worm tribe and kill Chi-Guda, and take revenge for your parents. Lin Ming would first eliminate Chi-Guda, and then he would go to Thundercrash Mountain and see what sort of value this thundergrass had. As for the tribal flame of the Fire Worm tribe, he wasn't in a hurry to take that. You're going to kill Chi-Guda now? Nai froze. Chi-Guda's cultivation was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but there would certainly be many masters protecting him. Lin Ming was only at the peak bone forging stage. Although she knew that Lin Ming's strength was amazing, this was still too big a risk to take. After all, the difference between the altering muscle stage and the bone forging stage was far less than the difference between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period. She couldn't help but say, Mr. M.O., I know that you are very strong, but Chi-Guda is already a half-step into the Hotian realm. Lin Ming said, It doesn't matter. If there is an unexpected turn of events and something goes wrong, then I can easily escape. Let's go. Before she could say anything more, Lin Ming had already turned around and started walking. Na-yi could only sigh and keep her thoughts to herself. She could sense that Lin Ming was a very stubborn young boy. He wasn't someone who would easily change his mind. Moreover, he was someone who would be a future godlike character. If he had the confidence to say he could, then he would have the ability to do so. As Na-yi was thinking, she accidentally caught a glimpse of her little sister. She actually saw her little sister looking at Lin Ming's back, her small face flushed red, and her eyes moving around as if she didn't know what she was thinking. Na was stupefied, and then it suddenly dawned on her. Perhaps Na Shui liked Lin Ming. When teenage girls hit puberty, they would often gain an interest in those of the opposite sex. Of course, there was also the fact that Lin Ming had outstandingly handsome features, and he was powerful and also had a sharp and calm personality. Not only that, but when Na Shui had been facing a crisis and had been drowning in despair, Lin Ming had appeared in front of her and easily resolved every single crisis. This would inevitably produce the feeling of worship towards Lin Ming from Na Shui, and she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love with him. Perhaps even she was not aware of her own feelings. Na sighed. There was simply too great a distance between her little sister and Lin Ming. However, she didn't want to interfere with her little sister's feelings, and she also didn't want to consider the difference in status between her and Lin Ming. She could only let nature take its course. Fog Valley Tribe was a very common tribe within the countless large and small tribes of the southern wilderness. Its population was only at 4,000 or 5,000. It was located in a mountain valley, and in the early morning the valley would fill with a heavy fog. Thus it had acquired its name. Fog Valley Tribe was only 600 miles away from the Fire Worm Tribe. 10 years ago it had fallen to the Fire Worm Tribe, and was now a servant tribe to them. Its tribal chief had been slaughtered, and now their ruler was a Fire Worm man. Every year they would have to pay tribute in pigs, cattle, sheep, silks, wines, and minerals, all to the Fire Worm Tribe. Sometimes they even had to send tributes of their beautiful women. Most tribes of the southern wilderness were matriarchal societies, and those in power were not permitted to create harems. However, there were patriarchal clans who did, such as the Fire Worm Tribe. The Fire Worm Tribe's chief, generals, and shaman were all men, and they also had harems filled with countless beautiful women. Fog Valley Tribe wasn't too big. However, because they were located in the south near a nexus of key roads, there were usually many visitors that would come and go. There were many inns and restaurants and other facilities that were built in order to accommodate them. Fog Mansion Inn was one of the bigger ones. Today, a young man with two young girls, all looking around 15 or 16 years old, had come to Fog Mansion Inn. The young man wore a bamboo hat and carried a saber on his back. He should be a martial artist. The two young girls wore veils, and one couldn't see their faces. However, their figures were slim and elegant, so they were presumably beauties. A waiter walked up to greet them with a welcoming smile. Although these three guests were young, according to the waiter's experience in the field of hospitality, they were most likely some outstanding individuals of distinguished background. Therefore, he was exceptionally attentive towards them. In the southern wilderness, there were countless different ethnic tribes, all with their own varied customs. The servant knew that many of the men would wear bamboo hats and the women would wear veils, thus he didn't care much about it. He inwardly sighed with a bit of emotion at seeing such a young boy. This boy sure was lucky with women. He even had 2 little girls with great bodies following him. Customer, will you be staying at our inn? The bamboo hat youth was Lin Ming. He flipped a gold coin at the waiter and said, "Give me your best 2 rooms next to each other. Our horses are outside. Feed them as well." When they arrived, they had already bought 3 good horses. Once they had made the preparations to kill Chi Gouda, they would immediately leave Fog Valley. Lin Ming didn't worry that anyone would follow or investigate them. Fog Valley tribe was 600 miles from the Fire Worm tribe. Not only that, but this was a key location between the traveling routes, and there were many people here that were visitors. Lin Ming and his little group were a common sight that wouldn't raise any suspicious. The average person simply couldn't see through Lin Ming's cultivation. The 2 sisters Na Yi and Na Shui were also only at the viscera training stage. It couldn't be considered as too outlandish or unique. They had also covered up their appearances so that there wouldn't be any problems. Customer came at such a great time. This must truly be a heavenly coincidence. We just happen to have 2 of our best rooms remaining, and they are also next to each other. I will immediately prepare them for you. As the waiter finished saying this, he led Lin Ming and the sisters to the rooms. Lin Ming looked inside. The rooms were clean and tidy. Satisfied, he nodded. This would do. Prepare some dishes for us, and a pot of tea. Customer wants tea? The waiter hesitated and immediately smiled. Customer must not have known. My Fog Valley's fog flower wine is famous throughout the southern wilderness. Every year we present it as tribute to the Fire Worm tribe. For all of the Fire Worm tribe's banquets, they also use my Fog Valley's fog flower wine. Oh, if it's like that, then bring me a jar of fog flower wine. Lin Ming didn't care much. Although he didn't drink much, he had grown up in a restaurant and had some experience with wine. Then I shall bring a jar of fog flower wine. If I may recommend, we also have valley mud frogs. Our valley mud frogs are also very famous. Once you taste it, you will never be able to forget it. Okay. Lin Ming didn't care what he ate. He placed his saber on the table and sat down with the 2 young girls. The waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. However, after the valley mud frogs and fog flower wine were served and Lin Ming had a taste of them, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. These truly were rare delicacies. Na Shui also ate as if she really liked the taste. It was only that she had a veil covering her face, so it wasn't easy to eat. She could only slowly tear off small bits. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of rapid hoofbeats outside the inn. Lin Ming stood up and saw 5 riders atop 5 large red horses stop outside the inn. These 5 horses didn't have a single stray hair. They were over 9 feet tall and had massive bodies. Their snorts were like thunder. They must have weighed over 2,000 jeans. Crimson Blood Horse? Lin Ming recognized this horse. If this was the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these horses would cost 4,000 or 5,000 gold taels. However, it seemed that the Crimson Blood horses from the southern wilderness were much cheaper. One of the 5 leather armor-wearing riders dismounted from his Crimson Blood horses. He was very tall and carried a long spear on his back. He was very muscular and walked with calm steps. His breath was long, and one could easily see that he was a master who had perfected the fundamental skills. The other 4 people were much more ordinary. However, when they walked, they unconsciously revealed a murderous aura. This was obviously from them being hardened by their experiences and the countless murders they had committed. Lin Ming was able to instantly see their cultivation. For peak bone forging martial artists and 1 middle bone forging martial artist. Such a combination of forces meant they were obviously not native to Fog Valley. Fog Valley only had several thousand people in total. How could there be so many masters within? Waiter, feed our horses well. If there's even a single hair missing, I will smash apart your store. A martial artist wearing a bearskin roared as soon as he stepped in, his entire body leaking a killing aura. Although this servant was a mere mortal that couldn't see cultivation, he was still able to recognize the wolf tassel on his hat. This was a symbol of the fireworm military. Fog Valley had already been occupied by the fireworm tribe. The southern wilderness was a slave society. Once a tribe was defeated, most of their population would be captured as slaves. But perhaps because the Fog Valley tribe was too small, it had just managed to survive annihilation. Now the Fog Valley business owners were even afraid of falling leaves hitting their heads. If they saw a fireworm member, it was as if they had seen an incoming death plague walking towards them. Much less, right now these were people from the fireworm military. This was a force that they absolutely could not provoke. The waiter hastily bowed, groveling towards them. "Give me 30 jeans of fog flower wine and all the best meat dishes you have." "Yes, yes, of course, immediately." The waiter rushed out to fulfill the demands. The storekeeper was alarmed. He immediately walked up with an apologetic smile and poured water for them. The inn wasn't a large place. These fireworm military men were only separated from Lin Ming by a table. "Haha, I haven't exercised for 2 months. This time we can be the vanguard for the big boss. It's time for us brothers to show just what we can do. Let's do it well." The rider with a long spear strapped to his back said. As soon as Na-E heard the words big boss, her hand which was holding chopsticks began to tremble. She turned her head to look towards these 5 men, and her complexion sunk. Is something wrong?" Lin Ming asked her with true essence sound transmission. Na-E replied, "These men are from the fireworm tribe's military. In the fireworm tribe, the military men usually call the great general their big boss. That is also Chi Gouda." "Oh." Lin Ming had a thoughtful smile. He hadn't thought that he would have heard such valuable information after just arriving at Fog Valley. From the sounds of it, it seemed that this Chi Gouda was planning on making an excursion. All he had to do was sit back and wait. At this time, a wine jar was served. The martial artist dressed in bearskins broke open the wax seal and poured a bowl full of wine. He smiled and said, "Heh, rest assured boss. When have we brothers ever lost face for you? Much less this time when we're only scouting out a road. Us 5 could easily accomplish something like that. Don't flatter me. Blackwater Swamp is full of 3rd-level vicious beasts. There are even 4th-level vicious beasts. Us brothers have to go in and pave the way. We are the vanguard that has to explore the damn swamp and seal all the quagmires, and find the best roads so that when the big boss army comes he'll immediately be able to pass it. The time is already getting late. The north isn't a peaceful place. Vicious beasts haunt the land and the road is dangerous at night. Although I'm not afraid of something like this mission is too important. If we lose our horses and are delayed, then it will do more harm than good. So we will rest here for a day and head out tomorrow, so that we can arrive at Blackwater Swamp by the evening time." The martial artist with a longer spear on his back slowly said as he drank a bowl of wine. "Yes, boss. This is also a rare time that we come out. Let's look around for some fun. Tonight we will eat well and drink well and look for women to relax ourselves. We can catch up on the road tomorrow, and we might even have to engage in a fierce battle at Blackwater Swamp in the evening. But I'll lay down the rules first. You may look for women, but don't mess around for the entire night so much that you can't get up tomorrow." "Ha, boss, with our brother's strength. Even if we play around for an entire night, we will still be bursting with energy the next day." These people were bone-forging martial artists. One evening without rest wouldn't hinder them much. "I hear that the women of Fog Valley have cherry lips and slender figures. I must try them tonight." As they talked about seeking women, the other riders all grew excited. They really had been suppressed in the army for too long. Lin Ming was silently drinking. Although he wasn't looking at these 5 riders, his soul force had already locked onto their bodies. He used a true essence sound transmission to ask Na-E, "What rank are these people in the army?" Na-E said, "2 of them have wolf tassels on their hats. 1 wolf tassel is a captain of 100 men, 2 wolf tassels is a captain of 1,000 men, and 3 wolf tassels is a captain of 10,000 men. But there are also 3 people whose hats do not have any wolf tassels. Since their weapons are swords, they are probably some kind of personal bodyguards. Normally, someone from the army would not use a sword in battle. They would often use a spear or a lance. Although a sword had various styles, its striking power was still inferior to a spear. This was especially true for group warfare. Mostly it was only bodyguards who used swords. Oh? Then there are 2 captains that lead 10,000 men as well as 3 master bodyguards. Lin Ming noticed that the 2 people had 3 wolf tassels on their hats. A peak bone forging martial artist was appointed as a captain of 10,000 men. This was the exact same rank that one would have with that cultivation in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Tai Feng was also someone at the peak bone forging stage, and he too was struggling to become a captain with a unit of 10,000. A mere fire worm tribe with just 1 million or so people actually had a military establishment that wasn't inferior to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The people of the southern wilderness were truly brave and fierce. Moreover, looking at these 5 individuals, just the way they spoke naturally exuded an insufferably arrogant aura, as if they looked down on everything else before them in disdain, and were immeasurably cocky and self-assured of their own abilities. Their billowing aura originated from their vast experiences in battle and the countless enemies they had triumphed over, as they cut them down in cold blood. Such a solider would never put an enemy in their eyes. They did not rely on tactics or formations to win. Instead, they would bravely rush forward, shredding everything in their way. After experiencing so many life and death battles and constantly flirting with destruction, even though they didn't study any profound martial arts cultivation methods, in terms of killing power they were probably much stronger than a martial artist of the same level who had come from a martial house. Someone who was able to command these troops must be the master of a tiger. As Lin Ming imagined all of these fanciful thoughts, he suddenly discovered that the several soldiers were repeatedly glancing towards their table, especially creeping their vision upon Na Yi and Na Shui's bodies. They had started with just looking, but their gazes became increasingly wanton and unscrupulous, and a faint hint of lustful greed began to cloud their eyes. Lin Ming frowned, but he didn't move against them. After all, they were just looking and hadn't done anything either. The main person that Lin Ming wanted to kill was Qi Guda. He didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble before then. However, Lin Ming's patience began to gradually be worn down. These soldiers were simply becoming too dissolute, their stares and innuendos increasingly aggressive. As they drank more wine, they began to loudly discuss Na Yi and Na Shui's bodies, their words base and utterly depraved. "Boss, you said you wanted to look for women, but brothel women aren't that interesting. The best types are those girls from respectable families. Hee, those 2 little girls' skin is so nice, and they have good figures. Their faces are covered, but they must be 2 little hotties. Their age is no more 16 years old. If we bring them to bed, that will definitely be a fresh experience. These 2 little chicks have some martial arts cultivation. It's pretty good for their age. But that young boy at their side looks like some useless trash that's never held a knife. Ah, such a waste." After Lin Ming had fused with the reverse scale blood, he had unconsciously reached a realm similar to one returning to their most natural state. These soldiers simply could not see Lin Ming's cultivation. Of course, even if they did, they wouldn't have even cared for him. After all, they were 4 peak bone forging and 1 middle bone forging stage martial artists. "He looks like a playboy from some family, though I don't know what tribe he is from. I love stepping these young playboy masters underneath my boot. That is what I like." Many of these soldiers had relied on their own strength to crawl up from the most basic of military units. What they most despised were these rich playboy types. These people were real powers within the military. Even if it were the young playboys and juniors of the fire worm tribe, they still wouldn't place them within their eyes. Much less this little boy in front of them who wasn't even from their fire worm tribe. They didn't know what tribe wore veils and bamboo hats. But regardless of what tribe it was, these men had no scruples and would savagely beat anyone that got in their way, regardless of origin. The fire worm tribe's military was famous throughout the entire southern wilderness. They wouldn't care even if one was a young prince or princess of a small tribe. Although they weren't afraid, these people still only spoke sexually harassing words and still hadn't done anything. They still drank their wine and laughed and joked around as before. "Storekeeper, give us 5 of your top rooms. Also, Go to 10,000 Flowers Hall and call down 5 girls for us. I want the best girls there are. The rider dressed in a bearskin boisterously said as he threw over a piece of gold. The storekeeper hurriedly took it and looked extremely pained as he said, "Several army sirs. It's really unfortunate, but our best rooms have already been taken. There are still some rooms left over. If you would like to take a look." "Fuck. You want to prepare a damn pigsty for this father?" The bearskin man pounded his fist against the table, and the tiles on the floor underneath it immediately shattered. However, the table was still fine. The storekeeper's eyes almost popped out of his face, and his neck shriveled like a retreating turtle, his entire body going cold with fear. He held no doubts that these fellows were murderers that could kill someone as easily as cutting grass. If he didn't serve them well, then the destruction of his store would be a light punishment. Even killing him wouldn't be too surprising. It had to be known that Fog Valley was territory under the Fireworm tribe's complete control. The social customs and cultural attitudes of the southern wilderness were extremely brutal. What they respected and revered the most was strength. There were small tribes that were able to exist under the shadow of larger tribes. But once these large tribes decided to dominate the surrounding areas, then they were nothing but twigs to be crushed. A defeated tribe had no right or ability to make any decisions, and their tribespeople would also degenerate into outcasts and slaves. The storekeeper didn't want to offend these 5 death gods. His eyes rapidly shifted as he said, "We just had 2 of our best rooms that were reserved by our guests at that table over there. I really do not have any means to." As the storekeeper said this, the Fireworm military men immediately cast their eyes over to Lin Ming's table. Lin Ming deeply frowned. The storekeeper had actually deliberately directed the trouble towards them. This was simply reckless. He hadn't wanted to stir up any trouble, but now it looks like he actually had to fight. If this shop is destroyed, then it would entirely be brought upon you by yourself. The 5 men listened to the storekeeper speak and immediately smiled. The bearskin man repugnantly grinned as he said, "Haha. Since it's like this, you should have said so sooner. Hey, you 2 beauties, how about you come and stay with us a bit? We'll have fun. I promise you that you will live comfortably." Na Shui immediately paled as she listened to these men sexually harass her. However, Na Yi was calm as she cheekily sneered. "These fellows are such idiots. They really are courting death." Na Shui immediately paled as she listened to these men sexually harass her. However, Na Yi was calm as she cheekily sneered. "These fellows are such idiots. They really are courting death." Lin Ming's fingers traced the treasure saber that was on the table. This was the medium-grade human step treasure saber that Huagong had left behind after his untimely demise. Lin Ming had decided to use it as a temporary weapon in order to deceive the world. When he would assassinate Qi Gouda, he would do so with a spear. Lin Ming didn't want anyone to find clues tracing back to him because of the weapon he used. Lin Ming sent a true essence sound transmission to Na Yi. "I had just wanted to listen in on them to get some information on Qi Gouda, but it seems that's not going to be happening anymore. How would you like me to punish them?" Na Yi's icy gaze swept across the 5 soldiers with a heartless killing intent. She frostily said, "If possible, I hope that Mr. Mo can kill all of them." Lin Ming was shocked. Good heavens. This little girl was sufficiently ruthless. But today, if he didn't do anything, then these soldiers would most likely go on to rape other girls in the future. The Fireworm tribe was a wholly barbaric group of people that even ate humans. Rape wasn't considered much to them. If they would ever rape young girls in the future, then killing them all now would only be a form of mercy. "If we fight here, then we'll have to leave Fog Valley afterwards," Lin Ming said. "I do not have to stay here. A change of scenery is just fine. These Fireworm tribe soldiers are all criminals that know only how to commit atrocious deeds. If they can be promoted to a position in the army where they can lead others, then they have done things that are deserving of death." The method in which the Fireworm tribe raised their soldiers was heinous and cruel. The way they trained their soldiers were no different than training a pack of vicious beasts. All of this was done in order to keep their most basic animal instincts intact, so that they would be invincible and all-conquering, being able to grasp victory in any situation. Nai felt only bone-deep hatred for the entire fireworm tribe. 1 year ago, they had conducted a complete genocide of her Na tribe, burnt and looted her town, raped and pillaged. There was simply no end to their evil deeds. A large number of the Na tribe commoners had been turned into slaves, and there were even those that were eaten alive. That's why today, as Nai faced these 5 fireworm soldiers, she wished that they would all suffer cruel and miserable deaths. Lin Ming saw Na Yi's resentment-filled glare and said, "I understand. This is fine, I just happened to want to ask them about Chi Guda's whereabouts." The 5 fireworm soldiers saw Lin Ming touch his saber and revealed gloating smile. "Boss, this boy is interesting. He actually dares to touch his saber in front of us. This playboy is so damn stupid. Can he not see our cultivation?" The man with a spear on his back said, "These playboys are used to being domineering and lawless within their own little tribes. There isn't anything strange about this, since the girls wear masks, telling from their attire they might be from the Orchid Nun tribe. Hee, how amusing. An aristocrat from such a small tribe actually dares to be so rampant within our land. Let's play around with this boy and beat him up until all his teeth are gone. We'll call those 2 little girls over, and see if they are then willing to give themselves up to rescue their young master. Haha. Boss, this is a great idea. With their young master in our hands, those 2 girls will not dare to resist us. Haha." Several soldiers laughed as they stood up. They didn't take out their weapons, and simply walked towards Lin Ming unarmed. The innkeeper saw this and went ghastly white. He wasn't worried about the safety of Lin Ming's group, but rather feared that his tables and chairs would be smashed apart. He only hoped that these 3 wouldn't try to resist, lest his inn be ruined. At the moment, there weren't many visitors eating meals within. They had seen that something was wrong, and immediately got up and scurried out, so as not to be affected by any potential fallout, or caught in a possible spell of bad luck. Even the waiter had run away, leaving the innkeeper all by himself. The innkeeper had ran to the 2nd floor for fear of being accidentally killed by some stray blow. "Little boy, this is the wrong place and time for you to be an aristocratic junior. You actually came to our territory and acted so arrogantly, you are so damn stupid. If you know what to do, then kneel on the ground, bow down 3 times and give us those 2 girls for us to enjoy this evening. If you do so, then we'll let you keep your dog life." As the bearskin soldier said that, he reached out to grab Lin Ming's arm. In his opinion, this playboy young master had only just started practicing martial arts. It would be child's play to remove his arm. But as he touched Lin Ming's aura suddenly changed. His restrained breath and vague true essence fluctuations instantly billowed into the sky, directly piercing the horizon. A surge of dragon yang qi erupted from Lin Ming's body. The bearskin soldier instantly heard a horrifying sound within his ears. It was the roar of dragons and tigers. Even though he had fought in many battles and had a firm will and resolute mind, after hearing this dragon's roar, his entire body started trembling, as his heart began to swell with a fear that came from the very depths of his soul. "Xiong Tu, quickly dodge." The eyes of the spear-wielding soldier flashed and he instantly felt as if something was wrong. He flourished his spear and rushed towards Lin Ming, but at this moment, he suddenly slowed his steps. He saw that Lin Ming had gripped the bearskin soldier's neck. That Xiong Tu, who was usually fearless in battle, seemed to have turned dumb and let the young boy grab him. The spear-wielding soldier frowned, and he stopped. He suddenly realized that they had really stepped in shit today. What was going on? How come a master like this suddenly appeared in Fog Valley? Not only that, but they had probed this boy's cultivation just a moment ago, and they had clearly seen he was new to martial arts. Now his cultivation had experienced a dramatic rise to the peak of bone forging. Although he wore a bamboo hat, the soldier was able to roughly estimate that he was no more than 20 years old. This kind of age with this kind of cultivation was very unusual. Also, he was skilled in some sort of mystical witchcraft technique. Otherwise, there would be no way for Xiong Tu to instantly lose all bodily response and so easily fall into the enemy's hands. Dealing with an enemy like this who was so skilled in these subversive skills was the most difficult. The spear-wielding soldier's face sank as he said, "Friend, let go of my brother. and we shall consider this matter today as settled. Although I don't know how you concealed your cultivation or what sort of secret skills you have, right now your cultivation is about the same as me. We have 5 people and you are only 1, and you also have 2 little girls following you. It wouldn't be good if they were to be accidentally injured. Lin Ming remained unmoved. He still gripped the bearskin soldier's neck like before. The bearskin soldier had tried to respond, but it was as if he was a little mouse that had been bitten by a predatory serpent. Lin Ming's hand was already pressed against his life gate, and true essence had penetrated his body. With a single thought from Lin Ming, he would simply drop dead. The bearskin soldier's forehead was already seeping with sweat. He couldn't even slowly move his fingers towards the saber that he had behind him. The spear-wielding soldier saw that his threats didn't work, and coldly said, "Let him go at once. Do not think that I am afraid of you. I've also seen witchcraft similar to this. Not only does this witchcraft consume an enormous amount of soul force, but it also cannot be used on many people at once." Before the spear-wielding soldier finished speaking, he saw that Lin Ming seemed to be smiling, and then he heard a cracking sound. Xiongtu's head was bent at a weird angle, as his body slid to the ground like jelly. Xiongtu, the spear-wielding man's eyes turned red with fury. "You fucking court death. Kill him. All together," the spear-wielding man roared. The 3 other soldiers behind him saw that their brother had died, and blood instantly rushed to their heads. Together they rushed at Lin Ming. "You can all die." Lin Ming revolved all of the true essence within his body, and with a single step, he suddenly burst into golden rock, shattering the void. To him, distance had lost all meaning. He appeared like a ghost behind the sword-wielding soldier, a punch rocketing towards his side. The soldier had experienced countless life and death situations on the battlefield. His reaction speed was much quicker than that of a martial artist who only cultivated martial arts. His response wasn't decided by the brain. It was the reflexive instinct of the body. He slashed out his swords towards Lin Ming's fist, his eyes filled with a manic look. He wanted to cut open Lin Ming's sword hand. But at this moment, an unimaginable scene took place. Lin Ming's closed fist became an open claw that grabbed the sword. With a tug, the soldier was viciously pulled over. Lin Ming raised his knee and slammed it against the soldier's abdomen. Pong! The power of flow like silk erupted, and vibrating true essence filaments instantly broke into the soldier's organs. They vibrated within his body so intensely that even his leather armor began to crack. The soldier didn't even have time to cough. Blood exploded from all the orifices of his head, and he instantly died on the spot. Third. The spear-wielding soldier's eyes had turned blood red. His whole body began to emit a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. He had already gone insane. He swept out his arm, wanting Lin Ming to be cut in half by his spear. However, Lin Ming actually grabbed onto where the spear shaft and spearhead met. In that moment, the spear he was holding seemed to be an unyielding statue, and he wasn't able to move it one bit. Die! Another sword-wielding soldier seized this opportunity to swing his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. However, Lin Ming reacted as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and easily grabbed that sword, then pushed it downwards. Lin Ming pulled on the long spear, and that long spear thrust towards the sword-wielding man's chest. The spear pierced him and then pulled back out. The sword-wielding soldier began to violently tremble. Puff! A torrent of blood blasted out several feet, conveniently splashing onto the face of the spear-wielding soldier. The spear-wielding soldier looked at his hands, eyes glazed over and completely lifeless. The spear that was used to pierce the heart of his brother was actually in his grasp. He had never even dreamed that this would ever happen, where he would be completely unable to resist such an oppressive force. It had crushed his heart's arrogance, cruelty, and the faith he had in himself. At this moment, the final soldier rushed towards Na Yi and Na Shui, a grimly determined expression on his face. He knew that the only way he would have even a slim chance of survival was by capturing these 2 women. However, just as that grim determination had appeared, it was forever frozen as it was. The world around him instantly fell away as everything became dark. All he could see was a massive black tornado in front of him. He was unable to resist the stifling power of this vortex and was gradually sucked towards it. Then the scenery changed again. He had inexplicably returned to when he was young. However, this experience of his youth was completely different to what he remembered. It was an absolutely bizarre feeling, as if he was seeing his own past lives. One after another, endless scenes began to rapidly revolve through his mind, converging, dividing. He saw countless phantoms of himself. He saw himself freshly dressed and happy upon a horse. He saw himself huddled on a street corner. He saw his life as he made rapid achievements, and he also saw himself begging for mercy for his own life. After experiencing countless samsaras, he still hadn't found one that was the true him. The intricate webs of confusing memories were like a profound tide that plunged into his spiritual sea. The severe pain caused him to wish for death. Ah! The sword-wielding soldier emitted a horrifying scream, filled with despair. His spiritual sea was twisted by that swirling black vortex and completely shattered into shards, leaving only echoing fragments within the broken remnants of his spiritual sea. Just who am I? Who? The sword-wielding soldier stopped a mere 2 feet away from Na-I. However, Na-I had the same calm look as before, without the slightest hint of panic. She saw the handle of the blade tremble. The eyes of that sword master had already become glassy and vacant, lifeless. It was obviously impossible for him to attack her. She didn't know what Lin Ming had done a moment ago. With just a look, he had caused the enemy's spiritual sea to collapse and turned him into a complete vegetable. This man that had gone stupid was not some dog or cat, but was a battle-hardened soldier of the fire worm tribe, whose cultivation was at the middle bone forging stage. He had fought in countless battles, and his discipline and will were tempered finer than iron. What kind of power was this? Lin Ming had already repeatedly given her soul-shaking surprises. Every time that Na-I had thought she had guessed the limit of Lin Ming's strength, she quickly discovered that she was completely wrong. Concerning Lin Ming, there was only one word to describe him: unfathomable. The soldier had already dropped his sword. In his current eternally listless state, he was as good as dead. Lin Ming looked at this soldier who had lost his mind. The black swirling vortexes within his pupils began to wind down. This vortex could only be seen by someone who had been drawn into the 100 samsaras. After comprehending the samsara martial intent, Lin Ming found that this sort of martial intent could be used for more than tempering his heart of martial arts. It could also be used in a direct spiritual attack. By using the power of the samsara within both his eyes, he could suck the other's soul into the 100 samsaras. If they were to lose themselves in the myriad fragments of memories, then their spiritual sea would disintegrate within them. Of the 5 soldiers, there was only the spear-wielding soldier left. He was the boss of the 5. As he saw the 3 corpses on the ground, and the sword-wielding soldier whose eyes had lost all signs of life, his heart began to tremble. From the time when Lin Ming had crushed the neck of the bearskin soldier, to the time that he had made the sword-wielding soldier turn into an idiot with just a glance, the whole process had only taken the time of 2 blinks. In those 2 blinks of time, out of 5 bone-forging martial artists, 4 of them had already been defeated. Was this boy a demon? The soldier laid down the spear in his hands. He stared at Lin Ming with indifference in his eyes. He knew that today he could no longer run or hide. In front of such a person, he simply didn't have the qualifications to escape. The innkeeper who had been hiding in the 2nd floor of the inn was already scared silly. Now he slumped down in exhaustion against a column on the 2nd floor, his crotch already wet from fear. His mind echoed over and over with one thought: with this many fire worm soldiers dead in his inn, he was definitely dead. Boy, you are certainly ruthless. My skills are inferior to yours, and I acknowledge that I am dead. However, even if you kill us, do not think of living. Sooner or later the big boss will come and look for you, and then exterminate your entire tribe. When that time comes, he will cut you into pieces and make soup out of you. Lin Ming carelessly threw away the spear in his hands. He laughed and said, "Where is your big boss?" There's no need for him to look for me. I was just thinking of paying a visit to him." As he spoke, his true essence had already formed a barrier around them, isolating all sound. The spear-wielding man's face suddenly changed, and he felt as if a chilly block of ice had been dropped in his stomach. Of course, why would someone of such superior skill come to a small place like Fog Valley for no reason at all? He was here for the big boss. While his strength appeared to be at the peak bone forging stage, his true cultivation might be at the peak Hotion realm, and he would therefore be able to conceal his cultivation, since he would have reached the realm of returning to his true self. Realizing this, the spear-wielding man already knew that there was no more hope for him to live. His life would end as soon as the interrogation was over. He clenched his teeth. If this was the way it was, then he would abandon his meridians and commit suicide. Lin Ming's soul force had already locked onto the spear-wielding man's body. As soon as he found that there was a change in his true essence, he coldly snorted and thrust out a palm towards the spear-wielding man's chest. Pulse-cutting palm. The domineering true essence plunged into He-Man's body, destroying all of his meridians. The gun-wielding man stuffily coughed and fell to the ground. The severe pain that racked his body made him pale. He wanted to revolve his true essence, but to his amazement and dread, he found that his body was simply like a deflated balloon. He couldn't summon the least bit of true essence. His voice shook with alarm and fear as he asked, "You? What have you done to me?" "I've wasted your martial arts," Lin Ming callously said. "Wasted my martial arts? You've wasted my martial arts? Ha ha ha." The spear-wielding man laughed as if he had a mental disorder. Since he had felt the pain in his meridians, he knew that what Lin Ming said was true. As far as a soldier and martial artist were concerned, wasting their martial arts was much worse than killing them. Lin Ming didn't care what the spear-wielding man was thinking. He picked him up and told Na Yi and Na Shui behind him, "Let's go." "Okay." Na Yi quickly followed. Na Shui was also in a trance. Every time she saw Lin Ming make a move, she felt goosebumps rising all over her. No matter if it was when he had dealt with the bald man or the corrupt wolf, or even dealing with these 5 wicked soldiers, there had never been a fight. He was simply an overwhelming force that crushed and killed all before him. This mind-boggling strength left a profound impression upon Na Shui. "Ah Shui, let's go." "Okay." Na Shui froze for a moment before she moved. Lin Ming had already walked out of the inn. He bluntly took the 5 soldiers' crimson blood horses and threw the spear-wielding soldier over one of their backs like a dead dog. Then he leapt on the horse. The crimson blood horse was indeed worthy of its name. This famous horse was quite clever. It didn't recognize Lin Ming as its master, and after Lin Ming jumped on it, it reared backwards to fling him off. Lin Ming coldly snorted and clamped both his legs down. The crimson blood horse felt a strong pressure being applied to it, couldn't withstand this force, and almost fell in a kneeling gesture. The crimson blood horse let out a whining sound, and no longer dared to resist. Lin Ming didn't think that such a beast would be so difficult. He looked at the Na sisters and said, "You ride this horse." Lin Ming pulled off the soldier and jumped on another horse. Na Yi and Na Shui leapt up onto the crimson blood horse. This time, the crimson blood horse didn't resist. Like this, the group of 4 rode the 2 horses away. The crimson blood horse was very fast. They were several times faster than a person running at full speed. In an hour, they came to a jungle 100 miles out. The southern wilderness was vast, and the terrain was very complex. Once someone entered the jungle, it would be very hard to look for them. Even an army would find it difficult to find someone. After Lin Ming arrived at a glade, he threw the soldier onto the ground like a knapsack. He turned to Na Yi and said, "You too. Look for some soft mud and spread it on the crimson blood horses. The red color is simply too visible out here." All right, Na Yi said. Lin Ming turned to the soldier. He had many questions he wanted to ask him. Not only did he want to know about Blackwater Swamp, but he also wanted to know Chi Guda's purpose for leaving. And, most importantly, he wanted to find some information on the eternal flame of the Fire Worm tribe. Lin Ming wanted to make sure that it was a true flame essence, and wanted to also know the real strength of the fireworm shaman. To Lin Ming, the most interesting part of the fireworm tribe was this eternal flame. But seeing the soldier's jeering face, Lin Ming realized that it wouldn't be so easy to extract this information from him. This desperado was usually one of the most difficult characteristics to deal with. Even under torture, it would be difficult to pull anything from his mouth. Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He squatted down in front of the soldier and said, "I have several things I want to ask you. If you are willing to answer, then I will let you go." "Let me go? Ha ha!" The soldier bodily laughed as if this were the funniest joke that he had ever heard. "I don't even want to live. Why would I need you to release me? This father has killed countless people in his lifetime. Dying now is just fine. You take out a little dagger to torture me, and you think this will work? How funny. When this father was tormenting others, you were still sucking on your mother's tit. You want this father to tell you where the most excruciatingly painful places are on the human body? Would you like this father to tell you just how to make someone beg for death?" The soldier arrogantly smiled. However, as he smiled and laughed, his amused expression began to crack. It was as if the soldier had seen something abjectly terrifying, and he paled. At this moment, in front of him, both of Lin Ming's eyes had turned into immeasurably deep, black vortexes. The corners of the soldier's mouth began to twitch, and with a sudden pitiful scream he rolled onto the floor. In just half an incense stick of time, the soldier had been turned into a sweaty mess, unable to even climb up. He had seen countless confusing visions in his mind. It was as if an endless number of knives had twisted into his brain. Feeling this pain made him wish he was dead. How did that taste? I don't need you to tell me how to make someone beg for death. I have my own ways of torturing someone. Lin Ming had gone extremely easy on him. If he had displayed the full power of the samsara martial intent, then this commanding soldier would have already turned into a blathering idiot. The soldier couldn't smile anymore. That fearful soul-wrenching pain a moment ago had made him wish for immediate death. Lin Ming's lips curved upwards in a malicious grin. He looked just like a smiling devil. The soldier felt his heart go cold. The most horrible sight was Lin Ming's eyes. He had no pupils. Rather, there was nothing but black spiraling vortexes, as if there was an endless void within him. What did you just do?" The soldier had lost all of his composure. In his opinion, this youth in front of his was no longer human. "Nothing. I just drained a part of your soul," Lin Ming leisurely said. "Every human has a soul. After we die, the soul goes on to reincarnation. However, if the soul is lost, then it will be annihilated and you will not be able to enter the samsara. You just saw the images, right? That is your soul's memories of its past lives samsara. I will give you one more opportunity. If you insist on not speaking, then I will drain your soul and your mind, so that you will not enter the samsara." Lin Ming was just making random stories up to scare him, but his words were just like the whispers of a devil. Once the soldier heard them, he was scared out of his mind. The people of the southern wilderness had religious beliefs. In the tribe, the theocracy was often stronger than the kings or lords of the tribes. A tribe's highest leader was often a shaman, witch god or sorcerer envoy, but it was never the chief. The belief of reincarnation was firmly ingrained within the hearts of the people. "What nonsense! You think that I'd believe that?" The soldier put on a brave front, but inside he was cowering in fear. "Believe it or not, what is your choice?" Lin Ming wickedly smiled. His pupils had turned entirely into the black swirling vortexes like before, slowly spinning around. They simply did not look like human eyes. "Believe it or not, what is your choice?" Lin Ming wickedly smiled. His pupils had turned entirely into the black swirling vortexes like before, slowly spinning around. They simply did not look like human eyes. Seeing those fathomless eyes, the soldier felt a trembling from the depths of his soul. Lin Ming had said that his soul would be annihilated and he would not be able to enter the cycle of samsara and reincarnation. The soldier was afraid he wasn't lying. He did not fear death because he believed that once a human died, they would be reincarnated. 18 years from now, he would still be a man. But to be annihilated forever and not enter samsara? That was something he was afraid of. That could be considered the truest form of death, a complete destruction. It must be the highest level of punishment even among demons. He thought that Lin Ming might be lying, but he recalled that soul-tearing pain from a moment ago, as if a part of his soul was being pulled out. Along with the countless lifetimes of memories that he had seen of his samsara, the soldier didn't dare to make this bet. If what he said was really true, moreover, he had already lost all of his martial arts. Even if he died and didn't say anything, what good would come of that? Thinking this, the soldier began to hesitate. Well, how about it? Have you given it some thought? Lin Ming asked, smiling. The soldier took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth twitched. He closed his eyes and said, "Ask your questions. I will answer them." Very good. Oh. Lin Ming quickly asked his questions and was able to get the answers he wanted. He was able to mostly confirm that the eternal flame was indeed a flame essence. The fire worm shaman who controlled the eternal flame had a cultivation at the Middle Hotian realm. As for the reason that Qi Gouda was going to Blackwater Swamp, he had two. His first goal was to completely destroy the Blackmarsh tribe that was located at the edge of Blackwater Swamp. The Blackmarsh tribe was only a small tribe. Originally their tribe had about 20,000 people. But 10 years ago, the Blackmarsh tribe had discovered a vein of profound iron ore. Because of this, they were able to rapidly expand. These years they had many foreigners that had joined them, and their population had ballooned to around 40 or 50,000. Before the Na tribe had been destroyed, the Na tribe and the Fire Worm tribe were the two major tribes that were kept in mutual balance with each other. Both tribes didn't want to see the other grow stronger. Because of this, the Blackmarsh tribe had been able to carve out a place where it could exist. As long as it presented a tribute of Darksteel to both tribes every year, then they would be safe. However, 1 year ago the Na tribe had been exterminated, and the balance in the region had been broken. Some of the smaller nearby tribes had already been completely swallowed by the Fire Worm tribe. They could do what they wanted when they wanted. The Blackmarsh tribe with the profound iron ore was the juiciest target. The Fire Worm tribe planned on conquering the Blackmarsh tribe and using their people as slaves in order to mine the profound iron ore. The ore would be sent to the Fire Worm tribe in order to be refined into a massive number of weapons that could lay down the future for their tribe to dominate the southern wilderness. The first reason for Qi Gouda to be at Blackwater Swamp was of no surprise to Lin Ming. However, the second reason left him aghast. Besides conquering the Blackmarsh tribe, Qi Gouda also came out to search for a vermilion bird. A vermilion bird was a saint beast that was only inferior to a god beast. It also had a deep relationship with the phoenix. In the ancient legends of this world, there were tales of some god beasts like the true dragon, true phoenix, and golden-winged roc. However, a god beast was an incomparably rare and loft existence. Let alone the sky-spill continent, they would be rare even within the realm of the gods. When that mighty elder had first created the golden rock shattering the void movement technique, it had been after a fortuitous encounter where he had witnessed a battle between a true dragon and a golden-winged roc. Afterwards, he gained some insights and went into retreat for 60 years to study and understand the secrets through meditation. The boundless strength of a god beast was a difficult concept for a mortal to imagine. Even the mighty elders of the realm of the gods were no match. And under the god beasts were the saint beasts. For instance, beings like the flood dragon, vermilion bird, and spirit turtle were all saint beasts. Saint beasts were much more common than god beasts. Still, that was only within the realm of the gods. In the sky-spill continent, a saint beast was an extremely singular existence. That was why Lin Ming had been so surprised when the soldier had said that a vermilion bird had appeared within the southern wilderness. After all, the southern wilderness was only a very, very small place out of the entire sky-spill continent. The value of a vermilion bird was unimaginable. Qi Gouda wasn't crazy enough to think that he could ever hope to catch it. He only wanted to look for some traces of it and collect some of its fallen flames. In the legends, vermilion birds liked to perch on millennia-old wutong trees. After they descended, they would leave behind bits of flames. These flames were the fires of the vermilion bird. Chi Guda wished to collect these vermilion bird flames and refine them into the eternal flame. If he were lucky, then he might even be able to find a feather of the vermilion bird and receive a major benefit from that. Even Lin Ming's heart was somewhat stirred after hearing of the vermilion bird flames. However, he didn't really want them. What he really wanted was the eternal flame. That was a true flame essence. The flames of a vermilion bird, no matter how fierce, were in the end just flames. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Why is there a vermilion bird within the southern wilderness? Since a saint beast appeared, could this be an omen from the heavens? Blackwater swamp stretched for 1,000 miles. The deeper one went into the swamp, the more dangerous it became. On the other side of the swamp was the infamous Thundercrash Mountain. The highest peak of Thundercrash Mountain towered 100,000 feet high and stabbed the sky. It was said that the highest peak of Thundercrash Mountain was already higher than the clouds, so it experienced snow and rain all year round. 5 days later, the search operations within the Blackwater Swamp had been launched into full swing. The Fire Worm tribe valued this search and took it very seriously. The military had dispatched 20,000 soldiers to aid in the search, while the Fire Worm shaman had also sent out many masters to assist. These people were all at the pulse condensation period, and there were even some who had achieved the late pulse condensation period, and were just a bit worse than Chi Guda. The search for the vermilion bird continued for 10 days, but the end result left everyone speechless. They hadn't even found a single bit of feather down or even a small spark. Instead, several hundred soldiers had been sacrificed within Blackwater Swamp. Chi Guda flew into a furious rage. He hadn't expected to find the vermilion bird, but they hadn't even found a small flame. This made him feel very angry and uncomfortable. He had been counting on this to set up a great merit for himself and obtain the shaman's recognition. If he did, then he might become the next Fire Worm chief. However, that possibility was now unlikely. Chi Guda was in an awful mood. 3 days later, he led his army to attack the Black Marsh tribe in order to vent his anger. The Black Marsh tribe had altogether 40 or 50,000 people, and their tribal army had less than 5,000. Not only that, but many of those were just average militiamen. How could they defend against the 20,000-strong army of the Fire Worm tribe? There was no suspense in this war. The Black Marsh tribe was completely routed and the surrendered army was captured by the Fire Worm tribe and turned into slaves. The elite troops of the Fire Worm tribe rushed all the way to the chief's quarters. Chi Guda was riding a crimson blood horse and he held a 10-foot-long lance in his hands. As they rushed ahead, wherever he visited, blood would flow and heads would fly. Chi Guda enjoyed the fun of slaughtering. He was like an unstoppable force that rolled past everything. To him, killing people was just like mowing down grass. Bang! The sound of a crash echoed out, and the door to the chief's quarters burst open. Chi Guda pushed himself to the front and was the first to rush in. The chief's quarters was the place where the most wealth was located, and there were also many beauties here too. It was the equivalent of a royal palace. Fire Worm soldiers' favorite activity was to plunder chief's quarters. They brought opportunities of unlimited pleasure, and they could also fulfill their most basic lustful desires. The chief's quarters ladies and concubines were once lofty beauties, but now they were all wantonly abused and humiliated. When the Fire Worm army killed their way here, the chief's quarters were already in ruins. There were those who had expected the Black Marsh tribe to be defeated, so they had fled in advance. However, most of the ladies and concubines did not know any martial arts, so they had no way to run. Even if they escaped Black Marsh tribe, they would only end up dying in the belly of a vicious beast. Therefore they had no choice but to stay within the chief's quarters. In the tribal wars, they were always the sacrificial victims. This time, nobody even took them into account. Chi Guda sneered and issued an order. Pass down the orders. I want everyone captured and brought to the main hall. Collect all of the wealth and inventory it. Then bring it to the main hall. Left General. Here. A man stepped out. You will lead 5,000 elite troops to pursue the Black Marsh tribe. As long as anyone is caught running away, if they are a man, then bury them alive, and if they are a woman, then place them into the army as whores. I receive the order. The man waved his hand, and quickly brought his own army of troops to leave the chief's quarters. Once the tribe was defeated, it also took courage to escape. If they were caught, then their ending would be even more miserable. The men would be buried alive, and the women would be whored out and slowly tortured to death by the soldiers of the fireworm tribe. Therefore, many people would rather stay as slaves than take the risk of getting caught while escaping. The army instantly dispersed outwards. The ruthless and cruel fireworm soldiers heard that they could loot the chief's quarters, and their eyes turned red. They were just like sharks that smelled blood. Before long, the screams of men and crying of women resounded throughout the entire building. Chi-Guda grinned. He very much enjoyed this sound. Hurry! Go faster! Your mother! Stop dawdling around! Oh! Half an hour later, the fireworm soldiers marched in all the prisoners from everywhere and brought them to the main hall. The men were all wounded, and some were even badly injured. Most of the women's clothing was in disarray, and their faces and necks were bruised black and blue. Regardless of whether it was men or women, their faces were filled with the dying embers of desolate despair. The fireworm soldiers carried large boxes full of gold, silver, and other valuables. They piled them all within the open area of the main hall. These quickly piled into a small hill. The soldiers were collecting all the valuables. The fireworm army allowed them to pocket some of the money and also allowed them to touch the women. In order to maintain their nature as vicious beasts, they had to occasionally be fed meat. Reporting to Big Boss, we found a brother and sister at the bottom of a well. A maid confessed that they are the children of the Black Marsh tribe's chief. A soldier pushed out a pair of 16 or 17-year-old boy and girl. These two were dressed in cheap, coarse clothing, and their faces were slathered with ashes as if they were dirty, just like a maid or servant that tended to fires. But once one looked carefully, they could see that the hands of these two were smooth and delicate without any calluses. They were a pair of boy and girl that had obviously never done any heavy work before. Good. Chi-Guda's face suffused with a villainous smile. This pair of twins had soft and tender skin. The male could be sold to female tribal rulers as a pet. The female could be used by himself. Chi-Guda dismounted from his horse and walked up to the pair of twins. He pointlessly punched the girl's chin. At this moment, Chi-Guda coldly snorted and grabbed onto the girl's arm. Inside of the girl's sleeve was an impressively hidden crossbow. Its bolts were tipped in a dark blue liquid. It was obviously toxic. You court death. Chi-Guda slapped out his palm with a bit of force. There was the sound of bones cracking and a girl pitifully screaming. The girl's face was streaming cold sweat, and she almost fainted from the pain. Her right wrist had almost been completely broken by Chi-Guda. At this moment, Chi-Guda's expression changed. He suddenly and quickly leapt backwards. There was a slight ripping sound as a white shadow shot out from an astonishing angle and stabbed towards his waist. Chi-Guda only felt his body go numb and his organs roil within him as he almost vomited blood. Who? Just as Chi-Guda spoke, a black-clothed youth who had been mixed in with the crowd suddenly rushed out, a dark gray spear in his arms as he pierced towards Chi-Guda's throat like a poisonous snake. Chi-Guda urgently retreated backwards. The spear strike from a moment ago had been blocked by his high-grade human step treasure armor. However, the true essence from that attack had managed to penetrate the flexible armor and sink into his body. The true essence within his entire body had an unbearable feeling. With Chi-Guda's cultivation, he could have stopped a surprise attack, but he hadn't thought that one of the prisoners in the group was a master that had actually managed to conceal their cultivation. Normally, only a Xianxia master, or occasionally a Picotion master, would be able to reach the realm of returning to one's true origin and restraining all of the true essence within their body to hide their cultivation. But this sort of powerhouse would have no reason to make a sneak attack in order to kill him. This youth who had made a sneak attack on him hadn't even broken through to the pulse condensation period. How had he managed to hide his murderous intent and cultivation? The situation had already progressed beyond Chi-Guda's imagination, the enemy's long spear pressing down toward his throat. In the end, Chi-Guda was still a half-step Hotion realm martial artist. Even in a sneak attack, he had the ability to quickly react. He instantly pulled out a treasure sword from his spatial ring and cut towards the spear point. Clang! The sword and spear struck each other. Chi-Guda used the rebound of this attack to fly backwards into the army. Everything had happened in just a split second. The fireworm tribe soldiers were finally able to react. They shouted, "It's an assassin! Protect the general!" Chi-Guda's personal guardians took out their own swords and sabers and cut towards the black-clothed youth. However, that black-clothed youth was simply like a god of death. His hand shook the dark gray spear and vibrating true essence manifested into a raging tsunami that rushed outwards. Immediately, 7 or 8 soldiers were like seaweed as they were sent flying out in all directions, vomiting blood. The black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, and the spear in his hand was the heavy, profound, soft spear. He had spread a special matte gray paint on it in order to cover up the too recognizable silver color. Not only that, but he had snuck in with a black mask wrapping around his face and hiding his appearance. Only his eyes were visible from the outside. This unexpected change in events caught everyone by surprise. Even the chief's children who were preparing to commit suicide were dumbfounded by the black-clothed man who had suddenly rushed out. Who was this? With such strong skills, he shouldn't be someone that belonged to the Black Marsh tribe's chief's quarters. At this time, Chi-Guda was becoming more and more startled. He wasn't able to suppress that small amount of true essence within his body. It was as if that true essence had an infinite vitality within it. What kind of true essence is this? Chi-Guda's expression continued to sink. If people were like flames, then the more profound and deep a martial artist's cultivation was, and the more pure and vibrant their true essence became, it would be like a flame that was becoming more and more vigorous. However, the nature of it wouldn't change. Yet this true essence actually had a core qualitative difference. It was just like a flame essence. It was far too difficult to suppress. Chi-Guda had already seen through Lin Ming's cultivation. He was without a doubt at the peak of bone forging. But this left him baffled. Just what sort of origin did this fellow have? A vast wave of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming like a tide. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, and the true primal chaos formula began to rapidly revolve within him, and a crimson lotus flame bloomed upon his long spear. Total annihilation. Ha! The heavy, profound, soft spear drew a wide crescent moon and the flames formed a massive arc. The powerful impact swept the soldiers and sent them flying backwards. Lin Ming spotted a gap between the solders, golden rock shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming was like a black bolt of lightning that threaded through the surrounding soldiers. He instantly arrived in front of Chi-Guda. The long spear shot out, flow like silk. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments manifested from the spear at an astonishing rate. They weaved together in the air, forming a tight true essence net that fell down on Chi-Guda. As Lin Ming's strength increased, his use of flow like silk had already reached a degree of near perfection. He was close to reaching a breakthrough. Chi-Guda saw this shimmering net filled with deep killing intent fall on him, and gave a loud shout. The high-grade human step treasure sword in his hand began to glow with a yellow light. He brandished his sword and chopped out at the bright net of true essence. Earth Splitter. Chi-Guda was forced to resort to his most infamous martial skill. His sword was filled with a vibrant energy as it cut out at the shining net. With a loud bang, the net was torn apart. Chi-Guda fiendishly sneered. After all, this enemy was only at the peak of bone forging. How could he possibly compare to his cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm? Although he didn't know why this young fellow was so strong, since he actually dared to attempt an assassination within a group of soldiers, he was simply seeking his own death. However, at this time, Chi-Guda's smile froze. Although that shining net had been torn apart by his sword, it hadn't faded away. Instead, it turned into filaments formed of true essence and pierced towards him. Before fusing with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's vibrating true essence had many weaknesses. One was that, although it was extremely formidable, its tenacity wasn't enough and it was easily destroyed. Even after entering the enemy's body, it would gradually weaken. In the life and death smelting trial he had encountered the witch slave, which had massively overwhelming defensive capabilities. It had simply been too difficult to injure the enemy. But now, after having integrated with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence threads had taken on a qualitative change. Not only could they not be broken, but they were extremely tough and very difficult to destroy. Although they weren't like the flame essence that was inextinguishable, but if one wished to destroy them, they needed to use several times more true essence to wear them down. This endlessly living true essence was scattered apart by Qi Guda's sword. This gorgeous and charming true essence fell from the sky like drops of rain. But this rain contained a horrifying killing intent. The martial artists that were too close to these filaments were shredded to pieces. Even the personal bodyguards near Qi Guda were unable to escape, and blood flowed on the ground. With their strength, the role they could play in this fight was minuscule. Even the aftermath of the blows could kill them off. Qi Guda turned somber. His palms oozed with sweat as the countless true essence filaments reflected in his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Earth protection. With a roar, Qi Guda stabbed his sword into the ground. A brown membrane of light formed around him, enveloping him in a thick shell. Ding 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 ding. The filaments crashed against the brown light membrane as they tried to pierce through. Located under that protective cover, Qi Guda was unharmed. At this moment, Lin Ming's lips curved under the black mask covering his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He hadn't expected his flow like silk to harm Qi Guda. He had only wanted to trap him first, before the real killing would begin. Ha! A dark red lotus flame bloomed on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Qi! A purple electric snake emerged from the heretical god seed and twined around the cold tip of the spear. Heretical god force, open! Lin Ming shouted, and a massive swell of true essence rose within his body. His powerful aura erupted like a volcano, and his spear thrust out, mincing the atmosphere. The power of thunder and flame gushed forth. The roaring sounds of thunder were no less terrifying than the tiger-leopard thunderclaps of Thunder Valley. Qi Guda's complexion changed. He hadn't been able to judge just how powerful this move of Lin Ming's was. When the thunder and flame hadn't yet intersected, this move seemed only like an ordinary killing stroke. Qi Guda clenched his teeth and desperately pushed forth all the true essence he could muster to reinforce the defensive shield covering him. Since he didn't excel in speed, he could only use his true essence to withstand Lin Ming's offensive barrage. He would outlast the enemy. Qi Guda's idea was right. However, he had underestimated the power of Lin Ming's move. The thunder and fire intersected, and a terrifying energy ruptured the air. It was as if a red sun had appeared out of thin air. Space distorted, and the air around the edges began to twist with beams of light as 10,000 10-foot-long golden swords of energy shot out in all directions. The devastating force of the impact formed visible airwaves. The main hall was crushed into fragments by this power, and countless stones filled the skies. All of the soldiers were sent flying away like weightless straw. Under that crushing explosive power, Qi Guda's earth protection shattered like plain glass. The brown shield of light shattered into fragments, and Qi Guda was sent flying out, his chest already mangled and covered with blood. Lin Ming launched his movement technique and flew forward. Without giving Qi Guda a chance to catch his breath, the heavy, profound soft spear was already piercing towards Qi Guda. Qi Guda suppressed the pain that was racking his organs and slashed out his sword at Lin Ming. But at this moment, a massive black vortex appeared in front of him as the world fell apart. The swirling tornado pulled him forwards with an intense, attractive power, as if it wished to tear apart his soul. Qi Guda was shocked. He fiercely bit down on his tongue and forced himself to snap back to reality. However, the moment that he regained his consciousness, the dark gray long spear was already like a snake that was at his neck. Puff! The long spear thrust through flesh. Because the earth protection was already shattered by thunderfire annihilation, the true essence protecting Qi Guda was like thin paper. Qi Guda felt coldness in his throat. Lin Ming's spear had cut off his airway and severed his spine. He gawked at the spear that had pierced him, both his eyes wide with incredulity. as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him. From his spirited triumph to his death, it had all happened in a moment. He had dreamed of untold wealth, countless women, supreme power. He dreamed of dominating the southern wilderness and being recorded down in the annals of history. Yet, with this spear, everything had crumbled around him. As Lin Ming's spear entered Qi Guda's throat, he sent forth vibrating true essence once again. It spread through Qi Guda's organs, and Qi Guda began to hemorrhage from his head. The lights in his eye began to gradually fade away, and in the moment that Qi Guda lost all consciousness, he heard a young boy's voice whisper into his ear. For the Na tribe's spirits, your death is their tribute. So it was the Na tribe. Qi Guda's lips lifted as if he was trying to smile. However, this expression was then forever fixed on his face. Puff! Qi Guda's corpse slumped to the ground. Lin Ming landed on his knees, dizzy. With the help of the heavy, profound, soft spear, he regained his balance. Burning pain sizzled in his eyes and his vision blurred. He hadn't thought that using the samsara martial intent against a martial artist a half-step into the Hotian realm would have such an agonizing recoil. Later, if he ran into another powerhouse, he would have to minimize the use of the samsara martial intent. He waved his hand and received Qi Guda's corpse into his spatial ring. Everyone, including the prisoners and soldiers, were looking at Lin Ming in complete silence. They had never expected that Qi Guda, a powerhouse with a cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm, and who was regarded as one of the overlords of the southern wilderness, would be killed like this. As Qi Guda died, the several thousand fire worm soldiers were completely cowed. Lin Ming stood within the army, but there wasn't a single one among them that dared to move against him. An ordinary soldier usually had a second-grade martial talent. They could practice for several years, but their cultivation still wouldn't have surpassed the second stage of body transformation. A middle-level officer could reach viscera training or even altering muscle, while a high-ranking officer could achieve bone forging. However, in front of Lin Ming, they would all fall at the first blow. Besides Qi Guda, the only ones whose strength was at the pulse condensation period were the left general and the right general. The left general had already been sent to capture the people that had fled. Only the right general was left, his entire body covered in a sheen of cold sweat. With the atmosphere now, he didn't even dare to breathe. He feared that Lin Ming would suddenly come to kill him, and he wouldn't even be able to escape death. In front of Lin Ming, the several bodyguards could only been considered as decorations. It could be said that with Lin Ming's strength, even these thousands of soldiers could not stop him. Lin Ming didn't even bother with the right general. He glanced towards the group of prisoners that had been captured. These prisoners looked at Lin Ming with eyes full of hope and pleading. To them, Lin Ming was a war god that the sorcerer had sent down from the divine kingdom to save them. Lin Ming's heart was gloomy and morose. Even if he killed Qi Guda, it was impossible for him to change the fate of these prisoners. After all, he was just one person. He couldn't stop an entire tribe. All that waited for these prisoners was a lifetime of suffering, slavery, and death. Lin Ming's vision swept over the chief's twins. He hesitated for a moment, and then his figure flashed as he arrived beside the two of them. He took one in each hand, and instantly launched golden rock shattering the void, flying forwards. They could not stay here. Otherwise, if the Fire Worm tribe's Hotian master arrived, things would become decidedly dangerous. Rescuing the chief's twins was the only kindness that Lin Ming could offer, and could be regarded as leaving behind a little hope for the Black Marsh tribe. If these two people made every effort possible, they might be able to rebuild their Black Marsh tribe in the future and then avenge their tribesmen. Go! As Lin Ming departed from the chief's quarters, no one dared to stop him. Lin Ming sped away, ready to send these two to a small tribe so he didn't have to manage them. But at this moment his expression changed. He turned around and saw a bright red light speeding towards him. Flame! In a flash, Lin Ming could tell that the red light was from a flame. After Lin Ming had formed a flame essence from the heretical god seed, Lin Ming was no longer afraid of fire. True essence flooded into his right hand, and he aimed towards that red light, ready to slap it down. However, the red light blew up, But Lin Ming's expression changed. He felt the power of the flames within it break into his meridians, wreaking havoc. No matter how he tried to vibrate the flames within his body, he was unable to control this flame. What's going on? Back in the lava cave, no matter how much lava fire there was, the heretical godseed was still able to tame it. But now, something like this was actually happening. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body and suppressed the flame. At the same time, Lin Ming's mind stirred and he looked forwards. 100 feet away in the air, a mass of crimson flames coalesced, forming a shape of flames in the figure of a 3-foot-tall little boy that floated in the air. The little boy's entire body was a deep red, and swirls of flame wound around his hands and feet. His small face had a laughing expression, but that smile was tainted with evil. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed. What was this? He could feel that the boy's body contained a very powerful flame attribute, true essence. It was much more powerful than his own. No wonder he hadn't been able to suppress that flame from a moment ago. Was this little boy the fire worm shaman? No, that wasn't right. Even if the fire worm shaman trained in some strange cultivation method that turned his appearance into that of a little boy, he would still have a mortal body. This little boy's body was clearly composed of fire. Otherwise, it would also be impossible for him to float in the air. Lin Ming's mind went cold. He said to the Black Marsh twins that he had been carrying, "You're on your own now. I can't help you any longer." The two siblings listened to Lin Ming, and a bit of despair crossed their expression. The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped before the words came out. She knew that at this moment, Lin Ming could no longer save them. They had to run away from the fireworm army before they were caught, and had to depend on themselves. Lin Ming released their hands, and the two siblings silently thanked him before they ran off into the depths of the jungle. The little flame boy darkly smiled. Flames swirled within his little hand, and he threw a fireball straight towards the two siblings. Lin Ming coldly snorted, and the heavy, profound, soft spear pierced out like a lightning bolt towards the fireball. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into the fireball, and there was the sound of an explosion as it turned into a mass of fireworks. The two siblings were shocked out of their minds. The girl looked back and sent a look of gratitude towards Lin Ming. Without another word, they lowered their heads and continued to run into the jungle. Seeing this, the little flame boy no longer chased after them. Compared to those two siblings, Lin Ming was the true threat. The little flame boy's hands crossed against its chest, and it wickedly smiled as it looked at Lin Ming. The flames swirled on its face, turning into a playful expression. Lin Ming sneered. "You are the eternal flame's flame essence. The flame essence has a soul. After the fireworm shaman fused a part of his soul into the flame essence, it formed you. Something neither human nor monster. In the end, you're a flame essence that became the fireworm shaman's avatar." The little flame boy's face revealed a stunned expression. But right after, it snickered again and said, "Your soul force is good. You can actually recognize that I am an avatar. I'm more and more interested in you. Today, you stay behind." The voice of the flame essence avatar was extremely hoarse. Coming from a little boy, it sounded absolutely bizarre. "Stay here? Who's going to make me? If your true self comes, then I would have already lost. But you are only an avatar, and you still think you can keep me here." Lin Ming spoke to hear and then shouted. The aura of his body suddenly rose and he flourished his spear. True essence condensed into an astral spear several tens of feet long, thrusting towards the little flame boy's neck. He wanted to ruin the soul mark that the fireworm shaman had left in the flame essence. If he could do this, then the flame essence wouldn't be possessed by anyone. As the astral spear howled forwards, the little flame boy wildly laughed and its body suddenly disappeared. Its speed was no less than Lin Ming's. "You want to break my soul mark? Dream on. Die." The little flame boy thrust his hands forwards. The power of fire spewed out from his palms, turning into thousands of twisted red lights that converged on Lin Ming from all sides. However, the little flame boy didn't expect that after Lin Ming had thrust out his spear, he would have not even have the desire to fight. Lin Ming immediately launched his movement technique and ran away. Puff, puff, puff. The attack of the little flame boy missed. The red lights were like crimson rain that fell upon the ground piled high with leaves. The ground immediately turned into scorched earth upon contact. Humph! At least you're smart. But do you think you can actually escape my grasp? What wishful thinking! The little flame boy maliciously grinned and started to chase after Lin Ming. Lin Ming rapidly moved. He displayed the full force of golden rock shattering the void without any reservations. If he managed to erase the soul mark that the fire worm shaman had placed in the flame essence, then the flame essence would lose its consciousness. Then, Lin Ming would have a chance to absorb it. This idea had an incomparable allure. However, Lin Ming knew that at this point the fire worm shaman was coming. If a true Hotian master arrived, then he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Much less, this little flame boy's true essence was excessively powerful. As for himself, he had already used Thunderfire Annihilation and had also opened the heretical God Gate. 40% of his true essence had been consumed. If they fought, he wasn't sure who would come out on top. To wish to stay here and destroy the soul mark that the fire worm shaman had left in this little flame boy was no different than a moron speaking utter nonsense. If he didn't leave now and was delayed for a few more minutes, it would be too late. Lin Ming's speed became faster and faster. It was as if his body was weightless. The tips of his toes traced the tops of trees, and his body was like an arrow that had been shot out. After several ups and downs, Lin Ming's body became increasingly high until he no longer had the borrow leverage from the treetops, and then completely flew off. After reaching the peak of bone forging, Lin Ming's true essence had become even thicker and purer, and his movements became increasingly close to true flight. This time, the little flame boy was completely stunned as it looked at Lin Ming. Could fly too, but that was only because he didn't have a body and was only a mass of flames. But that boy was clearly at the peak of bone forging. So why was he able to fly? Did he have some rare flight-capable treasure on his body? Thinking this, the little flame boy's eyes flashed with a fierce, ominous greed. In any event, he had to make sure this boy stayed. He definitely had some sort of secret. The wind whistled in Lin Ming's ear as he flew forwards. He didn't look back. His soul force had already locked onto the little flame boy behind him. Not only was he not able to ditch him, but he had been getting closer and closer. Damn! This fellow is just like a haunting ghost. Lin Ming frowned. His golden rock shattering the void was a top-tier movement technique. But this little flame boy's body was wholly composed of flames. He was weightless, so he was faster. Humph! You're staying! The little flame boy pursued Lin Ming from 100 feet behind. It balled its hands together and several dozens of finger-thick flame columns came shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming twisted his spear behind him without looking. Pong! The pillars of flame crumbled apart and then exploded into a rain of red light. But during this time, the little flame boy had already caught up to Lin Ming from behind. It evilly smiled as it stretched out its hands, and the power of fire flashed in its palms. With my avatar delaying you, don't even think of running away. Flame cage. Foo! Strips of crimson flames flew around Lin Ming. The columns of flame interlocked together and formed a cage of fire, trapping Lin Ming within. Lin Ming stabbed out at the flame cage, but it failed to pierce through. Damn! Lin Ming felt anxious. This little flame boy had made it clear that he was only delaying him. As soon as the fire worm shaman's true self arrived, then he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. But this little flame boy's true essence was thicker and his speed was faster. He couldn't kill him if he wanted to, and he couldn't lose him if he wanted to. With this fellow following him, he would catch up sooner or later. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. The true essence within his body began revolving to the limit, and the power of the dragon blood within his heart suddenly erupted in a blaze of glory. Break for me! Lin Ming screamed and thrust his spear out. The true essence within his body that held the power of the dragon blood began to endlessly grow. Even the fire of a flame essence would not be able to easily destroy it. Cha! The flame cage was completely torn apart. Lin Ming sprung forwards and soared straight into the sky. The little flame boy was stunned. It hadn't expected Lin Ming to be able to break out of the flame cage so quickly. But like this, it was even happier. This meant that the secret on Lin Ming's body was even more valuable. Sky Fortune Kingdom, 7 Profound Martial House. At that time, it had been 1 month since Lin Ming left Sky Fortune City. It was a chilly winter afternoon, and a light crop of snow carpeted the earth. The cloud had scattered, and the bright sun was high in the sky, slowly melting the soft snow and filling the air with an icy humidity. In the northwest corner of the 7 Profound Martial House, the deacon responsible for the Martial House registration office was lazing around in ennui, casually flipping the pages of a novel. Working in the Martial House registration office was quite a boring affair. It was mainly recording when disciples of the Martial House would go out for adventures and experience, or recording the time and location for missions they were on. This was to ensure the disciples' safety. Otherwise, if they were missing for too long without an adequate explanation, then the 7 Profound Martial House would initiate an investigation. Because there weren't many disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House that would often go out for adventure or to experience the world, even 3 or 5 disciples coming in to register was considered a lot. This boring and tedious work was considered a dead-end job with no possibility for future progression. It was work that powerful martial artists would never debase themselves to do. Sun Liang was a superior second-grade martial talent. Although he couldn't compare with juniors of large aristocratic families, he was still SOSO. Relying on his connections, he had entered into the Sky Fortune Martial House to cultivate for several years before just barely reaching the Viscera training stage. Afterwards, he became too lazy to practice and turtled himself in the 7 Profound Martial House registration office where he became a deacon. The novel was reaching a satisfying peak. Sun Liang's expressions couldn't help but change as he followed the rises and falls of the protagonist's fate. Sometimes he giggled, sometimes he was tense, but his mood was always engaged. Suddenly, he felt the light dim as a figure blotted out the sunlight. Sun Liang thought that it was a disciple who had come to register for a leave of absence. He was somewhat dissatisfied as his good mood in reading the novel was interrupted. He looked up, and just when he was about to ask when this disciple was planning on going and where, he suddenly froze in place. In front of him was a middle-aged man wearing a flowing white robe and carrying a long zither on his back. He was slender, and his thick eyebrows were wise. He had a temperament like clouds in the sun, and was simply an elegant existence. Pa! Sun Liang's novel fell on the ground. Quivering, he stood up and opened his mouth to speak. His voice was dry as he said, Martial House Master. Sun Liang felt faint at heart. Why would the 7 Profound Martial House Master Xianxia be here? Xianxia smiled. Naturally, he did not intend to bother with such minor matters like Sun Liang reading novels during his job. He said, A month ago, did Lin Ming record where he was going here? Sun Liang quickly nodded. There weren't many people that registered. Lin Ming's status was unique, so he had definitely remembered him. Let me see. Oh, okay. Sun Liang trembled as he flipped through the records, combing the ordered files before finally pulling one out. He thanked the heavens that he didn't encounter a situation in which he couldn't find the record. Otherwise, he really would have wanted to hit his head on the wall and kill himself. Xianxia glanced through the paper records and saw Lin Ming's travel time and signature. He frowned. He would go out to adventure for 2 months. Location unknown. I know. Xianxia closed the file before turning around and walking away. Lin Ming had already disappeared for 1 month. Although the record had clearly stated that he voluntarily went out to adventure and experience the world, Xianxia felt that something was strange about the matter. Lin Ming had simply offended too many people. It was absolutely an unwise decision to go out and adventure during this time period. Once his whereabouts were leaked out, he could even encounter a fatal disaster. Not only that, but there simply weren't any good areas near the Sky Fortune Kingdom to go out and adventure in. Going out anywhere would be inferior to the quick cultivation within the 7 Profound Martial House. Even the 7 major killing arrays had their doors opened wide for Lin Ming, Where could he find such good practice locations outside? The only thing that the 7 profound martial house lacked was true life and death-killing situations. If Lin Ming wanted to experience this, then he could have joined the army for a while. But Xianxia had already asked the military, and Lin Ming hadn't joined them. This made Xianxia's heart fill with doubts. Just what was Lin Ming doing? The reason that Xianxia had come back this time was to prepare for the upcoming interfaction assembly tournament. 2 months from now, the 7 profound valleys would call down the martial house core disciples from all the nearby countries and hold a martial gathering. The martial gathering occurred every 3 years. At that time, the core disciples of all the countries would gather together and drink tea while appreciating and comparing martial arts. This was an assessment of the various nations' core disciples, but it was also an assessment of the martial houses themselves. Even Xianxia, who rarely cared or worried about the internal affairs of the martial house, attached a serious importance towards this assessment. When Lin Ming had been passed down the 7 profound decree, Xianxia had taken advantage of that time to give Lin Ming many benefits. He hoped that Lin Ming would be able to quickly grow in that short time and blossom, shining with radiant glory at the martial gathering. If his result was good, then not only would he receive rewards as a core disciple, but even the martial house master would receive a reward. The most precious reward was a heaven-opening pill. A heaven-opening pill was the miracle medicine that a peak Hotian realm master would take when they were attempting to break into the Xiantian realm. It would remove the foul Hotian air within them, wash their muscles and marrow, reproduce a Xiantian-like state that would allow them to return to their natural state, and finally step into the Xiantian realm. No matter how awe-inspiring one's talent was, they still had to take a heaven-opening pill in order to step into the Xiantian realm from the Hotian realm. The difference between the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm was the Xiantian breath within oneself. With this, one's soul would enter into a tranquil state, and they would be able to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy. They could use their soul to understand the wisdom of the world and use their true essence to move the power of the heavens and earth. When a baby was still in the mother's body, they would rely on the umbilical cord transporting blood in order to breathe. This was the Xiantian breath. After a baby was born, they changed to breathing from their mouths and nose. Inevitably, they would breathe the foul Hotian air, and there simply wouldn't be any Xiantian breath. From Hotian to Xiantian, one had to rid themselves of worldly roots and change their Hotian breath to Xiantian breath. In order to do this, one had to wash their muscles and marrow and reproduce the Xiantian breath with the heaven-opening pill. In theory, it could be said that a naturally peerless martial talent could get rid of their body's Hotian air through their own strength, and wouldn't need to depend upon a pull to step into the Xiantian realm. However, this was only a theory. The truth was that no one had ever managed to accomplish this. The heaven-opening pill was an incomparably precious treasure within the 7 profound valleys. Not only in the 7 profound valleys, but the heaven-opening pill was extremely scarce even in other large sects. The materials for the heaven-opening pill were too difficult to find. Even if they were all collected, there was still a small chance that there would be a failure during the alchemical refinement of the pill. The 7 profound valleys would refine a batch of heaven-opening pills every 3 years. In the end, they would have around 20 or 30 pills. The more than 20 pills were insufficient to be divided among so many disciples. The rules of the 7 profound valleys stated that the heaven-opening pill could only be rewarded to peak Hotian masters with outstanding talent. Even if these masters took the heaven-opening pill, it didn't mean that they would necessarily break into the Xiantian realm. Xianxia's talent could already be considered heaven-defying. He had started cultivating at 20 years of age, and at 45 he had reached the peak Hotian realm. Once, he too had been given a heaven-opening pill. After he took it, he attempted to break through the Xiantian bottleneck. However, there was a problem that arose from within his zither heart, and he had failed just a step away. Finally, Xianxia had stopped a half-step into the Xiantian realm. These years he had been roaming the deep valleys and tempering his zither heart. Now, his zither heart had reached the large success stage. He would only need a heaven-opening pill to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck once again. Every 3 years during the martial gathering, 2 heaven-opening pills were rewarded. One to the core disciple and one to the martial house master. Only first place was rewarded. Of course, a core disciple had to reach the peak Hotian realm before he could cash in on this reward. If their cultivation was insufficient, then it would be a waste for them to take the heaven-opening pill. To a core disciple, besides a heaven-opening pill, there were also many other rich rewards. For instance, high-grade human step treasures, top-quality pills, core cultivation methods, and other such great items. Xianxia, of course, wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill, but he knew it was hopeless for Lin Ming to take the #1 spot. That was simply too distant a dream. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house was strong, but compared to those of Hulua Nation or the Eastern Sun Country, they were still sorely lacking. However, just because they couldn't obtain first place this time didn't mean they couldn't next time. If they couldn't next time, then they could try the time after that. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. He would be able to participate in a total of 3 martial gatherings. Even if Lin Ming failed these 3 times, if he was able to make good progress, that could be considered as a merit of Xianxia. But Xianxia hadn't thought that when he had come back, Lin Ming would already have disappeared for 1 month, his location unknown. Oh! Southern wilderness, Blackwater swamp. The chase between Lin Ming and the little flame boy had lasted for more than an hour. In the time of this hour, the two of them had already fought several times, but neither had been able to gain an advantage. Lin Ming only had about 30% of his true essence left within him. With the long time that he had been flying as well as the high-intensity combat he engaged in, even though his blood vitality was strong and he had the true primal chaos formula augmenting him, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Like this, his true essence would be completely exhausted in 1 more hour. In comparison, the little flame boy had no weakening or lack of true essence. The reason for this was because his cultivation was far more profound and deep than Lin Ming's, and also because the little flame boy was not a human, but rather a flame essence. A flame essence grew forever, and wouldn't be extinguished. Lin Ming became increasingly anxious. He couldn't keep on going like this. If he stopped to fight, he still wouldn't win. If he was delayed long enough, then the fire worm shaman's true self would catch up. If he continued to run away, then he could last 1 more hour at most. Afterwards, once his true essence was all depleted, the fire worm shaman's true self wouldn't even need to come. Even the little flame boy could kill him. It was as if he had already fallen into a dead end. No, as long as he was alive he had a chance, he just hadn't thought of it. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became more even. His mind had entered into a state similar to the realm of the ethereal martial intent. He had to find a way to break out of this doom. At this time, 600 miles away from Lin Ming, a middle-aged bald man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a heavenly winged eagle with a cold expression. This person was the fire worm shaman Qiyu. He had already ridden the heavenly winged eagle in pursuit for more than 1 hour while his fire essence avatar was diverting Lin Ming. Even so, he was still 600 miles away. However, Qiyu didn't worry. He was fine waiting for his prey to exhaust themselves and consume their true essence. As long as this continued for another hour, he would almost win by default. But this prey's strength was beyond his expectations. He was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his combat prowess actually matched a Hotian realm martial artist. Not only that, but he could also fly, and his endurance and sustained fighting ability were simply frightening. No matter what secrets you have on your body, they will all be mine, Qiyu sneered. His goal was to conquer the southern wilderness. No one could block his path. But at this moment, Qiyu's smile suddenly froze as he instantly paled. This is the vermilion bird. 600 miles away, Lin Ming's eyes were round as he stared at a large red bird flying in the sky. His mind was full of a disbelieving expression. Was this the vermilion bird? A legendary saint beast actually appeared in front of him? The vermilion bird was about 50 feet long. It had the head of a pheasant and a long scarlet neck like a snake. Its body was covered in feathers and burning flames shrouded its body. As it flew, it shed sparkling red lights that sprinkled down onto the world. It was beautiful like an exquisite dream. Although he was very far away, Lin Ming could still feel the vermilion bird emitting a vast pressure that made his heart skip. Under the suppressive nature of this aura, Lin Ming's speed dropped. He glanced backwards at the little flame boy to see if he had caught up. However, he hadn't expected the little flame boy was even worse. It had actually stopped and was staring with both eyes at the flying vermilion bird. Fear filled its face. Lin Ming paused. Was it afraid? At this moment, the vermilion bird bowed its head downwards, overlooking the little flame boy. The little flame boy was scared out of its wits. It gave a miserable scream before turning tail and running. The speed of the little flame boy was much faster than when it had been chasing Lin Ming. It had turned into a bright red light, and in just a few breaths of time it had already reached the jungle and vanished out of sight. Lin Ming was baffled. Why did it run away? Looking at the vermilion bird again, it seemed to be hesitating for a moment. Then, it no longer bothered with the little flame boy and continued to fly forward. The way it flew through the air was filled with a majestic elegance. Although it didn't flap its wings very fast, its speed was actually incomparably quick. In just a few blinks of the eye, it had already flown beyond the horizon and turned into a small red shadow. Lin Ming was a bit confused. The little flame boy was obviously afraid of the vermilion bird. Could it be? Of course, the vermilion bird was a fire attribute saint beast. The reason that Chi-Gouda had been searching the Blackwater Swamp was to look for some feathers or flames that the vermilion bird had left behind, so that they could be refined into the Eternal Flame's flame essence. But in reverse, the Eternal Flame's flame essence could also be considered a good refresher for the vermilion bird. The flame essence feared that it would be eaten by the vermilion bird, hence it had turned around to escape. Understanding this, Lin Ming laughed. He launched his movement technique and followed in the direction that the vermilion bird went in. The vermilion bird was extremely quick. Lin Ming was much slower. After an incense stick of time, the vermilion bird had already vanished past the horizon. Lin Ming feared that the flame essence boy would return, so he launched forwards at full speed and stayed close to the ground. He continuously changed directions mid-flight and slowly descended into a thick patch of bushes in the swamp. The thick grass of Blackwater Swamp was around 10 feet tall. It wasn't much shorter than a normal tree. Once a person hid inside, it was similar to a stone being dropped into the sea. It was simply impossible to know where to start looking. Lin Ming found a relatively safe place in the high grass, took out a true essence stone, and began to meditate while he restored his true essence. He converged all of his breath within himself and completely hid from the world. Even a martial arts master who probed with soul force would find it difficult to discover him. After a couple of hours passed, night began to fall. In Blackwater Swamp, the nighttime was the most dangerous period. Lin Ming had to restore his strength as soon as possible. 1 hour later, there was the sound of an explosion as the true essence stone burst apart. Lin Ming opened his eyes from his meditation. His power of thunder and fire had been restored, and he had also recovered his true essence. As the dark night fell upon the world, poisonous insects and snakes began to crawl up from Blackwater Swamp's grass. But since Lin Ming could fly, he didn't care too much about these. He estimated that he was in the central zone of Blackwater Swamp. Blackwater Swamp was 1,000 miles long and wide. If Lin Ming retraced his steps, he could return to Black Marsh Tribe. If he continued forward, then he would reach Thundercrash Mountain in another 800 or 900 miles. Originally, Lin Ming had planned to go to Thundercrash Mountain after killing Chi-Gouda, in order to see if there was anything of interest there. Nai had said that thundergrass grew on Thundercrash Mountain. Century-old thundergrass was worth quite a bit of money. But even a Hotian realm master would not dare to rashly climb the mountain. They would only search around the periphery of Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming didn't believe that his own power surpassed that of a Hotian master. If he went to Thundercrash Mountain, it would also be to search round the edges. Unless he wanted to explore the secrets of Thundercrash Mountain, there was no reason to scale the mountain. The dark night was like a curtain that was illuminated by the bright moon. Lin Ming ran atop the tips of the grass with quick steps, soaring 100 feet with each tap of his foot. When he was a few hundred miles from Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming could already see a massive shadow being illuminated by the pale moonlight. It was just like a titanic giant. At the peak of the highest mountain, white light constantly flared. This was the countless flashing of thunder. At the very summit of Thundercrash Mountain, the thunder would never stop falling, not even in 10,000 years. Thundercrash Mountain was the highest mountain within the southern wilderness. Its most famous peak was over 100,000 feet high and pierced straight through the sky. This peak was higher than the clouds and experienced rain and snow all year round. Sky Spill Continent's heavens were divided into 6 layers. The layer under the clouds was called the Skyvault Heavens. Here is where rain, snow, and hail formed. There was nothing special about the Skyvault Heavens. Besides it being a bit cold at the higher locations, anyone could survive in the Skyvault Heavens. 9,000 feet above the clouds was the Calmstream Heavens. Here, strong heavenly winds blew endlessly. Even a heavenly wind eagle would find it difficult to fly in the Calmstream Heavens. 30,000 feet above the clouds was the Primal Chaos Heavens. Here, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind existed in their complete and vibrant states. It was an incomparably oppressive place. Even a Xianxian realm martial artist, if exposed to the Primal Chaos Heavens, would be killed by deadly origin energy. Thundercrash Mountain's peak altitude of 100,000 feet approached the Primal Chaos Heavens. Because the summit was comprised almost entirely of magnetic ore, it was able to draw in the power of thunder from the Primal Chaos Heavens, and thus form endless clashes of thunder. This is why Thundercrash Mountain was named so. Lin Ming guessed that since thunder endlessly struck the peak of Thundercrash Mountain, there was a high possibility that there existed a thunder soul there. But even a Hotian master could only crawl up the mountainside at their own peril. Since his strength wasn't at the level of a Hotian master, there wasn't any hope in obtaining the thunder soul. Even so, Lin Ming still wanted to take a trip and see what was so terrifying about Thundercrash Mountain, and see if there was any possibility of obtaining a thunder soul. 2 hours later, Lin Ming arrived at the base of Thundercrash Mountain. He discovered that there was actually a tribe here. Although there wasn't much light at this time, the tribespeople had already begun waking up to prepare for their day of work. The farmers carried their tools and the merchants shouldered their wares. They say that there are thunder lizards everywhere on Thundercrash Mountain. Aren't they afraid that a vicious beast flood might erupt at any moment? Lin Ming wondered. He looked for an inn so that he could take a rest and ascertain the situation before deciding whether he wanted to climb up the mountain. After entering the inn, Lin Ming swept out with his sole force. To his surprise, he found that there were many martial arts masters in the inn. Even the innkeeper had a cultivation of the first stage of body transformation. These people, were they here for the Thundergrass? Young hero, are you here for Thundercrash Mountain? The innkeeper smiled as he asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. He had already taken off his face cover and had lowered his cultivation to the viscera training stage. This was the cultivation that a genius at Lin Ming's age should have. Even if the fire worm shaman came here, he wouldn't be able to find him. Ah, heroes truly come from the youth. Young hero is so young but has already reached the viscera training stage. Impressive, impressive. But it is dangerous to go to Thundercrash Mountain at only the viscera training stage. Going for a little experience is fine, but if you wish to pick some thundergrass, it might be a little too much. Hearing these words, Lin Ming was happy. He was lacking some information on Thundercrash Mountain, but it seemed the innkeeper was knowledgeable about it. He asked, "What use is there for thundergrass? Why do so many people risk their lives to adventure up the mountain to pick it?" In Lin Ming's opinion, thundergrass should be valuable for thunder attribute true essence martial artist. But this sort of martial artist was very rare, and demand for thundergrass shouldn't be so high. The innkeeper was surprised. His cheeks filled with an odd color. This little kid was quite interesting. He didn't know anything yet, he still came to Thundercrash Mountain. He said, "Thundergrass contains the power of thunder. They can be refined with secret techniques and turned into thunder beads that are used to injure others. The power of thunder beads made by 50-year-old thundergrass is quite considerable. The power of thunder beads made from 100-year-old thundergrass is even more amazing. In the southern wilderness, there are constant wars caused by the instability and chaos. Militaries are willing to acquire a large range of thunder beads in order to equip the army. They are comparable to the most powerful arrows. So it's like this, Lin Ming muttered as he learned. The innkeeper said, I have a pamphlet here that tells you about the basics of Thundercrash Mountain and notable places. Young hero may buy one for 50 gold. All right. Lin Ming was quite happy to pay the money. He received the introduction pamphlet to Thundercrash Mountain. The southern wilderness didn't have any universal woodblock printing process, so the pamphlet was handwritten. After Lin Ming read the book, he finally understood why even Hotian realm masters only stayed at the bottom of the mountain. In the final analysis, the reason was because of thunder lizards. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the thunder lizard was the fiercest, vicious beast of the southern wilderness. A lizard was known as a four-legged snake. As the saying went, a snake born with 4 legs is a flood dragon. A flood dragon with 2 horns is a dragon. Lizards did have similarities to flood dragons. And thunder lizards also had possessed the bloodline of flood dragons. The power of a vicious beast with the bloodline of a saint beast could be imagined. At the base of Thundercrash Mountain there were very few thunder lizards, and of the few there were, they only had very thin and impure bloodlines. These lizards were covered with white scales and they spat white lightning. Their strength ranged from the altering muscle stage to the bone forging stage. The higher up one went, the more formidable the thunder lizards became. On the side of the mountain, the thunder lizard scales began to turn red. These thunder lizards spat out red lightning. The red thunder lizard strength was equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. Higher up were the blue thunder lizards. Their strength was equal to the Hotian realm. It was said that at the summit, there existed a purple thunder lizard, whose strength was equal to a Xianxia realm martial artist. Seeing this, Lin Ming gasped. He had never seen a Xianxia realm martial artist before. He hadn't thought that on Thundercrash Mountain, there would be an existence that was equal to a Xianxia realm martial artist. If there really was a purple thunder lizard, then the lightning they could bring down might even turn a Hotian realm martial artist directly into ashes. Thinking this, Lin Ming frowned. Compared to an ordinary martial artist, he had an advantage. This was because he had a thunder soul within him, so he didn't fear thunder too much. But just because he didn't fear too much didn't mean he was completely without fear. Just several hours ago, Lin Ming had faced off against the little flame boy. The little flame boy's fire was capable of injuring him. This was because the enemy also had a flame essence within them, and it was a flame essence that was stronger than the one within Lin Ming's heretical godseed. Therefore Lin Ming had been unable to control the enemy's flame. In Thundercrash Mountain I have a much higher ability to survive than a normal martial artist. But if I want to rush to the peak, there is still too far a distance. First I'll go to the base of Thundercrash Mountain. Afterwards I'll see how high I can climb. During the day, Thundercrash Mountain was truly a marvelous spectacle to behold. Lush forests carpeted the base of the mountain, and 10,000 feet up the greenery thinned to shrubs and high grasses. Another 10,000 feet and there were only sparse weeds. As one gradually ascended, it slowly turned to icy plains of snow, and closer to the peak. There was no snow or ice. There were only the faint flashes of sizzling white lightning. From bottom to top it was dark green, yellow, brown, and eventually white. Thundercrash Mountain was 100,000 feet high. The dense forest at the base was dozens of miles wide, and the trees were extremely large and tall. If 7 or 8 people holding hands wrapped around a tree, that tree could be considered a king among trees. However, in the forests of Thundercrash Mountain, this kind of tree was simply ordinary. As Lin Ming walked along, he even saw a tree with a trunk that would take several dozen people to wrap around. It was over 1,000 feet high. Even the roots of the tree that stuck up from the ground were as large as a temple. This tree looked to be at least 4,000 or 5,000 years old. The deeper in water, the larger the fish. The forest was like this too. The deeper one went in, the higher the trees were and the fiercer the vicious beasts were. There weren't only these monsters. There were also venomous snakes and insects that hid within the thick grass. They were extremely lethal due to their very toxic venoms. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already applied a special southern wilderness oil to his body, so he didn't fear these poisons. Lin Ming kept his guard up the entire time. As he saw these giant trees, he didn't think it was too strange that Thundercrash Mountain had been able to produce a thunder lizard that was equal to a Xianxia realm martial artist. Of these vicious beasts, Lin Ming avoided those that he could. For the rest that chose to rush upon him, he would simply eliminate them. Like this, Lin Ming safely traveled up the surrounding forest of Thundercrash Mountain and arrived at the hillside grassland areas. The grass here was no shorter than a human, and it was filled with countless venomous snakes and insects. Lin Ming walked for a bit. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw that there was a small 30-foot patch of land with no grass, and a black rock in the center. This rock was actually a chunk of magnetic ore. In a crevice of this rock there was a white sword-shaped grass that stubbornly grew. It was about a foot high, and there was a small white fruit blooming in the center. The fruit gleamed with a faint electric light. Thundergrass. When Lin Ming had bought the introductory pamphlet to Thundercrash Mountain, he had memorized the appearance of the thundergrass. Thundergrass was quite conspicuous. They were usually only found within magnetic ore. Not only that, but because of the presence of the power of thunder, there often weren't any other plants in its surroundings. Like this, it was extremely easy to recognize. The leaf is white and the veins have a light red color. This should be 50-year-old thundergrass. Lin Ming casually plucked the small white fruit of the thundergrass, but left the plant itself intact. Thundergrass grew only within magnetic ore. It was not easy to nurture and grow. Lin Ming didn't want to destroy it. He only wanted to take the fruit that was filled with the power of thunder. Holding the white fruit in his hand, Lin Ming focused and began to slowly drain the power of thunder that was contained within. The power of thunder flowed along his meridians and into his heart, where it was greedily absorbed by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming was slightly disappointed when he tried to feel if there was any change in the heretical god seed's thunder soul. Of course, 50-year-old thundergrass simply wasn't valuable enough. Lin Ming sighed. The power of thunder around the base of Thundercrash Mountain was less than that in the 7 profound Martial House's Thunder Valley. It wasn't strange that there wouldn't be much here that was able to help his thunder soul grow. It seemed as if his dream of collecting a massive amount of young thundergrass to cultivate his thunder soul was only an illusion. If he wished to cultivate his thunder soul, then he would have to find thundergrass that was several hundred years old or even 1,000 years old. He might also have to find a way to extract the power of thunder from a thunder lizard's body. And if there was even a faint chance, find a thunder soul within Thundercrash Mountain. Of course, Lin Ming didn't even entertain any hope of that last possibility. Even if there was a thunder soul, it would most likely be within the summit of Thundercrash Mountain where lightning struck year-round. With just his own strength, there was no way for him to reach the top. Lin Ming continued walking forward. Suddenly, he heard the faint sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. In the high grass of these forests, one had to watch out for more than vicious beasts. They also had to be wary of other martial artists. It was simply too easy to kill someone and steal all their possessions, leaving them here to rot away with no clue as to who did it. However, Lin Ming didn't worry about this. This was because the martial artists who hung around the base of Thundercrash Mountain were mostly below the bone forging stage. Although it was said that not even Hotian realm martial artists would go more than halfway up the side of Thundercrash Mountain, the truth was that Hotian realm martial artists would almost never come here. This was because the only value in coming to Thundercrash Mountain was thundergrass. The martial artists that came here only came to pick thundergrass. 100-year-old thundergrass sold for a bit more than 100 gold. It was a paltry amount that pulse condensation period martial artists and above wouldn't even glance at. As Lin walked through the grass, he saw figures in front of him flashing around. The sounds of fighting were becoming increasingly clear, and he could clearly hear the sounds of swords clashing as well as the deep roars of beasts. As Lin Ming spread out his soul force, he was able to sense that in a clearing not too far away, 5 martial artists were encircling a vicious beast. This vicious beast looked like a rhinoceros, but its back was covered in scales and its tail was thick and long, with a barbed tip. From the aura it was exuding, It was no weaker than an altering muscle martial artist. The skin was rough and its flesh was thick. Every time it whipped its long and spiked tail, it had a power behind it that was easily able to shatter stones. The vicious beast was surrounded by 5 martial artists. 3 men and 2 women. They had a symbol shaped like a small black dragon covering the right area of their chest. It seemed as if they were from the same family or the same school. The 2 women were identical twins, and looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. The sisters' cultivations were at the early viscera training stage, and they used long swords. The strikes lacked strength, and the sword wind from their blades only left superficial cuts on the iron-armored rhinoceros body. A young man whose age was about the same as the twins was also at the early viscera training stage. His strength was a bit less than the twins. At most he could serve as a distraction. Finally, the last 2 were older martial artists, respectively at the early altering muscle stage and the peak altering muscle stage. The man who was leading the assault was the peak altering muscle martial artist. He was wearing an impressive black outfit, and he used a black dark steel staff as his weapon. Against a vicious beast whose body was entirely covered in armored scales, it was difficult to use a sword. Instead, the long staff had the greatest effect. The black-clothed martial artist had quick reflexes, and every time that armored vicious beast would switch targets, the black-clothed man would take advantage of the opportunity and quickly suppress it with the staff. He especially attacked between the eyes of the armored rhinoceros. This was where the central nervous system of the armored rhinoceros was, and also its point of greatest weakness. Although the armored rhinoceros had formidable defensive capabilities, it couldn't stop the black-clothed martial artist from smashing it with his staff. Slowly, its vision began to blur and its movements dulled until it started to bleed from its eyes and ears. The black-clothed martial artist saw an opportunity, and his whole body erupted with a torrent of true essence. The black dark steel staff in his hands began to shine with a deep red light. 5 mountains collapse. The black-clothed martial roared as he used his strongest martial skill. His staff struck the armored rhinoceros on the forehead, and with a loud cracking sound, the armored rhinoceros head caved in, its skull broken. The iron rhinoceros gave a pitiful howl, swayed on its feet, and finally fell to the ground. Senior Apprentice Brothers' 5 mountains collapse is truly fierce. The not yet 20-year-old youth hurriedly flattered the black-clothed martial artist after he beat the armored rhinoceros to death. The black-clothed martial artist smiled and guffawed, enjoying this immensely. He said, "Little Long, go and cut off the rhinoceros horn. That thing can sell for a high price." "Okay." The youth called Little Long nodded and, in high spirits, went to cut off the rhinoceros horn. The 2 twin girls came over. They enviously said, "Senior Apprentice Brothers' 5 mountains collapse is becoming fiercer every day. We sisters still haven't learnt a martial skill yet." All the words were flattery. There was also a small amount of resentment hidden within. To an ordinary martial artist, the legacy of a martial skill was hard to come by. These 5 people could be considered the lowest level of marital artists. Their talent wasn't impressive, and they came from an ordinary family background. They had joined an unknown small school of martial arts. But this school in truth only had little more than a dozen students. They also only had one so-called master, who was at the peak bone forging stage. These 5 people, in comparison to the worst disciples of the 7 profound martial houses human hall, still had a big gap between them. Hearing the 2 sisters' complaints, the black-clothed martial artist laughed and said with a smile, "Sangyu, Sanglan, don't be discouraged. Your talent is good. As long as you work hard and strive for excellence, then Master will naturally teach you. In 2 days when I have a chance, I'll put in a good word for you to the Master, and ask him to hand down the 9-flower blade to you." The 2 sisters heard this and were ecstatic. They sweetly said, "Thank you, elder senior apprentice brother." The black-clothed warrior nodded in satisfaction. He liked the feeling of being able to influence the fate of others, especially when they were a pair of beautiful twin women. But at this moment, he noticed Lin Ming not too far away. It seemed as if this youth had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was startled that he hadn't noticed him until now. However, This young boy's cultivation was only at the early viscera training stage, so he wasn't worth caring about. The black-clothed man glanced over and seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He said to Lin Ming, "Hello, friend. Did you come to Thundercrash Mountain for an adventure? Would you like to come along with us? We'll give you a low price. With your early viscera training cultivation, it's dangerous for you to go up Thundercrash Mountain. If you encounter a thunder lizard, you will surely die." As the black-clothed martial artist spoke, the other four also noticed Lin Ming. After they saw Lin Ming's cultivation, they were somewhat surprised. A newborn calf really didn't fear a tiger. This boy was truly fearless. His cultivation was only a trivial early viscera training stage, and he was by himself, yet he dared come to Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming said, "No need. I'm used to being by myself." After being rejected by Lin Ming, the black-clothed martial artist smiled and didn't say anything. Yet in his heart he had a hope that Lin Ming would suffer some misfortune later. Young people these days really didn't know how vast the world was. For a 15 or 16-year-old to have a cultivation at the early viscera training stage was impressive. However, it was inevitable that his heart would swell from the self-confidence, and thinking that he was above the world, he would suffer some miserable fate. In the worst case, he would also lose his life. The young man at the side of the black-clothed martial artist curled his lips as he heard Lin Ming's refusal, and whispered, "He doesn't know what's good for him. If elder senior apprentice brother was willing to take him along, then he was already thinking highly of him. Since he rejected him, he'll just die sooner or later." The young man at the side of the black-clothed martial artist curled his lips as he heard Lin Ming's refusal, and whispered, "He doesn't know what's good for him. If elder senior apprentice brother was willing to take him along, then he was already thinking highly of him. Since he rejected him, he'll just die sooner or later." Lin Ming had very keen perception. Even though the youth wasn't speaking very loudly, he was still able to hear him. Of course, he had suppressed his cultivation to the early viscera training stage. The first reason was because he was taking precautions, and second was because he didn't want to stand out too much. With his age, it was simply too shocking to being able to reach the peak of bone forging. In the end, these 5 martial artists came from a small place. They were only little fish in a little pond. They hadn't seen the world and didn't know how much talent was out in the wide world. The twin girls didn't seem as if they could bear Lin Ming delivering himself into the jaws of death. They said, "Little brother, if this your first time coming to Thundercrash Mountain, you need to know that this isn't a place you can casually play around in. After crossing the forest, there are many dangers. Even a viscera training martial artist won't be able to live through it. We have elder senior apprentice brother to accompany us, so we're all right, otherwise we wouldn't dare. We won't charge you much money. Since you're away from home, it's always best to make friends." Lin Ming was utterly speechless as he listened to the twin sisters speak. They actually thought that he came here for fun and games. Was there anyone that actually came to Thundercrash Mountain just for sightseeing? The black-clothed martial artist saw that Lin Ming didn't seem as if he was going to change his mind. He said, "Leave him alone. Let's go." He had wanted to earn some extra money, but it seemed the young boy just didn't know what was good for him. He was about to go when Lin Ming suddenly asked, "Do you have any thundergrass I can buy? I will pay the market price." The reason he had been patiently waiting for these fellows to finish off the vicious beast was to ask this. If he had some older thundergrass, then he could give it a try and see if it was worth picking or not. The black-clothed martial artist thought it was strange that Lin Ming would ask this. Was it possible that he cultivated thunder attribute true essence? Why would he want to purchase thundergrass? Or was he buying it for his tribe? Even if he wanted to buy thundergrass for his tribe, they wouldn't let a child come for it alone. The black-clothed martial artist hesitated, and then asked, "How old do you want?" Lin Ming said, "The older the better. I will let you decide the price." As Lin Ming said this, the early altering muscle youth that was standing near the black-clothed martial artist brightened up. He sent a true essence sound transmission and said, "Elder senior apprentice brother, with what this kid says, he must be really rich." The black-clothed martial artist ignored the youth and said to Lin Ming, "I have 2 stalks of 90-year thundergrass. 300 gold taels. Do you want them? 300 gold taels was slightly higher than market price, but Lin Ming didn't care. He waved his hand and 3 golden banknotes flew towards the black-clothed martial artist. These are the Allied Trade Association's currency gold banknotes. You can trade them in at a large tribe or the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The black-clothed martial artist received the banknotes and confirmed that they really were from the Allied Trade Association. He took out a stalk of thundergrass from his backpack and threw it towards Lin Ming. After Lin Ming accepted it, he glanced at it to confirm it was the correct age, and then walked away without looking back. As the black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming gently trace the ring on his finger and the thundergrass immediately disappear, a light flashed in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, and then let Lin Ming leave. Once Lin Ming had disappeared, the early altering muscle youth muttered, "Elder senior apprentice brother, that fellow just now was such a juicy and fat sheep. I bet he has no less than 1800 gold on his body and you just let him go like that. In my opinion, we could have just grabbed him. If he doesn't know what is good for him, then we—" The youth made a motion of slicing his neck. The black-clothed martial artist blankly looked at him and said, 1800 gold? You think that boy is so simple? That boy has a spatial ring. That's something that even our master can't afford. 1800 gold taels is probably nothing in his eyes. Spatial ring? The youth was dumbfounded. The hell? Why would he bring such a thing over to Thundercrash Mountain? I'd probably never make that much money in my life. Why would such a rich junior come here? He came for Thundergrass, but I'm not sure why he needs it. The youth seemed as if he suddenly realized something. He quickly said, Elder senior apprentice brother, since he has a spatial ring, then he probably has several tens of thousands of gold. If we rob him, then we'll never have to worry again in our life. Rob your mom. The black-clothed martial artist suddenly exploded as he heard the youth say this. The boy definitely comes from some large sect or aristocratic family. That type of person always has many treasures on their body and is very difficult to deal with. If we can't stop him, then all we can do afterwards is wait to die. He doesn't look like a fool. If he came to Thundercrash Mountain at only the Viscera training stage, then even I can't guess what sort of trump cards he has to save his life. Besides, we are not robbers. We will rely on our own ability to find food to feed ourselves. It's better to be safe than sorry. Stealing and robbing is too dangerous. Sooner or later, we'll fail and end up dead in the ground. The youth curled his lip. He was a bit disapproving of this decision. Obviously, he kept thinking of the several tens of thousands of gold that Lin Ming had. In his opinion, no matter how fierce a little 16-year-old boy was, how fierce could he possibly be? The twin girls were puzzled. They asked, Elder senior apprentice brother, what is a spatial ring? Haha, a spatial ring is a kind of storage treasure. It's only the size of a ring, but it can store several dozens of square feet worth of things. Just wait for me to reach the pulse condensation period and I'll get one to play with. At that time, I'll show it to you. Really? Great. If we have something like that, then we won't need our backpacks anymore when we go out adventuring. The twin girls were incredibly excited hearing about this wonderful treasure. Cultivate to the pulse condensation period and buy one to play with? This is just bragging with no ability. The early altering muscle youth criticized in his heart as he looked at the black-clothed martial artist showing off in front of the two beautiful twins. Of course, this was something that he wouldn't dare to speak out loud. 10 miles away, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a rock. He grasped the 2 thundergrass fruits in his hand. The fruits sparkled with the faint light of thunder. A moment later, the thunder light dissipated and the fruits withered along with it. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Helplessly, he threw away the withered fruits. The 90-year-old thundergrass was also mediocre. It did have a tiny effect, but it was just too small. Even if he absorbed several thousands of these fruits, the thunder soul would not grow more than 10%. Not to mention how time-consuming it would be to gather thousands of thundergrass. The key problem was that thundergrass by itself could not maintain growth of the thunder soul. According to his past experiences, The Thunder Soul would quickly achieve a saturation point when absorbing low-grade thunders and lightning. Afterwards, it wouldn't grow any further. However, Lin Ming wasn't discouraged. Before coming to Thunder Crash Mountain, he had already mentally prepared himself for these types of setbacks. Since he came to Thunder Crash Mountain, he would definitely find a fortuitous encounter here. However, a true fortuitous encounter couldn't be found by just anyone. Otherwise, they would all be gone by now. If that happened, how could he ever find one for himself? According to the Thunder Crash Mountain pamphlet, the oldest thundergrass can be thousands of years old, and the fruit it bears is purple in color. This kind of 1,000-year-old thundergrass holds an incomparably potent power of thunder. If I can find a few of them, then my Thunder Soul should be able to grow a little. Unfortunately, it's simply too difficult to find thundergrass like this. As long as thundergrass was given enough time, it could grow to any age. It could grow to 1,000 or even 2,000 years. However, in these years, countless martial artists had come to Thunder Crash Mountain. Most of the 50-year-old thundergrass was already plucked. How could there be anything older? If he wanted to find 1,000-year-old thundergrass, then the only places it would possibly be were the areas near the summit where no one dared to venture. However, once past the mountainside, he could be in an area where even Hotian realm martial artists had to tread cautiously. Although Lin Ming had a thunder soul in his body and was very resistant to thunder and lightning, he still couldn't go too deep. As Lin Ming was thinking through the possible actions he could take, he suddenly heard a deafening beast roar sounding out from behind him. It was just like a thunderclap that reached the sky. Screams soon followed. Hearing these pitiful cries, Lin Ming was able to recognize them as the people he had just passed a moment ago. His heart stirred, and he instantly sped backwards. According to the Thunder Crash Mountain pamphlet, this roar that was like a thunderclap was most likely from a thunder lizard. Lin Ming wanted to see just what a thunder lizard was like. He had already been on Thunder Crash Mountain for so long, yet this was the first time that he had heard one. He wanted to see just how much he needed to fear the lightning that the thunder lizard could spit out, and just how high he could trek up Thunder Crash Mountain. And he also wanted to know if a thunder lizard could become nourishment for his thunder soul, and if it was worth his time to hunt them. Lin Ming launched his movement technique. His figure was just like a bolt of lightning. Because his speed was too quick, the scenery around him seemed to twist. Lin Ming crossed that 10-mile distance in just a dozen or so breaths of time. When he arrived, he saw a giant vicious beast, with its entire body covered in gleaming red scales. It looked similar to a lizard, but its back was higher and its entire body bulged with a massive amount of bony plates. It actually looked somewhat like a massive red earth dragon. At this moment, in front of the red thunder lizard, four people were standing there, frozen in absolute panic. They were the black-clothed elder senior apprentice brother at the peak of altering muscle, the two twin girls at the early viscera training stage, and the young boy at the early viscera training stage called Little Long. As for the young martial artist who was at the early altering muscle stage, his entire body had been charred black and he had fallen to the ground. Apparently, he had eaten a thunder strike. Although he still had a breath of life within him, he was knocking at death's door. The elder senior apprentice brother paled. He could clearly feel that the thunder lizard had already locked its sights on him. As soon as he moved, he would eat a lightning attack. Damn! How is there such bad luck that a peak-bone forging thunder lizard is here? The black-clothed martial artist cried in his heart. With the thunder lizard staring at him, he didn't even dare to breath. The other three martial artists were close to succumbing to despair. Their second senior apprentice brother had instantly taken such a severe wound and was close to death. The three of them together amounted to less than a fly to this monster. At this moment, the thunder lizard suddenly growled. It slowly turned its head as if it felt something behind it. It didn't know when, but a young boy had appeared from behind, holding a slender saber in his hand and standing in the grass. Although this young boy didn't have an aura at all, the thunder lizard didn't know why, but it suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. It's him. The black-clothed martial artist and twins found that Lin Ming had returned. Why did he come back? Did he come back especially for this thunder lizard? The black-clothed martial artist was aware of this point. However, all he felt was confusion. Even if this young boy came back, what could he possibly do? Although he figured Lin Ming had some trump card in his hand that he could use to keep his life, the black-clothed martial artist guessed that this trump card was mainly used to escape from situations like this. It had never occurred to him that Lin Ming's combat prowess was to a degree where he could deal with a peak-bone-forging thunder lizard. Roar! The thunder lizard issued a threatening growl. It changed its target towards Lin Ming, because it felt that this boy was a true threat. This came from the power of thunder. Thunder lizards had a rare and extraordinary sensitivity towards thunder. Although Lin Ming was able to restrain the breath within his body, it could still faintly feel that Lin Ming's body contained the power of thunder. Although this power was very nebulous, it contained a deep and incomparably vigorous aura that made it tremble with fear. Lin Ming hadn't moved to attack. He patiently waited for the bone-forging vicious beast to come at him. Such a beast wasn't a threat to him. He just wanted to see for himself what means of attack the thunder lizard had. The atmosphere reached a temporary standstill. The black-clothed martial artist nervously looked between the thunder lizard and Lin Ming. He thought of escaping, but feared that the thunder lizard would suddenly turn against him and attack him. After several inner struggles, he decided to stay and see why this boy had the guts to return. The thunder lizard even roared several times to warn Lin Ming. But not only did Lin Ming not leave, but instead approached it, step by step. The thunder lizard finally became angry. Its body flowed with the frenzied bloodline of a flood dragon. It would not tolerate such provocations. Roar! The thunder lizard howled and opened its jaw to spit out a white ball of thunder, shooting directly towards Lin Ming. The speed of the thunderball was extremely fast and arrived at Lin Ming in just the blink of an eye. Lin Ming didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he revolved his true essence to the limit and prepared to take the attack head-on. The black-clothed martial artist was stunned. Why didn't he dodge? Although the thunderball was fast, he should still have at least some sort of response. Not only that, but the youth should have some kind of trump card in his hand. Chilla! The thunderball directly sank into Lin Ming's body. The twin girls screamed. However, the explosion they had envisioned didn't occur. It was as if the thunderball had fallen into a dark pit of Lin Ming's body and would never come back out. When the thunderball submerged into Lin Ming, there wasn't a single ripple. Not even Lin Ming's clothes were burnt. Lin Ming eyebrows furrowed. After a few breaths of time, his expression relaxed, and the power of thunder in the thunderball was absorbed by him. The thunder was a bit wilder than the thunder from Thunder Valley, but it was still unable to compete with the heretical god seed's thunder soul. It futilely struggled a bit, but ultimately it could not avoid the fate of being absorbed. After completely absorbing the power of thunder, Lin Ming smiled. He was finally able to confirm that the thunder soul coped with the elements the same way the fire essence did, and that the thunder soul and fire essence within his body were stronger. Fire and thunder would obey whatever was strong. In the lava cave in Thunder Valley, whether it was fire or thunder, the flame essence and thunder soul were able to control the energy in those major killing arrays. It was as if the energy was an army without a general, and was a scattered mess that posed no threat. Thus he was able to easily absorb it. And later, Lin Ming encountered the little flame boy. Because the flame essence within the heretical godseed had been inferior to the power of the opponent, that was why it was such a difficult battle. Whether it was a flame essence or thunder soul, these were incomparably rare phenomena. Lin Ming guessed that in the entire Thundercrash Mountain, it was already generous if there was just a single thunder soul here. And since it was impossible for these thunder lizards to have a thunder soul inside their body, how could they possibly be his match? So even though his strength was inferior to a Hotian realm martial artist, he should be able to climb higher than a Hotian realm martial artist. The thunder lizard saw that Lin Ming didn't even have the slightest reaction after its thunderball hit him. Its amber pupils dilated and showed a hint of fear. It roared a few times, and in one breath spat out 7 or 8 thunderballs that rapidly flew towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He would accept it all. This action caused the black-clothed elder senior apprentice brother to be completely baffled and even scared. The two twin girls subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they had been shocked into seeing things. How was this possible? Even a Hotian realm master wouldn't be able to stand there and take such a wanton barrage of thunderballs. The black-clothed martial artist gulped saliva. Was this a human? Was his body made out of magnetic or... Heavens! Fortunately, he hadn't tried to do something so foolish like trying to rob him. Otherwise he would have already died. The thunder lizard breathed out more than 10 thunderballs. Finally, it began to feel a deep fear. It realized that this was not an enemy that it could deal with. With a hissing sound, the thunder lizard spat out one last giant thunderball, turned tail and fled at full speed. You want to run away? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with electricity as he launched golden rock shattering the void. In an instant, he had appeared at the side of the thunder lizard and punched out a fist. Bang! Lin Ming's solid punch slammed against the thunder lizard's back. The thunder lizard's body was covered in scales that were as hard as iron, but Lin Ming's attack was able to ignore superficial defenses. Unless the enemy was something like the witch slave from the sorcerer pagoda whose organs were firm like steel, it was basically impossible to withstand the infiltration of flow like silk. Pong! 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into the thunder lizard's body and surged through, directly rampaging through its organs. The thunder lizard let out a miserable howl, and its gigantic body violently trembled. Its organs were all torn to pieces. It vomited blood and collapsed on the ground. Crash! Because of its terrifying body weight and the speed at which it had been sprinting, the thunder lizard had bowled over a large brush and slammed into a tree, snapping it in half. The black-clothed martial artist helplessly watched as Lin Ming killed an over 10,000 gene thunder lizard with just a single punch. It was just like he had punched a dog to death. His expression turned pale with fright as if he had seen a ghost. This thunder lizard had strength equal to the peak of bone forging. Its surface scales were nearly indestructible. If Lin Ming had released some magnificent martial skill in order to kill the thunder lizard, then he wouldn't be too surprised. But how was he able to kill it with a single punch? A human's fist against a thunder lizard's armor was like a small sewing needle against a cat or dog. If a needle poked the back of a cat or dog, would that be able to kill a cat or dog? The black-clothed marshal looked towards Lin Ming and his eyes filled with fear. He stood there, not daring to move. The two twin girls' expressions were also slack. They constantly kept gulping as they both cautiously maintained distance from Lin Ming. The scene in which Lin Ming killed a thunder lizard with a fist was simply too shocking. After Lin Ming killed the thunder lizard, he drew out the slender saber and cut open the thunder lizard's chest. After a few strokes, he managed to open up the body. What he was looking for was the thunder pearl. According to the Thundercrash pamphlet, it had said that thunder lizards that were at the bone forging stage or above were able to form a thunder pearl within their bodies. This thunder pearl was also the origin of a thunder lizard's power. Elder senior apprentice brother, is he? In the eyes of the two twin sisters, Lin Ming's existence already defied common sense. How was it possible that he was so young and yet had such strength? The black-clothed martial artist murmured. He is definitely not a 15 or 16-year-old youth. I think that he practiced some cultivation method that rejuvenates the body, so that's why he appears like this. Then his cultivation is... He should be at the peak Hotian realm. After the black-clothed martial artist said this, even he was shocked into silence. Even if one were to look in the entire southern wilderness, one might not find more than a few peak Hotian realm masters. Peak Hotian realm? Could this be true? The two twin girls said with shaking voices. They were usually in awe of their master, who was at the peak bone forging stage. As for what sort of concept a peak Hotian realm master was, it was just an inconceivable existence to them. There was no large sect within the southern wilderness. A peak Hotian realm martial artist was the limit of the martial artists here. Because there were no heaven-opening pills, for the last several hundred years no one had managed to take a step into the true Xianxia realm. It could be said that a peak Hotian realm martial artist already had the qualifications to dominate and rule an area of the southern wilderness as overlord. These were characters that they had only read about in legends and nighttime bed stories. Compared to existences like that, they were just ants waiting to be crushed. the black-clothed martial artist said. Only with such a cultivation could he have reached the realm of being able to hide his cultivation. How laughable! To think that I wanted to guide him before, and even collect protection money. The black-clothed martial artist ruefully smiled and silently shook his head. Oh! Lin Ming quickly removed the thunder pearl from the body of the thunder lizard. This thunder pearl was about the size of a fist. It was a pure white color that also emitted a faint red light. This color was the same as the thunder lizard scales, and represented the power ranking of the thunder lizard. When the thunder pearl turned a complete scarlet color, then this would be when the thunder lizard's strength reached that of a pulse condensation period martial artist. With the thunder pearl in hand, Lin Ming could feel the power of thunder within. With a move of his mind, he began to slowly draw out the power. The light of the thunder pearl immediately began to die down. Feeling the change in the power of thunder within his body, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. This thunder pearl was at most equivalent to several hundred-year-old thundergrass. He turned and glanced back at the black-clothed martial artist. Lin Ming wasn't intending to stay much longer. As Lin Ming prepared to walk away, he paused again as he heard heavy footsteps coming towards him. Lin Ming expanded his soul force. Another one came. Lin Ming sensed that a few tens of thousands of feet away, a thunder lizard was firing towards him at an alarming speed. The black-clothed martial artist was able to feel this too. Although he didn't have an equally potent soul force like Lin Ming, he could still feel the ground underneath him vibrating. Obviously, it was another thunder lizard that was rushing towards them. Soon they were able to hearing the sounds of rolling thunder as the beast's feet stomped the ground. That roar contained an incomparably tyrannical aura. The black-clothed martial artist's heart was tight. He understood that the reason the thunder lizard came was for revenge. The black-clothed martial artist hesitated for a moment, before he said to Lin Ming, "Senior." The last roar that the thunder lizard had sounded out was a message to his companions calling for aid. Listening to the aura from that roar, it seems that next thunder lizard should be equal to someone at the pulse condensation period. The black-clothed martial artist was very knowledgeable. He was able to determine the ranking of a thunder lizard by listening to the nuances within its roar. But the black-clothed martial artist thought that something was strange. They were only in the lower surrounding areas of Thundercrash Mountain. Why would they encounter such a strong thunder lizard here? Could it be? The black-clothed martial artist's mind began to race. Looking at Lin Ming, his eyes had a hint of hesitation. He just didn't know how to bring up the topic with this senior. However, it was too late to think. With the sounds of tree branches cracking under a heavy weight, a fully crimson-red thunder lizard stormed out of the bushes. It saw its mate already dead on the floor, and its amber-brown eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Lin Ming looked at the thunder lizard and took the heavy, profound, soft spear out from his spatial ring. This thunder lizard now was equal to a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. To deal with it with just a fist was somewhat difficult. As the black-clothed martial artist, the two twin girls, and the Viscera training stage youth saw Lin Ming facing off against the Crimson Beast, they unconsciously stepped backwards into order to not get caught up in such a dangerous battle. The twin girls suddenly remembered their second senior apprentice brother, and hurriedly rushed over to him to pull him away, so that he was not trampled to death by the thunder lizard and Lin Ming. A red thunder lizard's strength is equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. I can't believe that a thunder lizard at this level of power would appear at the base of Thundercrash Mountain. Something seems strange. Normally, martial artists that travel to Thundercrash Mountain would be at the altering muscle or bone forging stage. If they met a red thunder lizard like now, then they would inevitably die. Although Lin Ming felt that the current situation was strange, he didn't have any time to think about it. In an instant, the thunder lizard roared and spat a giant thunder ball at him. The ball of thunder was crimson in color and was even much larger than the ones the white thunder lizard had let loose prior. Like before, Lin Ming didn't dodge. Zizi! The thunder ball submerged into Lin Ming's body. The tingling sensation that burst forth was a bit more intense than before. This red lightning was much more violent than the previous white lightning. Unfortunately, This lightning had no thunder soul. It was like an army that had lost its formation. When the red lightning flowed into Lin Ming's heart, it came face to face with the thunder soul in the heretical god seed and felt a deep instinctive fear. It was just like a ferocious dog that bumped into a young tiger. Even though the tiger hadn't grown up, it still exudes the dignified majesty of the king of beasts. The thunder soul swallowed the crimson lightning with no problems at all. Upon noticing that Lin Ming had not moved even after his amazing display of strength earlier, the black-clothed martial artist's throat fiercely twitched. Although he had guessed that Lin Ming was powerful, he didn't think that he was powerful to the point where he could take a head-on collision with a thunderball. It was even red lightning. Lin Ming looked into his heretical god seed. Finally, he began to sense some growth within the thunder soul. This caused Lin Ming to feel delighted. It seemed that the red lightning gave a much higher qualitative improvement than white lightning. What would it be like if it were the even more violent blue lightning? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. He decided to climb beyond the mountainside of Thundercrash Mountain. There, he would be able to encounter thunder lizards equal to a Hotian realm martial artist. In his opinion, he didn't need to fear the thunder produced by the thunder lizards. Even if it was a dark blue thunder lizard whose power was equal to the peak Hotian realm, what could its thunder attack do to him? On the contrary, the thunder they released would be his elixir. There was even a possibility that he would be able to see a legendary purple thunder lizard whose power was equal to a Xianxia realm martial artist. If he could absorb some of this purple electricity, he couldn't even begin to imagine the sort of change that would occur within the thunder soul. With this realization, Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. However, Lin Ming quickly discovered that he had been too naive. Once the red thunder lizard saw that the thunder attack it was so proud of had failed, it quickly switched to physical attacks. The lizard tail, that was thicker than a water barrel, viciously whipped out. The thunder lizard was too big, so its movement was a little slow. However, in terms of attack speed, it was no worse than a human martial artist. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he launched golden rock, shattering the void, vanishing from sight. Bang! The thunder lizard's tail smashed a giant hole in the ground. Even the magnetic or in the ground was smashed to pieces. Lin Ming let out a breath of air. That attack was too strong. He could take on the thunder strike of the thunder lizard, but there was no way that he could resist a direct confrontation with that tail. How stupid was I to actually think that the thunder lizard could only use thunder attacks? Moreover, it seems like even if they just use physical attacks, they wouldn't lose to vicious beasts of the same level. With my current strength, provoking a Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard is just looking for death. Having understood the offensive techniques used by thunder lizards, Lin Ming no longer delayed. He flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear with his speed reaching the limit. Man and spear were like a meteor that shot towards the thunder lizard. The spear point bloomed with licking flames that resembled a crimson lotus. The momentum of this whistling flame was no weaker than thunder. Puff! The long spear shattered the thunder lizard's scales and pierced straight through. Flow like silk and true essence flame burst out at the same time. The thunder lizard shook and vomited blood shortly after. The thunder lizard pitifully howled as it swept its tail towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming easily dodged it. Due to being severely weakened, the strike had only left a shallow indent on the ground. Lin Ming pulled out the long spear and punched the thunder lizard between the eyes. Vibrating true essence erupted once more. The thunder lizard could not resist these two successive attacks, and with a slight quiver, it slumped to the ground. With Lin Ming's current level of power, he was easily able to deal with an early pulse condensation vicious beast. Lin Ming cut open this red thunder lizard and took out the red thunder pearl. With a thought, the power of thunder flowed into Lin Ming's body. An extremely comfortable yet numbing feeling followed along with it. The thunder soul that hid inside the heretical god seed ran around in circles, seeming very enthusiastic. The power of red thunder was quickly absorbed by the thunder soul. This time, Lin Ming sensed some satisfying growth. If he could continue like this, then with another 10 or 20 red thunder pearls, his thunder soul should grow by about 10%. Of course, this kind of growth couldn't be sustained. After another 40 or 50%, the red thunder wouldn't be able to further affect the thunder soul's growth. At that time, he would have to look for a more formidable thunder in order to cultivate his thunder soul. Oh! Not too far away, the two twin girls were applying medicine onto the altering muscle youth. However, the altering muscle youth's injuries were simply too severe. These two young girls could only wrap some cloth and herbs around the boy in order to barely preserve his life. One of the easiest attacks to inflict hidden wounds were those of thunder attribute. If a human body was hit by a powerful electric current, even if they survived, their heart would easily fail and they would die a few years later. This was because the thunder had passed through the heart and had left behind injuries that weren't visible on the outside. Under these circumstances, this youth would have to stay in bed for a year or more. Following that, he might not be able to continue practicing martial arts, also, he wouldn't live much longer. The altering muscle youth groaned in pain. Seeing their second senior apprentice brother in such a miserable state, the two girls could only endure. The elder senior apprentice brother, the black-clothed martial artist, didn't seem to care about the altering muscle youth. Instead, he looked at Lin Ming, as if he were hesitating to say something. Noticing Lin Ming about to walk away, the black-clothed martial artist finally opened his mouth and said, "Senior, please wait." Lin Ming stopped and turned around to look at the black-clothed martial artist. He coldly asked, "What do you want?" Although Lin Ming never had any conflict with the black-clothed martial artist and his group, he remembered the avaricious looks that the altering muscle had sent towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming naturally knew what sort of plans that he had been thinking of at that time. To that kind of person, he had no compassion. Even though he possessed some superior healing medicine in his spatial ring that could relieve his pain, he didn't plan on taking them out to help him. Lin Ming thought that the black-clothed martial artist was going to beg him to save his junior apprentice brother, but he hadn't expected that the black-clothed martial artist would instead say, "Senior, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's proper to say." The black-clothed martial artist was afraid that if he failed to deliver, then he would suffer from Lin Ming venting his anger on him. "What guess?" The black organized his thoughts and continued. "My school's master once came to Thundercrash Mountain to adventure and accumulated experiences, many of which he had told me. Although my cultivation is not high, I've already come to Thundercrash Mountain 5 times. With my experience and my master's experience, I can say that I have a relatively good understanding of Thundercrash Mountain." Lin Ming nodded. He also noticed this point. The black-clothed martial artist had only relied on the roar of the thunder lizard to judge its strength. To Lin Ming, there was no difference between the roars of the two thunder lizards. The black-clothed martial artist said, "As far as I know, there shouldn't be any bone forging or stronger thunder lizards at the base of Thundercrash Mountain. However, 2 had actually appeared, one of which was at the pulse condensation period, which is too unusual. Thunder lizards also have their own tribal groupings. The tribal group also has divisions within. The stronger a thunder lizard is, the higher their status and the closer to the summit their territory is. The power of thunder is richest at the summit. But the power of thunder weakens the further down it goes." Continue speaking. Lin Ming thought that the thunder lizards were somewhat similar to human society. The more powerful martial artists held more cultivation resources. With Lin Ming encouragement, the black-clothed martial artist was a bit more spirited. He no longer trembled and said, "The power of thunder is limited in a territory. None of the thunder lizards are willing to let others absorb it. Unless there is an accident, a thunder lizard will not leave their own territory. Otherwise, there might be conflict. A high-level thunder lizard wouldn't normally come down the mountain. The only reason would be..." The black-clothed martial artist spoke here and said, "These are only guesses. I don't know if they're true. Say it, it doesn't matter if you're wrong." Lin Ming saw the black-clothed martial artist look a little concerned, and spoke to assuage his nerves. Yes, I think that the 2 thunder lizards had evolved. They should have been altering muscle stage thunder lizards, but by encountering some fortuitous opportunity, managed to evolve to the peak bone forging stage and pulse condensation period." "Oh? What kind of fortuitous chance?" Lin Ming asked. This was finally piquing his interest. Senior may not know, but because the power of thunder within Thundercrash Mountain is too rich, it will sometimes produce valuable thunder attribute materials. Thundergrass is only the most ordinary of these. You suspect that these two thunder lizards have eaten some sort of valuable thunder attribute material? The black-clothed martial artist shook his head. He said, "It shouldn't have been eaten. Thunder lizards most love to hoard things, such as thundergrass. Thunder lizards love to see more thundergrass grow in their territory because the power of thunder will be richer and its long-term effects are much better than eating the thundergrass. That's why centuries-old thundergrass are usually guarded by high-level thunder lizards. A thunder lizard lives for a very long time. There are even some thunder lizards that protect 500 or 600-year-old thundergrass and wait for it to grow into 1,000-year-old thundergrass. But a thunder lizard will also have great benefits guarding it, which are much better than directly eating it. If there is a thunder attribute material, then a thunder lizard will not eat it. If they eat it, they might experience a small growth, but if they defend it and wait for it to grow up, then they will have endless benefits." Lin Ming said, "I understand what you mean. You think that these two thunder lizards are defending a treasure, and that's why they were able to evolve. I want to know why you're telling me this news. Wouldn't it be better if you went to dig out this treasure out yourself?"